trying to figure out why isn't it... YouTube is not... Oh, there we go. There we go. Anyway, I'm not gonna be able to like really read the chat today, I guess, but it's okay. We're live on YouTube now. On Freemasons, I don't know. I think there's a lot of weird conspiracy theories about what's just like a little boys club. Hey girl, hey. Hi Dee. Oh, thank you Dee, and likewise. What? I hope you've just been like busy with good things and that's why you haven't been on. I'm doing like a body doubling live, I think. Just like a little project. I'm also filming it in case I make like a YouTube video on it or something. Okay. So, it's a bit of a weird project today. I want to build some doors for here, but I don't want to do the easy way. I don't want to put just normal hinges on here for a couple of reasons. Which is so stupid, but also I think they're good reasons. So, you know what? Who cares? Yeah, I'm gonna use this shelf because it's ugly. Happy Friday, everyone. Oh, lots of horror movies. I don't have a horror movie to make, really. But you're saying about time I filmed my film, even if it's not a horror film. Yeah. What kind of doors have no hinges? So, not butt hinges. I want to do pivot hinges. Although, of course, I'm realizing now it's a little late, so I probably won't be able to cut out the doors tonight. Unless I text my neighbors. But, yeah, basically I want to do pivot hinges so that I can install these little cups into the shelves. So that if I want to, so that basically I can use the shelves for doors, like I can basically move the shelves around and the doors will move around with them, if that makes sense. And then if I want to remove the doors, like you won't really notice, it won't like leave huge, you know, like the butt hinges or anything like that. It'll just be like these two little cups in each shelf. You know what I mean? But what I want to do is a little bit weirder than that. And basically, because in order to do that, so I decided, originally I was going to just do that to cover up this shelf in here. But, oh nice, Nan, I'm glad. But, now I've decided that I want the doors to cover the tool chest with all the drawers. Because right now with the table, I never put anything away because it's really annoying to get to for like a little quick thing. Like if I'm just using my hammer or just using like pliers or drill or whatever, it's really annoying because I have to like pull this out, you know? So of course I'm not putting my like regular, like the tools that you use all the time away. So I want to fix that, and I want the drawers to be behind the doors, you know? But, hi Arky. Do I do a sketch of it? Maybe. Not usually. I usually just figure it out as I go along. So the problem with that, the problem is if I do the doors in front of the, this guy, then because of these hinges, these have to, I need a shelf, right? I need a shelf for this little thing. But if I have a shelf, then I can't roll the toolbox into the thing. So I was thinking about a couple different options, but what I landed on, which originally I like dismissed because it's the dumbest of them, but I think it actually is the best, is I'm actually just gonna cut out like a space on the shelf that fits this guy so that I can put the shelf in and it'll give me that like front bracket, you know what I mean? It'll look like a shelf in the front. I'll be able to put these things into it. And then, and the other thing is it'll prevent basically the legs from like slowly separating out, which is what they're doing here, because they're actually supposed to have like a shelf under the table, which I removed. Like these two shelves are the ones that are supposed to go under the table and they're not there. So these have been actually like separating slowly. So, yes, right? This is an episode of DIY. So, yeah. Please don't judge me for how dirty it is under my shelves. It's under my shelves. Who the hell goes under their shelf, right? I'm afraid to like lift this because there's probably like mouse droppings or something. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You don't want that to happen. So I think the first thing I gotta do. So the other problem is with this guy, even though there's like space on either side, two of the wheels don't like swivel. So you have to like park it. You have to kind of like parallel park it when you put it in there. Whatever. It doesn't really matter because it's not going in and out often, really. Yeah, well, it's just pine. It's cheap. A lot of IKEA stuff is like made with just like pine. Yeah, this is gonna be very silly, but whatever. I think it'll be fine. And I'll probably end up having to put like just a couple, like a little thing to support the back a little bit. Dog hair. Let's vacuum that. I mean, I feel like, I don't know that that's true, dude. Like, I've always found IKEA to be accurate when it says what is solid wood and what's just MDF, particle board as they call it, or composite. I also got most of these just like secondhand and stuff, but it is a pretty sweet shelf. They also have like a thinner one, but no, who is that? All right, which side is prettier? This side is prettier. I don't know why I'm here. Whoops, sorry guys. Who is that? Hi God. Doing a DIY thing. Okay. Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, that's crazy. The steelbook was great. I posted a little something about it that got no views. I don't know if I posted it at the wrong time, if the algo purposely didn't want it seen, you know, because of what I mentioned in it, or if no one's really interested in it. We are doing, I have red cedar. I have some red cedar. I'm doing a weird thing. What? I'm gonna try to hollow this out in a way. I'm gonna try to cut this. I'm gonna cut like a giant U shape in this, so that I can fit this around my toolbox. I just realized I don't have to drive. Yeah, I'm gonna put this in after I drive this in, so it can actually be as wide as I need it to be. Let's measure. Okay. Doing labor. Let's hope that I don't get in trouble with my neighbors today. $26.50. 26.5. This is 31.5. What's 31 minus 26? 5. So 2.5 inches in. Okay. And then I'll be cutting it close. So let's do, whoops, 2 1/4. Come straight and doesn't work. Oh, yeah. Well, but metal requires, it's like, yeah, like, I know, right? Who knows if this is even accurate? Well, I lost a nail. I don't, you know, weld. So, and I live in an apartment building. I can't really weld. I looked into it once upon a time. Like, how easy would it be to, like, pull off welding? Two and a half. 2 1/4. Let's mark 2 1/4 in. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. I can't believe we use fucking inches in this country, dude. That's true. That's true, God. Two and a quarter. Now I'm wondering if I should do 2 1/4 or 2 3/8. How close do we want to cut it? Should we do 2 3/8? Should we start at 2 3/8? No. Because, no. That would be stupid because I gotta figure out the corner. Yeah, never mind. So the other issue is gonna be, it's actually gonna have to be less than 2 1/4 up here. Inches. This is going to be about 19 3/4. 1 inch, basically. 1.5 inches. Start with 1.5 inches. 1 3/8. No, 1.5 inches. Where's that fucking tape measure? I can't read a tape measure. You're right. Yeah, okay. I'm also thinking, because it's not as simple as like, oh, you can always cut it again later, because it gets like a lot harder, especially because I'm doing kind of like a weird set of angles here. It's like, what? It gets harder because I'm also like debating if I'm gonna do it with my jigsaw. I fucking hate the jigsaw. It's like, I think it's like Black & Decker. It's fucking garbage, to tell you the truth. I should get a better straight edge, but hey, straight edge. Good enough. Now, we said what, 1.5 inches? 1.5 inches. I know, right? We have ADHD. We can do anything, literally. Quite literally. Let's see. The only issue is that it's like, it is kind of getting late and I have neighbors. And so this is the problem. Like the inspiration always hits me. Not inspiration. I've been knowing I wanted to do this for a while, but the energy to do it always hits me kind of late. Wait, did I do 1.5 inches or 1.25 inches? What did I say? 1.5 inches, 1.25 inches. I said 1.25 inches, didn't I? No, I said inch and a half. What in the world is that rug thing? God. My joke, you've missed it. There's been this crazy fucking thing going on on TikTok. One of my posts recently did pretty well with it, which was good. It just goes to show that the algoritm's been not liking my newsy stuff. There's this woman who found like a rug buried in her backyard, like over 2 feet deep or something. 1 and 8 little black mice. I said 1 and a half. That was 18 inches. This is almost 20. So if I do 1.5 inches back, that's cutting it real close. It's fine. We'll start with that. So yeah, there's this woman who was like, oh my god, my house is haunted. I wonder if it has anything to do, because she woke up one day and like her computer was shattered, stuff on her desk was all moved around. She's like, I think I'm haunted. And then just casually drops, I wonder if it has anything to do with this rug, this rolled up carpet we found while digging a post for our fence. And people were like, excuse me? You know, go back to the rug thing. And so she showed the rug, and it's like over 2.5 feet. Basically it looked really suspicious, and people were like, girl, you gotta dig that out. You gotta call the cops. There's a body in there. And it became this whole hullabaloo. It was like over the course of 4 days, where she was like making a bunch of jokes about it. People were like, no, girl, like you really gotta call the cops. She called the cops. The cops showed up. They were like, nah, whatever. So she just kept being like, yeah, you see, like even the cops say it's like nothing. And then people were like, we will show up and dig. Like we will provide the equipment, So she was like, okay, fine, you guys can come show up and dig. Then she gets a call from homicide, from like the detectives, and they're like, we want to come by with cadaver dogs today. And she's like, all right, bet. And she's still like, this is kind of crazy, you know, what the fuck. And so she live streams when the cops come by with the cadaver dogs, and 120,000 people are watching as the 2 dogs like alert right over the hole, you know, alert for signs of human decomp. And so she freaks out, everyone freaks out. Everyone's like, holy shit, okay, there actually might be like a body in there. So that was yesterday, and everyone's all of a sudden freaking out and like, oh my god, this isn't like a joke anymore. And yeah, they're in the end. So this morning, basically they cordoned off her house as a crime scene, and they were gonna basically dig this morning. And this morning, they dug for several hours, and there was no body, nothing. They pulled up the rug, nothing. So now so it's gone back to, okay, now we can joke about it again. There's no actual like dead body in there. So I made a joke because everyone, like the whole thing became like, what's in the rug? That was the like thing, what's in the rug? And so I made a joke, my video of me rolling myself up in a carpet in my rug. The joke is, the text up at the top says me like hoping to get discovered. It was a stupid joke, okay? I just thought it was funny. Yeah, I was very invested in it too. Which movie, Traven? I feel like there's a lot of them, right? And she was haunted? No, I don't know which one you're talking about. All right. So, basically, I don't know how well you can see, but I want to cut this, and then this, and then this. And I fucking hate my jigsaw. I would much rather do it with hand saws. The problem is, obviously, I can't do this bit with the hand saws. And I'm trying to debate. I was originally gonna use my like hole cutters to get like the rounded sort of corners, but I just realized I'm cutting it a little bit close with the depth of this, and those corners are pretty sharp. They're not very rounded, so I don't think I can go in all that far with a hole cutter. But maybe to start, you know. Hand saw would take forever. Yeah, but it would also be quieter. Also, Japanese hand saws don't take all that long. They're pretty fucking awesome. And this is just shitty pine, to be fair. As you can see, this is why it's actually really fucking annoying. But because we're going to be doing proper stuff here. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know if you can see me over here. Yeah. I love them. Love them. Most of my saws are the Japanese hand saw ones. Though they might be dull now. This is my shitty fucking... that guy. I don't even know where my blades are for it. That's weird. Sorry, I can't see what everyone's saying. Where the fuck are these blades? They should be in here. No. There they are. Okay, there's that. Now the hole cutter. The hole cutter also sucks, to tell you the truth. It's a shitty one I got from Amazon. It gets dull really quickly. Oh, and actually, you know what? I think it kind of got stuck. I know, I know. 100 feet. Frankie Chen. I haven't seen that, I don't think. By the way, if anyone wants to hop up to chat on audio while I'm doing this, so I don't have to like look up all that much for comments, feel free. I feel like this is the smallest one, but this might be like literally like so fucking dull now, to tell you the truth. I have a feeling it is. I forget. You can't see me. Achilles. We'll try this out. I'm pretty sure it's super dull. Whatever. Okay. We are solving a problem that doesn't really need to be solved. Trying to figure out where the best place I should really. No, don't tell me you're out of batteries. You were working just like 2 weeks ago. Ugh. Fuck it. Never mind. I'm too lazy to find the battery for this right now. I know what to do. May have actually done this one wrong. Yeah. Give or take.
Why is it this? Why is it this? I don't like this.
Chill. Oh my God. Why is it this? Why is it this? Settings. How do I do this? God, every once in a while it just decides to fuck with it, you know? Setting. Yes, setting. Panel. Switch. No. There we go. How's that?
Okay, cool. I got tea for you.
Switch. Tea.
I've got date tea.
I got tea for you.
Switch. Tea.
I've got date tea. Jesus. I got tea for you.
Christ.
Hold on. It's like echoing. Yeah. I don't think it's not echoing on my end, is it? Am I part of the problem? I might be.
Test.
Test. I might be.
Test.
Oh yeah, you're echoing bad. So am I.
Test. Do you want to try hopping off and then back on? Oh, no echo? Oh, really? We both are? Yeah. I don't want to, hopefully it's on straight edges end and not mine, so I don't have to like restart the fucking live. This feels not the right place to me. that's not the right place. I was too cautious. Needs to be closer. Mm-hmm.
Test.
No echo on my end.
No echo on my end.
Okay. Anyone else? Echo on your guys' end?
Okay, I think I'm clear. I don't know what that was.
Sometimes.
Sorry, I'm opening the window in my hotel. Apologies. Thank you, Victoria. You are my hero. Okay, I got hot tea.
Hot tea. Hot tea.
I'm in love.
You're in Wow, that is hot tea.
Do you want to know? She did. I feel like this is something you would do, Brenna. She did the greatest thing ever. So I'm in town for a work thing. I'm out of town for a work thing, and I accidentally texted one of my sales reps, "Hey, bring your pitch book and business cards." But I accidentally texted it to her, right? And she made on Canva a pitch book and business cards and sent it to me in like an hour.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. We love that.
Get that shit, Rosie. Hey, what are we making?
Yeah.
What are we making?
Dreams come true.
Jesus Christ. All right, Rosie the Riveter. What are we actually making?
I want doors on this.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Yeah.
But if we're complicating it more than we need to. The easy thing would be to put,
Hinges.
yeah, butt hinges here, whatever. However, the reason I didn't want to do, I decided a while back I wanted to do like a swivel hinges so that they could just be like in a little pocket. I could just put these little cups on inside the things and the doors would pop in on the shelves so they could move around with the shelves. Like if the doors, yeah. However, we're not doing that either. I have my tool cabinet here. And the table, the drop-down table is like my craft and like whatever work table thing, covers it because it's ugly. However, it's really annoying. So like if I need like my drill, you know how you need your drill for like dumb, small stuff every once in a while?
Yeah.
Because it's annoying to get into just like the basic, like even the top drawer, which is where all the basics are, I don't put it away because it's so annoying to get to and I can't like easily look into the drawer. So instead of just using the doors to cover up these shelves, what I want to do is use the doors to cover up this guy. But if I do that, I can't have the bottom shelf because this rolls in. So this I'm like cutting out this holes that would fit so that this would fit around this as the bottom shelf so that I can put the door.
You a goddamn fool.
Yeah, but I think if it works, I think it'll look better. And
I mean, your truth, that's great.
This is like lazy measuring, and we fucking nailed it. Nailed it with the hole cutter hitting the lines exactly where we wanted to. That's why being lazy always pays off. Always pays off. Every single time.
Every single time.
Okay, sorry. So you were saying you're in love.
That's it. She's great. I cleared the entire roster after that date.
Oh, that's good. She got the job.
Yeah.
Oh, so what does she actually do?
She's a labor and delivery nurse.
Oh no, oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I immediately think of Jenna Hamilton.
Yeah, she's really good.
That's awesome.
Yeah. She's really, and she's got her master's so she can teach being a nurse too. So she's like a smarty pants.
That's cool.
We like that.
I do like
But
that.
yeah, she's a fun girl.
Woman. She's a woman.
She's a fun woman.
Yeah. Or you can say gal. But yeah,
She's a fun lady.
she's a fun lady. There you go. Nice. When are you gonna see her next?
Sunday. She's coming over. We're gonna grill and sit by the pool.
Grill. BBQ.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, grill and sit by my pool. Be a fun time.
You have a pool.
Yeah, big one.
That's water. Aren't you like in the center though of Austin? Or no?
I'm in Houston.
Oh, sorry, Houston. Yeah.
I drove 2 hours to have dinner with Philippe.
You were there anyway.
I know. I'm just fucking with you. Yeah, no, I'm in Houston.
Nice.
Well, not right now. I'm not, but yeah.
Right. Where are you now?
Dallas for a wedding.
Oh, that's fun.
I had work thing tonight, and then I have a wedding tomorrow.
Okay. Nice.
And it's fucking black tie.
But don't you like love suits? So
I like dressing up, but dude, black tie weddings, I always go there, and I always have to like try and calculate how much money they're spending on this.
have to. I don't know.
I mean, it's a tick.
Yeah. I do always want.
You never told us how that wedding went with you.
It went well. It was fun. I ran into a friend I hadn't seen in fucking years.
Yeah.
Which was great. I was expecting to run into a different friend, but I ran into him instead, and which was fine. Yeah, it was great stuff.
That's cool.
Yeah. It was like we had like kind of a heart to heart because like we had like a sort of falling out like years ago. It was like less him, more like this other like mutual friend of ours, but he benefited from what our mutual friend did to me, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that mutual friend is like since left the film industry, and so he was telling me about this guy. It's like, oh yeah, like he left, you know, well, because he had like a bad experience with these people, and then, you know, like this director and stuff, and he thought everyone was on the same page, and then, you know, like a year later, the same director was like, okay, let's do it again, and he was like, whatever, and he got to a point where he's like, everyone's an asshole, everyone wants to just get what they can out of you, and like not whatever, and Zach, the friend I was talking to, was like, and I was kind of like, well, you know, everyone's an asshole, but like, so are you.
Word, yeah.
You know? And he was kind of saying that to like, I think, sort of be like, I know he was a fucking dick to you. And so I said, like, you know, that was really, that I took that as like an invitation to be like, that was fucked up, you know? And it really, really did like inform my approach to a lot of things and people in the film industry afterwards. He was like, yeah, that was not cool, you know, and whatever. But
well, I mean, I always like it when people admit to stuff. And
yeah, it was good. I feel like this one.
girl, this is top level.
This one's not going to turn out as well.
This is making my ADHD start going manic.
Why? I'm modifying some shelves and installing some doors to try to like basically put my toolbox into my shelves in a way. Oops.
I don't think Riz is a fan.
Yeah, she's just like, those are annoying sounds. I don't know if I'm gonna benefit from this.
What, are you doing small drill bit, bigger drill bit, and then hole bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
No, I was just checking. I was asking.
Small is just precise. Bigger, because this one's bigger. It's just like.
No notes. Girl, I'm glad you're not my neighbor. I'm gonna tell you what, that Black & Decker is holding on for dear life.
Yeah, I'm letting it get too warm, unfortunately. Aha! Ooh!
Yeah, it's gonna be hot.
I know. I know. Still, it's like gonna be stuck in here. Let's see. I forget how to get this shit out of here. I guess we gotta wait till. Baby.
Riz wants to help.
Hi. Hi.
Sweetest girl.
Okay. Hi, baby. Oh, you want to come up here? Oh, how can I continue working when I have this beautiful little angel looking for cuddles? Hi.
You need to put a little note at the top that says, I'm making cabinets.
I know. Oh, hello, God. Oh, yeah, Steve? The camera.
Hello.
She's due for a haircut.
God,
You can
know
get
you're a handy dude.
You can get the cutout out of the hole saw by unscrewing the outer sleeve.
Oh.
You know how you change it out to put a bigger one on there? Just
Yeah.
unscrew the outer sleeve and then you can tap that little piece right out of there.
Okay.
I've seen people struggle with screwdrivers and everything else to remove those. Just let it cool off and unscrew it and voila. It came right
I'll
out.
tell you the truth, though, I'm genuinely not sure if this might be stuck on here because I feel like the last time I was using this, I was having trouble because it wasn't like I couldn't actually get the chuck off.
Oh.
We'll see. It's been years since I.
You need some channel lock pliers to grab it with. Unscrew it.
Yeah.
Some what?
What do you mean I'm a handy guy? Of course I am. I have
Channel
ADHD.
lock. I was fucking paying you a compliment. Channel lock pliers.
Yeah.
Wow.
Boilermaker's best friend.
What are channel lock pliers?
They're a type of pliers.
That have a channel lock on it.
They have many channels. That way they're adjustable in size for whatever you want to use them for.
Plumber's best friend.
They call it a Boilermaker's best friend in refineries. Because every Boilermaker has channel lock pliers in their pocket all the time.
This is...
For some reason, I also thought you were in Dallas and not Houston.
No, I'm from Dallas originally. So this is a homecoming for me right now. I'm in Dallas right now. Yep, those are channel
There you
locks.
go. Those are channel lock pliers. I knew you had tools.
Of course, I have tools.
You should be able to unscrew that with that.
Oh,
There you are.
Zinger.
Straight Edge is the player. He's a tool.
I'm not a fucking player.
I'm sorry. I just recently watched that movie Madagascar with the giraffe and the
Oh,
lion
that's
and
such a
stuff,
good movie.
and that little monkey guy's all like, "You're such a player." That's been stuck in my head ever since.
What are you? Never mind.
What?
Are you using those holes as like Dremel points?
No, I'm not gonna use my Dremel because that gets fucking sawdust everywhere, and I was gonna use it to get my jigsaw in to go.
Yeah.
My jigsaw's so fucking loud. That's like what I want to avoid.
I just feel like you'd be like, "That's New York for you, loud." Sorry.
Yeah,
It's still early there, isn't it? It's only like 7:40 here.
Almost 9.
my neighbor real quick and tell her.
Oh my god.
If I lived in Houston, I would go to the museum every day. Just saying.
I need to go more off the Space Museum or just in all the museums.
The Natural History, Science and History Museum.
Dallas has got some of the best museums ever.
They do got some really good ones.
The Bush is a really good one. The
lived in-
MoMA here is really good too.
I lived in McKinney for a while, so
Oh yeah. Rich boy.
not
So-
really.
I feel like this is the one. This is the line that really need this guy. So maybe I should do this first. God, I fucking hate the jigsaw. I hate it so mad. It never cuts straight.
The problem with it is you got to go so slow.
Jigsaws are really slow.
Yeah. Let's see what I
No,
got.
when I lived in McKinney, I was I don't know what you call it, a nanny, I guess, working for rich people.
Oh yeah, that tracks. That tracks. Anything. The thing I hate about McKinney, Plano, Allen, all those places up there is because they all say they're from Dallas.
Yeah, everybody does. Everybody up there says I'm from Dallas.
That drives me nuts. Because I lived in downtown for 8 years, and so anytime I meet somebody, I'd be like, "Where you from?" And they're like, "Oh, Dallas." I'm like, "Dallas or like Plano?"
Right.
And they're like, "Oh, Plano." I'm like, "Motherfucker, you're from Plano. Stop saying you're from Dallas."
Plano, that's where Dr. Pepper and Lay's potato chips are.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, is that why you're a Dr. Pepper boy?
Well, Dr. Pepper boy, because I'm a Texan. Full stop. They started in Waco.
Yeah.
Well, actually, they started in Dublin. To be clear, they started in Dublin, Texas, and then they switched to. That's unplugged, right, Brenna? That's unplugged.
Yes, bro.
I've seen too many fingers.
She's fine. She's got this. She's a pro.
It's not really about her. It's about my anxiety. I trust her. I don't trust me watching something.
I used to have a regular in here who basically rage quit because I fucking took him to task when he was like, when I posted about like, I was, replacing like a light fixture, and he told me to turn the electricity out, to lock out, tag out. And I didn't even like bother to tell him like, actually, I'm not gonna do lockout, tag out because it's me, myself, and I in this fucking apartment. I will turn off the electricity because I'm not a fucking idiot. But like, whatever. I didn't tell him. But then I just said like, LOL, like, yeah, dude, I know. And then he doubled down saying that sort of thing of like, oh, yeah. And then I was like, I had to respond. And I was like, bro, how many of your guy friends do you tell to turn off the electricity when they're doing something like swapping out a light fixture? And he's like, of course I would tell the guys. I was like, the problem is I don't fucking believe you. Like I trust that you believe that, but I don't believe you. And part of the issue is like because I work with people who like work with electricity all the fucking time, I've never heard anyone tell anyone else, hey, don't forget to turn off the electricity when you're dealing with electricity. But I get it all the time. Anytime I fucking just barely mention I'm doing something, men decide to tell me, hey, don't forget to turn off the electricity. I'm sorry, but I know everyone means well, but come the fuck on. I know you guys aren't saying it to guy friends as much as you are. So You know.
I say it because I would leave it plugged in and fucking cut my finger off.
Yeah. Well.
I rarely turn off power to work on it.
Really?
It's only 120 volts. You'll learn.
I don't think that's how that works. But anyway, so I kind of took him to task, and then he basically never showed up in my life again.
Oh, well, I'll show up again.
Okay.
I will warn people if they're working on 240 and above.
Yeah.
240 will hurt you.
I tell my best friends all the time because they're fucking dumb.
I didn't know that 120 wouldn't hurt you.
It'll hurt.
Well, it hurts a little bit, but it won't damage you.
It's not really voltage, it's amps.
Well, kind of, but that would go into a long story.
You're right. But
I'll be honest, I don't know that this is really securing in here correctly.
You pull back on the little black loop on top.
Yeah, no, that's what I've been doing. It's in there. It just doesn't feel like it's...
They're always kind of wiggly and sloppy. They don't hold those blades
which is why they don't ever go straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
And it's Black & Decker, so...
Yeah, amen. Yeah.
I'm not going to make fun of the Black & Decker. I normally would really rag on people for that, but
well,
it's okay.
I forget why. I don't know why I have the Black & Decker. I did like decent research, and it was like rated pretty well. Maybe it was just because it was cheap, but like I don't know. I also my drill. Everyone I know has like a Black & Decker drill because these are actually fucking awesome. This drill is great. I know everyone shits on Black & Decker, but like, I usually because I do plug-in. I don't really do battery. I don't really care about doing. I get like I like research each specific thing, and I don't stick to the same brand. So I have a few things that are like Black & Decker. I think I have a Black & Decker orbital sander as well.
Black & Decker is awesome for the the average small job or whatever. You just wouldn't want them on a construction job. They wouldn't hold up.
Got it. Alright, let me see. Get ourselves a straight edge.
What about it? Yeah, I never heard that joke before.
You what?
Never heard that joke before.
I made it earlier. Before you did.
Why did you use that as your name, Straight Edge Stove?
Because I'm straight edge.
He doesn't drink.
I don't drink and I don't do drugs. I'm straight edge.
I see.
And Stove is from Bridesmaid.
I'm guessing that's a movie.
It is a movie. This girl gets really, really drunk on the plane. And this guy named is Steve. My name's Steve. And this guy named is Steve. And she goes, what's your name? And he goes, Steve. And she goes, Stove. Stove. What kind of name is Stove? What do you want, appliance?
Anyway.
Yeah. And so that's where Stove comes from.
Okay.
So there's some meaning there a little bit. Unlike you, who has the fucking name of God.
It's easy to remember.
Fuck yeah, it's easy to remember.
Makes certain people leave me alone.
Dude, I'll bet
block
you
me immediately.
I'll bet you people who see God with the sickle, hammer and sickle lose their fucking minds.
A lot of them, yeah. And then I don't have to deal with those people at all.
Yeah, that's so funny. All right, I'm going to fucking bed, y'all.
What?
But it's so early.
I'm gonna go watch some TV and then I'm gonna tune out for a little bit.
It is so early.
Well, if you're,
what time do you wake up in the morning
to get on later? If you're gonna be on later,
what time do you wake up in the morning to always be going to bed so early? You must be one of those 4 o'clock people.
No, God, no. I wake up about 8 o'clock.
How many hours of sleep do you get then?
I go to bed at like 10:30, 11. I don't actually fall asleep until like 2 because my brain.
Like laying in bed awake for hours actually can worsen insomnia.
Yeah, I quit doing that years ago. It just makes it worse. If you're awake, you might as well be up and doing something.
Gee, thanks, y'all. I wish I could fix it.
But no, seriously, the tip is like if you're laying awake for 20 minutes, maybe it's 30, you're supposed to get up out of bed for a little while and then try again after another.
You know, I've thought about doing that recently.
Yep, go for a run or something. Unless you have bad knees and hips, then don't run.
Knees, but I was thinking about going and like just doing something, anything really. Working on my golf swing.
And practice your handstands. Sometimes I do that.
Oh, that would be a great idea. My neighbors downstairs would murder me.
I'm sure it'd be fine. They'll get over it.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'll be back. I'll be back. Oh, by the way, God, have you seen those freaking TikTok things about the Amber?
Why they were gonna kill me?
This is. Did you see that thing in Texas about the Amber Alert this morning, God?
No.
You should check it out. They're hilarious. Just go look it up.
I'll look that up. She's going to be noisy now.
I think it's actually so noisy that it's clipping the mic in a good way.
See, it's already fucking drifting.
Well, it's a jigsaw. You should be able to turn as you saw.
I'll catch you
Okay,
later.
Pizza Steve. I'm still going to call you Pizza Steve.
That's fine. Bye.
Bye. Have a good night.
This is wild. That's like not.
With the jigsaw, don't force it too hard or it will go crooked. You
Yeah.
got to kind of cut slow.
Yeah. I know.
Some of them have a little knob on them for like if you want to cut circles or whatever.
Yeah, no, I set it to be like straight. I think it's actually this guy. I think it's like my straight. I'm not sure why. It's like, because I measured it with the hole, but I just wasn't like precise. So I think I set it kind of off kilter.
I'm sure it doesn't have to be perfect. You're not making pianos.
I'm not making pianos. Is that?
Yeah, that's what carpenters say. It doesn't have to be perfect. We're not making pianos.
That's true. I am in fact not making pianos. Yeah, so this was off by like a good fucking quarter of an inch. I don't know how that happened, but here we are.
Within a quarter inch. That's framing measurements there.
Maybe eighth inch. Yikes. Yeah, that's like way off. What the fuck? Oh, whatever. I don't know how that happened actually, so. Oops. It's already gotten so fucking dull. Last stretch, come on. Before the neighbors knock. Okay, cool. The rest I can do with a handsaw.
Good work. Go team.
Woo!
These other people in the comment section, be careful, be safe. It's not a chainsaw.
It's a jigsaw, guys. It's
Just a jigsaw.
Ay, ay, ay. We got it. We got it. Oh, boy. Okay, cool. Let's grab the handsaws now. Where are my handsaws? Oh, oops. All right, so kind of forget. I think this is I think this side's good for crosscut. Do you know which one of the Japanese handsaws do you have?
I have two of them, one for crosscut and one for with the grain.
Yeah.
The one for with the grain they'll have bigger teeth.
Yeah, I think this
Crosscut has the smaller teeth.
This is rip cut side. The bottom
that's
is
rip
cut,
cut.
and I think this is cross cut.
Yeah, the smaller teeth are crosscut.
Yeah. See, we know what we're doing.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how. I can't remember the last time I changed the blade on this, so. Maddie will lose their subscription benefits soon.
You can sharpen those, but it is a pain in the butt.
Yeah, not really.
And
yeah.
takes forever.
I don't think you're like.
Had to have one of those.
Anyway, I mean they stay sharpened longer, but yeah, these I swap them out. I swap out the blade when it's.
Yeah, that's way easier to do.
Yeah.
Sharpening them takes forever because they have so many teeth, and you gotta get those micro files.
I don't know how to keep this straight. So, let me get my broom. I'm trying to.
Your vacuum cleaner.
What's that?
You may need a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah. Although I did kill one vacuum cleaner by using it on all my sawdust. So I don't know. I want to do the same thing.
I recently just bought a cordless shop vac. I highly recommend them. So handy.
Oh, yeah? Oh. broom is not where it usually is. No, wait, yes it is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I was considering for a while getting like a shop vac, but more just to run it for like constant dust collection, you know?
Well, I've seen people do that, but I don't think they last very long like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
With the cyclone?
I don't know about the Cyclone, but like those big shop vacs, like, you know, like people use in carpenter buildings and all that stuff.
Yeah.
You just run them for dust collection all the time. They only last a couple of weeks. The brushes wear out.
Really?
Yep. And they're kind of pricey to be wearing out that quick.
Yeah. Well, I was looking into it because, you know, I mean, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing, but just like a dust collector sort of setup. And I ended up deciding against it because it's like it's really loud to run. And at one point I was looking at solutions of like keeping them in a, hi Kayla, water check. Keeping them in, there's some solutions, you know, people use for like kind of making them a little quieter and stuff, but ultimately I was like, oh, that's not it. Yeah.
You mean like regular household dust you're trying to capture?
What's that?
You trying to capture like regular household dust?
No, like sawdust, because I used to use a lot more way back when, and it was just getting on all my clothes. Now I avoid it. The big reason I don't do as much woodworking, I mean, also because I have ADHD and I get bored and I move on to other hobbies, but a big reason I don't always really pull it out and do it is because of all the dust, the sawdust, it just gets fucking everywhere.
Yeah. It's the worst when it gets in your shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you, Non.
Mm-hmm. Great. We're already not straight. Whoops. Wavy, but it's fine. All right. So that's. Now I'm wondering if I should just cut the corner out too. I'll just. Eh,
Yeah, maybe don't overcomplicate it.
I'm a little disappointed. God, it's like so much nicer. It's a so much better cut, like the handsaw, of course, than the jigsaw. Fucking jigsaw. Always the worst. Always the worst.
Always.
All right. Now. Okay.
Well, you won't need to go to the gym. You'll have your exercise in for today.
He's just trying to fucking speed up and getting sloppy.
Well,
Ta-da!
ta-da!
All right. All right. Oh, yeah. This is janky, but you know what? It's fine. Oh, yeah.
It should work just fine.
Yeah. Fuck the jigsaw. All right, let's see. Does this fit around? It does. All right. Should we try bringing that dude over around now? I mean, I'm just gonna have to find a place for all these things. I guess I'll be switching the shelf over soon anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna empty these out. This fucking sawdust is slippery. I always forget. Yay. All right. ay, ay. What is happening? People are making friends in the comments. That's good.
Yeah, it's awesome. People are always making friends in the comment section.
Love it. I love it. No, fuck. Ugh, fucking hell. Right here. How do you feel about that? Oh, boy. Oh my god, I am sweating. Oops, sorry.
Ah!
Oh boy.
This is another one of those times. This has happened a couple of times where you're working and I'm finally not working. Normally it's the other way around.
I mean, I will say this. I am flattered and delighted that you're calling this working. So, you know, thank you. I'll take it.
Well, that's what it is. Getting stuff done. That's working.
Hell yeah.
Well, I normally call work play, though, so.
Yeah.
If you change its name, it changes everything about it. If you call it work, it's not fun. If you call it play, it can be enjoyable.
Oh, see, I'm kind of the opposite. For me, if you call it play, I feel guilty. And I can't enjoy it. But if you call it work, all of a sudden I'm like, hell yeah, I'm being productive. And I feel great about it. All right. Come on.
Yeah, I'm always like, I'm going to go play with a tractor, or I'm going to play with a welding machine, or I don't ever call it work because that's not fun.
I guess I could see that. Yeah, like if I had to like mow the lawn or something, I'd be like, I'm gonna go play with the mower. I guess
Yeah, I'm going to play with a lawnmower.
Yeah. So one thing I didn't think about is I have this here. This is a seamless thing. Backed up might be too wide. I might have to bring that out here. Oh, yeah. All right, how badly do I really have to clean back here? Not really, right?
Nah, it's not that bad.
Yeah, right? I can just... I mean, mainly, with the dirtiest part of my, mainly it's just, my floor is trash, so it looks dirty no matter what the fuck I do. Because it's just, painted plywood.
Oh, I thought it was concrete.
No! It's concrete in the living room area. You know, up where the window is and stuff. That's concrete. This is just plywood, painted plywood.
Oh, wow.
It's fucking garbage. Let me tell you. Where is my fucking... Oh, boy. Ay. got stuck in a fucking glue trap I put down a year ago.
Oh, no, I hate those things. Or strongly dislike those glue traps. I always wind up getting them stuck to me at some point.
Oh god. What the fuck is my all-purpose cleaner? I could have sworn we were using it the other day. Thankfully, sprayed something with it. Sorry, I know I'm not there.
No, it's fine. I was talking to Robin earlier, and she was doing some cleaning. She's never heard of 409 cleaner.
Oh, really? I used to have 409.
How does somebody not know what 409 is?
I mean, I'm sure I didn't know what 409 was until I got it. I don't know if it was like. I know some people swear by it. I stopped.
Oh yeah, it's good stuff.
I can't find my all-purpose cleaner. I don't know where it is, but bleach will have to do. Just to get a little white.
Hello Kitty doesn't know 409 either. It's like some of the best cleaning stuff ever. It's got bleach.
Does it, though?
Yeah. Oh. It cleans and disinfects.
I didn't know I had bleach in it, to tell you the truth. I thought it was just, oh my god, my fingers are so sticky. This is a nightmare.
Yeah, don't mix 409 with any kind of window cleaner with ammonia.
Oh boy. Hold on, I gotta get fucking Vaseline on my hands to get the glue trap off. This is a trick, by the way. Vaseline will break down.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Vaseline will. If not, oil will. But I think most people know that. Yeah.
I didn't know that either. Whenever I get in an accident and get into glue traps, I usually rub sand on it from the yard.
Oh, nice.
That makes it not sticky anymore anyway.
Yeah, but then you gotta deal with sand sticking to you. Don't you?
It comes off pretty easy. If you rub the sand on first and then use like dish soap and water, it all comes off.
Alright, well, if you just, I don't know why my hands are getting all red. I think it's Raynaud's or whatever. But yeah, if you use like oil, like vegetable oil or Vaseline on it, it'll also get it off. It breaks it down.
I don't have a favorite anything. I'm incapable of picking a favorite something. Halo, you shouldn't even be able to hear the crickets. I'm inside now.
Yeah, I don't hear crickets.
I did order some of those noise cancellation headphones with microphone. It's supposed to cut back on the background noise.
See, I love the crickets, to tell you the truth. I always find them very relaxing.
Some people like them, but in other lives, whenever I'm on the in the box or whatever, some people complain about it. They're like, "We can't hear you for the crickets."
Yeah. I mean, I feel like there was like maybe one evening where some background noises were like really loud, but usually the crickets aren't that bad, in my opinion.
The crickets and the chickens, and sometimes the cows.
Oh, maybe it was the cows one day that were a little wild. Okay. So now we can now we can bring the whole, sorry, I know that you guys can't really see what I'm doing. Where is it? Mellow vibe. Can't see the forest for the trees. Who can't see the forest for the trees? What's going on? What's going on in the comments? So
Just people talking.
Are they behaving themselves, God?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Alright.
Well, Hello Kitty, sometimes I'll use the normal headset and microphone, and for other lives, I'll use the noise cancellation ones. Knowing me, I'll probably forget to charge the noise cancellation headphones and won't never be able to use them.
Yeah, that's my problem with my wireless headphones. I always forget to charge them. Oh, but as it turns out, they're like the microphone on them sucks anyway, so they're like not very useful for most uses unless I'm just listening. Okay.
Well, there's the crickets because if I stay inside, when the wife and family are here, all you hear is snoring in the background. And my poor dog snores very loudly also.
Oh, that's what it was. I think it was the dog snoring one night that got a little distracting.
No, that was the wife. She's really loud.
Okay. Ooh, do we think this is gonna work?
Yeah, I think it'll work just great.
Okay. So we've got this guy in. And now we want to use this guy. And I will say, I do want to actually open this up a little so it's actually really easy to pull off. Because sometimes these like pop in, you know? So that they're like nice and secure, but I don't want to do that easily. Sorry. Okay. Hi, Vince. Just an episode of DIY. Okay. I think that'll be good enough. Alright. Oh, I forgot about this. Tricky. Forgot about this. Basically, I can't do it. Damn. Bring it into here. Oh, that was a lot. The lock. There we go. Okay. Again, the wheel locks in the way. How's that? Read that. Okay. We got this.
I'm sure you do.
Yes. Yeah, it's just a little tricky because basically the best way to get these shelves in the first place is you got to get them in at an angle. But because this is in the way now, you can't really do it. Oh boy. Is this the one I wanted? Okay. Woo! Look at that.
It fits perfect.
It fits perfect.
Perfect. Good job. Good job.
Thank
Oh,
you.
that looks nice. That came out good.
Yeah, right? Wow. Oh my God. Look at that.
Looks nice. Looks nice.
And it actually feels a lot more solid than I expected. So, oh my God, totally.
And it really didn't take that long to do either.
I'm surprised. Although I've just realized I did mean to take something out. Did I? Okay. Ooh, that already looks better than it did before.
Oh, yeah, it looks like it was custom made for it. But it was custom made for it.
It was, yeah. Oh boy. Okay. So the other thing, now I'm wondering, because I do have these like foam things that I was storing behind this. So now I kind of wonder if I should stuff these back there now. Actually, you know what? I could slide them back through here if necessary. I'll figure it out.
What is it? Those foam floor tiles?
Yeah. I use them for crochet. All right. I can just shove them back up. Okay, so let's put this shelf in. Goes behind the table. And then I do need one other shelf. I basically need to replace the shelf that I just cut out, but I'm gonna pin one of these up here. And I'll just rearrange some of the stuff on my shelves for it. Oh, you know what? It's exactly back here. Oops. Okay.
I'm going to fold some clothes while you do all that.
Oh, great. Good. Well, you know, one thing I didn't think of, I keep my like recycling under here. Now I have to find a new spot for it. That's okay. That's okay. I'll be able to hide more stuff under here, and then I can put the recycling maybe over there. That'll be fine.
Yeah, the joys of living in a small space.
Right.
Where am I going to hide this stuff?
Exactly. But also, you know what's annoying too? It's so counterintuitive. Like with ADHD, like our brains work best when we can see stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like stuff that's out of sight, out of mind, but like fully. But also like in my experience, you know, if I can see everything, it feels cluttered, and it stresses me out. So it's like weird. It's like this kind of weird game you gotta play where you're striking a balance between being able to see everything so you remember it exists and not being able to see everything so it doesn't feel like super cluttered and stressful.
I used to worry about what people would think if they came over to my house and everything's all out and open.
Yeah.
But I'm over it. I don't care anymore.
See, I do care a little bit. Especially, but now that like I live stream and like invite a lot more people into my home more regularly, Like now I care. I mean, I don't know. I've gotten more comfortable with showing you guys the mess, but also overall want it to be less messy, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, let's
Around my house is endless started and never finished projects.
Yeah. Well, that's what this like whole set of shelves is basically. It's my hobby grade. Well, it's 90% of my hobby grade. Oh. I gotta get these guys. Oh boy. Which one is it? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the only like annoying thing, well, not only, but one annoying thing I will say about this setup is that this table is actually supposed to be set at a lower height, just like it's designed to be at a lower height. But because, basically, like, because this thing can't fit under that.
Right. So you had to make room.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, although, no, it won't go over. And, you know, I could lower the table, but part of it for me is like, I like that the shelf is like the same height all the way across, you know?
Yeah, if it wasn't like nice and straight, it would be like, it would stand out and be annoying.
And it's such a minor thing, but
Oh, that table has hinges. It folds down, huh?
yeah.
That's neat.
Yeah, isn't it? So, yeah, part of the reason, well, like a whole big part of the thing is like, I wanted to cover up these drawers. So I was like, oh, cool. If I get the table, it'll be like a work table. So anytime I need to get, I can pull. But there we go. Now, you know what might be cool too when I get like into it, because I have some drawer slides. I had like stuff hanging on the sides of this, so I had all my saws like hanging off the side. But I could use a drawer slide, attach it here so that I could just pull it out and have it be like a whole rack of things that are hanging.
Oh, yeah. That's a good idea.
That'd be fun. That might be a nice project.
That'd be a pretty easy build and handy, too.
Yeah. Yeah. But for now, pop these saws in. there. I'm trying to think how I want to organize stuff now.
Well, that's the biggest problem. Is the biggest job is coming up with a plan.
Yeah, right. I guess I'll just.
Riz is checking your work.
Because I also want to like tidy up these shelves, you know what I mean? I want it so that, oh, but a lot of this stuff actually now, yeah, a lot of this stuff is like on the shelf all messy, goes in here. Hi. Hi.
Yeah, now you can access your toolbox easier, so.
Now I can put stuff away. Oh my God, this is gonna be amazing. This goes here. Oh, this is such a mess because I can never see into it while I was putting stuff away. It used to be so well organized.
Organization is not really my thing. I'm not good at it.
Okay. Ugh. Oh, yeah. Where's my other square? I used to have, there's another one floating around somewhere. Huh. I don't know where I want to put all these things yet. Wire cutter, wire stripper. Hi, Andrew. Oh, sorry. Oh boy. Okay. Now we can get to a more classic, just organizing live. More chill. So I don't think I'm gonna build the doors today, because I think that's gonna be too loud. It's a little too late now. Although,
Yeah, Robin was on earlier doing laundry, and I'm like, yes, I should do laundry.
Yes. I love lives like that.
If she hadn't been doing laundry though, I wouldn't have thought about it at all. It wouldn't have gotten done today.
Yeah, to be honest, I gotta do laundry too. Thank you for the reminder. Do you have a machine at your place and stuff?
Yeah. But mostly, I have a washing machine and a dryer, but mostly I prefer hanging the clothes in the sun to dry.
Yeah, that's how we do it in Spain. I mean, we had a dryer, but in Spain and a lot of Europe, because like you got so much sun, it's like. Also, it like naturally bleaches whites and stuff to leave them in the sun. So.
Yeah. It saves a lot on the power bill, or
Yeah.
on the batteries in my case, or.
Yeah.
Just. And it don't take long to hang up clothes. Not really. Oh, it's stuck again. And now it's going again. You were frozen there for a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah, I mostly just use the dryer in the wintertime whenever it's raining and too cold for clothes to dry good.
Yeah. I know I've definitely seen like posts online every once in a while where like Americans, usually like MAGA, are like, in Europe they don't even have clothes like dryers and stuff, or, like to use evidence of it being a backwards country or a continent or whatever. And it's like, it's not because they don't have the technology. It's because it's like literally just so much fucking better.
Yeah, it is better, and it's cheaper. It's better. It makes your clothes last longer.
It's like why insist on having machines to do things that nature will do for you?
Right. And people around here say that same sort of stuff, but down this road that I live on, there wasn't any electricity till the early 1970s.
Thank you, Miles. There wasn't until the early 1970s?
No electricity down in this part of the world till the early 1970s. So, like my grandpa and my mom and dad and them, they lived in this area with no power.
Yeah.
But they're the same people that say, why don't you just use your dryer? That's so, I'm like, what?
Yeah. But back in my day, we didn't have TV.
Yeah.
Back in my day, we knew how to live off the land. Why don't you use your dryer?
Why don't you just use your dryer? Yeah, they try to play it both ways. People these days are so lazy, and then whenever they're talking to me, whenever I'm saying, well, I'm hanging up clothes right now, I want you to just use a dryer. I'm washing dishes. Why don't you just put them in a dishwasher?
But if you use a dryer, too, like, what's wild about that is, like, the clothes, in my experience at least, the clothes come out way more wrinkled, too. So then you got to iron them.
Yeah, if you don't fold them and put them away right away, they are more wrinkled.
Yeah. Which is funny. All right, so I have all this hardware too. I might make the doors. Hi, Ender, I'm good. We're doing some DIY. I have like a magnet catch, so we might do the doors here. Oh yeah, that'll fit perfectly. So that the doors like latch magnetically.
Yeah.
Not latch, but you know what I mean. Like, hey. Put this over here.
We were so poor when I was a kid. We washed the clothes in the creek most of the time anyway.
Oh wow. That's kind of cool.
Well, sometimes it is, and some.
Like laundry board thingies.
Yeah, a washboard.
A washboard. Washboard. Washboard.
Yep, a washboard and some old tubs.
And yeah. What the frick is going on with you, Ender?
But now when there's a hurricane or something, or the weather gets bad and everybody's power gets out, everybody in the neighborhood wants to come to my house and wash their clothes and take showers. It wasn't that long ago till everybody was bathing right here in the creek, washing their clothes in the creek. I mean, come on, y'all. We're not that far removed.
Yeah.
And they panic. Oh, we can't get to town, or I'm gonna run out of something. Like, really?
Oh man. Did you see? I kind of laughed when the strike ended like a day and a half later. I was like, well,
yeah, there was that.
well.
Yeah, these people that are calling me, go out and get your stuff and make sure you buy plenty of gas and fill up your gas cans. And I'm like, why? You know, it don't make sense. These are the same people that, like I said, they're older people that when I was a kid, they didn't have electricity in this part of the world. Now they're scared to death they're going to be without it for a day or something.
Yeah.
It's kind of strange. I guess they've gotten used to it. Don't want to do without it now.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I like when Hurricane Sandy came through, I was without power for several days. That sucked. It sucked. In large part because now we're so reliant on our phones and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you couldn't do anything else. The problem was that you just couldn't do anything else. You know, we also didn't have, because all the power was out, we also didn't have like, well, maybe that's not true. I guess we didn't have a landline. But yeah, so it was like we couldn't call people really. But I feel like, yeah, the cell phone towers were down. So we couldn't even, our phones were constantly, like the batteries would run out even quicker because our phones were like looking for a cell phone tower constantly, and they couldn't get it. So you could also barely get like information. So it was such a hassle.
I can't remember what hurricane it was. I think it was Ike that come here to Texas, and the mother-in-law was staying with us for a couple of weeks, and the creeks come over the road, of course, and she couldn't get out. She's all like, we're going to starve to death. I'm like, there's 20-something head of cows out there, Jeannie. We're not going to starve to death.
That's funny.
And, of course, we had power because we're on solar and all. Nobody else had power. I'm like, you're better off here than what you would be anywhere else in the world.
There you go. I mean, I love that.
She's all like, but we can't get to town. I'm going to run out of Dr. Pepper.
Maybe you're sick because you got through the past. You know how some people get sick after exams and stuff because they're all done with the hard stuff, the stress.
Yeah.
I just lost 2 of these little cup things, ironically. Shit.
Yeah, I only do that. I started doing the internet due to like doctor's orders. When my hips started messing up and stuff, they're like, you got to stop moving around in order for it to heal. So I'm like, what am I supposed to do? And they're like, watch TV or play on the internet or something. I'm like, that's not what I do.
What are you supposed to do? I guess that's, a kind of good problem to have, right? As opposed to the people who can't get off the internet.
Well, I've definitely enjoyed it now that I've tried it out. I could, it would be not very fun without it.
Yeah.
But now I'm on the internet probably too much. Like even when I'm working, I got somebody playing or something playing in my earbud all day long.
Yeah. Hi, Robin. You're fearing that you just have diabetes. Oh wow, that's a big thing to maybe have.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
I hope not, Ender. It's tough to deal with.
Yes, it is. What's up, Robin? I'm finally folding the laundry, Robin. It's all washed.
Washed.
But now I've got to put it away.
Hey. This. Ugh.
I thought you already had a new car, Robin, or was it not like yours yet? You've got to fold the laundry. You're not done until it's put away. Don't quit on us now. You've got this.
You got this, Robin. Come on, we're body doubling. I'm
Okay.
organizing.
Well, I'm glad they got your car fixed, finally.
Yeah, that's good. Oh my God, you got this. Ugh. All right. Oh boy. Fixed. I gotta reorganize a lot of this. A lot of this. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Ender. We just did a whole build thingy. Woodworking in here. I guess I could put my clamps on this end. For now, I'll just stuff this in here. Oh, hi. do I really want to organize? It's like I'm stuck between like I want to organize a bunch of this stuff that's like stressing me out for it to not be organized, but I also. Oh, this is not. Oops. Ay. This thing out.
If I ever get rich, I'm gonna pay somebody else to do the laundry.
I used to do that back when I made a lot more money and I didn't give that much of a shit about. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I made a lot more money and I was like still saving. And it was like my one kind of splurge. I got pick up, drop off laundry service. So it wasn't. So it's something because like it's actually really typical in New York. It's not like that fancy to like drop your laundry off at a laundromat and get and have it be done for you. Because a lot of people, most people, I would say, don't have laundry in the building.
Oh yeah.
You can either, go to a laundromat and do it yourself, which a lot of people do, or a lot of people also just like drop it off and pick it back up. And what I started doing, like my one splurge for 2 years back there, was pick up, drop off. So they would actually show up at my house, at my apartment, pick up the lawn. I would just hand over the bags. They would take it, they would wash it, dry it, fold it, and then they would bring it back.
Yeah, that's what I need.
Yeah. It was well worth it, let me tell you.
I think what I dislike about the laundry the most is touching all the laundry. It feels weird.
Really? That's interesting.
It's like almost as bad as dust. Like the sand dust on my fingers.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. What is that? What is that alarm? I forgot. I actually have the shelf that I can replace. Hi, baby. Hi. You excited that everything's going back to normal? Oh, boy. Oh, shit. Sorry. I keep doing that. Oh, boy. Okay. Just a day for getting stuff done. Yeah, it's fucking Friday. Yeah, it's a good, it's like we're hunkering down into fall. Oh, this is where I left a bunch of stuff. I totally forgot. For now. So I totally forgot I was gonna, where is my, there it is. I need my, something. Yeah, fall cleaning versus, I never understood spring cleaning. I've never been a spring cleaning. I mean, I'll try to force myself to do a spring cleaning. I guess, no, that's not true. Sometimes I'll do a spring cleaning. But I feel like I'm much more naturally a fall cleaner. You know what I mean? Like, because summertime, you're going to, like, be outside. You don't want to, like, be inside while it's, like, warming up and whatever. You're, like, trying to get out. You don't want to be cleaning stuff out and stuff. But, like, I will say I get rid of a lot of stuff in spring. But I feel like when it's like, okay, fall's coming, you got to start getting cozy, right? You're like preparing the nest that you're gonna be in for the next several months and stuff that you're gonna spend your whole winter inside of. And so to me, it just like makes a lot more sense that you're like, okay, let's do some jobs around the house, the apartment, as it were. Where the fuck is my stool? Oh, I think Fleet used it the other day. I don't even know what these fucking things. Oh, I know what it is. Ugh. These shelves, man.
Sorry, I had a phone call.
What time is it where you're at, God?
9 o'clock.
What's that?
9 o'clock.
Oh, 9. What are we, 2 hours off or 3?
I'm unsure. I think 2.
3. Oh boy.
But for some reason, this is the time of day people want to call and say, hey, do you want to do this job?
Oh. Oh, yeah.
It'll be like from usually 8 or 9 to 10 or 11. People will be calling, hey, do you want to do this job?
That is interesting. I guess because everyone in America eats dinner at like, what, 6? 5?
Yeah, 5 or 6.
That's
Hey,
nuts.
Eleanor.
See, I, you know, in my mind, you eat dinner at fucking 8 or 9. 9 p.m. is like the perfect time for dinner. But I guess,
I normally eat dinner when I'm done with the day, when I'm done working for the day, which is usually 10 or 11.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Interesting. Huh. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna have to do an interesting fix on this. Okay, Riz, just a sec. Riz wants
Yeah, I believe I'm Central Time. Fairly certain of it.
Eight, 9. I gotta figure this out. Riz, just a sec. Just a sec, Riz. Oh boy. Where should I put my recycling? I would love for it to be out of view. I don't have under the sink. Okay, Riz. Chill. You know what? The perfect place to put it would be where the seamless is, but I don't know what to do with the seamless. The seamless is like the bane of my fucking existence. It's 12 feet tall, and you can't store it sideways. You gotta store it standing straight up.
What is a seamless?
Seamless is like, so in film and photography, you know how there's like, you'll see photos or stuff where it's like, people are in front of like a solid color, but
Yeah.
like a lot of times, you know, if you see their full body, it's you don't see like a seam. You don't see the floor where the floor meets the wall. It's just like solid.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So a seam, I mean, seamless, you don't always have to use it for that, but it's basically, it's like paper backdrop, but it has to be perfectly like smooth so that the lighting, because you can see any crease on it, right? Like perfectly. So you can't store it. It comes in these huge, some of it, I have some 9-foot seamless, which is very typical, but 12-foot, especially if you're gonna like be wider on the frame, is, I mean, it's pretty big, but you can't store it on its side, because if you store it on its side, the paper, basically you flatten.
Yeah,
Like,
it'll collapse in on itself.
Yeah, and so then when you unroll it, you'll see like these like dips and stuff. And so,
Yeah, I have some big C charts that are like that are 8 feet.
yeah.
They're stored in these tubes, and you have to keep them upright.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I really don't know why I still have them. Somebody gave them to me. I don't need them. I'm not going out on the ocean. I thought it'd be neat to hang them on a wall at some point, but they're so large. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah. But those are like painted backdrops?
Yeah.
What are they of? What's the image?
The seas, the ocean, all the trenches, and where all the islands are, just sea charts.
Oh, sea
where the currents goes and all that stuff.
Sorry, my brain like auto filled in a blank, and I totally thought.
Yeah, Illinois. I live pretty close to the Gulf of Mexico, about 80 miles away, maybe. And a lot of people I know works offshore, so they give me things.
They give me things. Oh, yeah. Okay, which side is prettier? That one or this one? I like this one. Okay, Riz, just a sec. Just a sec. We're so close-ish, sort of. Not really. Oh boy. Okay. Riz, you're gonna need to fucking chill.
I've never been to Florida. I've been to most of the states, but never Florida.
Never Florida. Ugh. I've only been to Miami and Florida, which is, I believe, very different from the rest of Florida. Ay. Okay, Riz, chill. I need you to chill for a second. Because this is proving annoying.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to Mexico, you'll pass right by me.
Fucking hell.
If the cruise you're going on is Carnival, and the captain is Chris Cavett, tell him I said what's up.
Damn it.
No, I wasn't nowhere near under that last hurricane. I'm way over in southeast Texas. And in a good spot, so hurricanes don't affect us much. I mean, the roads wash out, whatever, but we don't mind. Oh, Royal Caribbean. That's, I think, a better one.
Oh no. No, wait, this should be fine.
I could never go on a cruise. I worked offshore when I was young for a little bit. I didn't like it. Being stuck on a boat. for
Yeah,
weeks on end. No fun.
I get that. I feel like I'm not a cruise girl. This is the annoying part. Fucking hell.
Well, if you do get seasick, they have pills for that. I don't remember what they're called.
Oh my god, that's so annoying. Okay. Sorry.
I'm sure you'll have a fun time on a cruise if you like the ocean.
Oh, you don't like the ocean?
No, not so much.
Not so much. Ay. Is that because you don't like water, or?
I don't mind water. I just don't like the salty water. It makes my skin feel funny.
Oh.
When it gets on me, I need to go shower immediately
Yeah.
because it's sticky.
Yeah. I feel that. Okay, Riz, just a second. I'm coming. Oh no. Okay. So the only problem is this one, for some reason, whatever, I'm just gonna fucking let it be. Hopefully. Okay, Riz. Swear to fucking God.
Yeah, there are things in the ocean that can end you quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Oh my God.
Those fish out there can swallow you whole. Or just take a bite smooth out.
Okay, Riz. One. Oh, okay. Oh my God.
Well, she needs to go out.
Yeah. Okay, Riz, I'm coming. I'm coming. You watched the Meg. Is that the shark one? Yeah, the Meg, like the megalo, whatever shark. Mega, whatever.
Oh, Megalodon? They have a movie about Megalodon?
I think it's called The Meg.
Oh. Megalodon was one of those prehistoric sharks that was huge.
I think that's what it was about. Giant shark one, yeah.
Sorry, I like dinosaurs and prehistoric creatures in general.
So I'm wondering, the reason I have this at this height is because my Roomba fits under it. So
And that's always good.
yeah. So you know what? Maybe I'll just put that one up a little bit farther. I don't know. Maybe I'll just stick my small parts thing in there. Although that doesn't really. And then I can maybe put the. Except no, it won't go. They won't both fit in there.
We picked all the furniture in our house that the RoboVac would fit under.
Yeah, you don't really realize how important that is until like you don't have that, and it's really fucking annoying.
Yeah, because then you got to move all the furniture to clean underneath.
Yeah. I used to have a sofa for many, many years. It was like one of those like L-shaped, IKEA things that it went straight down. It was like a storage one, so it was great because you could like open it up and fit a bunch of blankets underneath, but it went down to the floor. And so, of course, I mean, I didn't like move the sofa every week to clean under it, but it was like every once in a while you would lose something under there. and then you'd have to like pull it all out, and you'd find all this like dust and dog hair, and
Yeah.
yeah, annoying. All right, Riz, my place is a mess. So you sold your sofa. Nice. Ay.
My RoboVac broke though, so I got to get a new one.
Oh, really? I bought a refurbished one years ago. I have not been remembering to use mine, to tell you the truth. I got to get back into the groove of using it, more regularly.
We've had ours for like, I don't know, probably 7 or 8 years, and it would just set up on a timer to go once a day. It was so awesome.
Yeah, I should probably do the timer thing.
But it stopped working, and I thought, oh, I'll just replace the battery and it'll be good to go. I replaced the battery and it still wouldn't work, so I took it apart and found some other burned-up electronics, and that made me angry, so I smashed it with a hammer.
I feel you on that.
Because I have a $40 battery now that is useless.
That is annoying. Unless you get the same one and then you can like...
They don't make that one anymore. I thought of that too.
And you can't return the battery, like it's not within the window of returning it?
That's not free shipping back, so I'd have to pay for the shipping, which would be another $20. So I'm like, only getting $20 back. Is it worth it?
No.
And I have to drive a long ways to get to a place to ship things back to Amazon.
Yeah.
I shouldn't use Amazon. They're kind of a pain sometimes.
Yeah, but sometimes they're unavoidable.
Yeah. Sometimes I kind of cheat them too, because you can go to Amazon and then find out where the factory or what the company is that's selling there, and then just email them directly and get it cheaper.
Really?
And cut Amazon completely out.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, if they got their business name and stuff up there on their product, you can just go directly to them most of the time.
That's cool. Really?
So I mostly just use Amazon to find who's selling the things that I need. Because I don't like Bezos.
Yeah, I used to be really good about boycotting Amazon, and then the pandemic hit, and I got bad about it again. Oh, you're just whining about the fries? Is that what you're whining about? You just want French fries?
Amazon's website for finding things is the best. Everybody should just copy that. So easy to find stuff on Amazon.
Yeah.
Now I've got to find out what to eat for supper.
Supper.
Dinner, whatever other people call it.
I'm not making fun of it. I like supper. Characters in the book I read growing up always said supper.
Yeah.
So maybe this I can just put in here. Or not. What the hell? Riz, chill. Those are not your French fries.
Yeah, freaking Bezos. Except for that song. Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. That song's been stuck in my head for years.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Oh, boy. No, Riz. I don't know where
There's two parts to that song? I did not know that.
No, Riz. You know what I might do?
No.
Maybe I'll also make like a door or something for this stuff down here. And that way it's like all covered around here. Riz, chill. So I just don't like how visible the mess is, basically.
Yeah.
But I also want it to be accessible somewhat. But I'm trying to decide what should be more accessible and what doesn't need to be as accessible. Yay! Rizzo, no. Stop. No. No, leave it. Leave it. Good girl.
Her little bark is so quiet compared to my dog's bark.
Yeah, she's pretty good about. I call them chirps because that's I mean sometimes she'll get a little bit louder. She has like an angrier bark, but she's quite polite with them. Let me just say that.
When Baloo yaps, he shakes the pictures and stuff on the wall. I have a blue heeler and a chihuahua, Eleanor.
Cute.
And the blue heeler is so loud. Chihuahuas are like the best dogs. It's just that little Jeezy was too little to help with the cows, so I got a blue heeler.
Can you imagine?
He tries. He really wants to help, but they're not afraid of him.
That's so cute. I mean, can you imagine a Chihuahua herding?
Oh, you should see him. He tries. He tries so hard.
You gotta take a video of that. Share that. People would lose it over that. Over watching.
He's like most Chihuahuas. He thinks he's really big.
Yeah.
We've had a few Chihuahuas over the years. Their personality is basically always the same. They always think they're really large dogs. They always think they're Doberman Pinschers, but they're so small. Little dogs with big attitudes. Ay. Oh, now she wants to go up? Okay. All right, Riz. think Chihuahuas are kind of like cats, except for more friendly.
Okay, Riz.
Because Chihuahuas like to cuddle and snuggle.
Okay, Riz, chill. Relax. Relax. Actually, just put that there. For now.
I like cats also, but we couldn't have cats here. Coyotes and stuff, we get them.
But not the Chihuahua. I guess you just don't let the Chihuahua out?
Baloo keeps an eye on him. They're always together.
Oh, that's really
And Baloo's kind of like a velociraptor. And since they're always together, Baloo keeps him safe.
That is really cute. Here is just the stack. You know what else I wanted to put in here? Oh, I just figured out what else I wanted to have in here. Okay, Riz. That might actually change some stuff. Ha ha. Does this fit down here? Yes. All right, Riz, come on. Now she's like, no, but I'm looking at stuff. What do you mean? What do you mean? Let's go. You know what? I gotta put this on the other side. Yay! Tip over. Okay. That works. That works. Okay.
And yeah, my wife called earlier while she was on lunch, and she said even though the strike was over, people were still panic buying. And the weirdest stuff like toilet paper and what else was it? Bottled water? Stuff that is made here that don't make sense.
That is weird. I wonder if they just like missed the memo or something. Do they not hear that we're fine?
I don't know. Somebody should let them know. She said she was trying to let them know, tell them, the strike is over, and that she said they were just only being rude about it.
Yep.
Told her to mind her business.
God, I wonder if someone predicted another like rapture or something. Mind your business.
Right. It could be another rapture. We have those, once a year at least?
At least.
For the last 2,000 years, the religious boys have been wrong and the atheists have been right. No rapture yet.
Yep. Time is that when shit. Fuck. Oh no. What the hell? What on earth? Oh, this is frustrating.
I really don't know, Eleanor, but people do it. Every time, like the Y2K thing, and geez, I don't remember the other ones, the other rapture events. But they go out and they buy all this stuff, and stuff that'll go bad, like meats and stuff. I don't understand. I don't get it. But they do it anyway. And then put it in the freezer, and that's where it stays till it's freezer burnt, and then they want somebody to come take it away from them.
Of course they do.
Or before a hurricane, they'll go out, they see a hurricane's coming, they go out and buy a bunch of meats and cheeses and gallons of milk and stuff, and then they put it in the freezer, and then the power goes out and it all goes bad. I don't understand. It don't, and they do the same thing every time too. Doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, the Mayan calendar 2012, that's right. The people around here are so bad that whenever the Walmart closed down a few years back due to plumbing issues and stuff, and they wanted to remodel the store, they thought that was the rapture. It was going to be the end. Right then, Walmart was closed. It was all over.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I mean, we literally had people trying to dig bunkers so they could hide under the ground.
Jesus. All right.
But then when the pandemic come along, they're like, fake news. I'm like, really?
Oh, here we go. Okay. Excuse me.
It's on tight.
Thank you. My grandmother used to say that. Gesundheit. We talked about that, didn't we?
Yeah, I think so. I kind of got into the habit of it around here because everybody, if you don't say bless you, everybody's all like, bless you. Same thing with the Merry Christmas. If you say Happy Holidays, they're like, Merry Christmas. All rude and stuff. So it's kind of fun to annoy people.
No spirits leaving anybody's body. Is that where that comes from, Eleanor? That people thought that sneezing was the spirit leaving the body?
Yep.
Really?
That's what it was. Demons and bad spirits leaving your body.
Oh, poor. So it was bad spirits leaving.
Yep.
Oh, boy. Humans, man. We are fucking...
The old folks around here said if we don't say bless you, then that bad spirit can get back in and possess you some more.
Possess you some more.
Yep.
It's like, well, if you didn't notice anything was off, then who gives a shit?
Right. Well, there's always a reason why things could be off. I mean, you was lusting after somebody's new truck, or maybe somebody got a new horse that you liked, and that was bad spirits and stuff.
Yeah, and then if you sneeze, it's like, yes. No, of course, it wasn't me. It was not I that was a bad person having feelings and emotions. 'Twas
right.
the demon.
It was the demons that done it.
Yes, of course. Of course. What am I looking for right now? I am looking for Rizzo's little thing. Here we go. I don't know how long I've been unplugged for. I hope I don't, like, my phone doesn't die.
Yeah, the people in this part of the world, like my parents, we used to watch whenever I was pretty young and we had electricity. We would watch the Smurfs, right? And then one year my dad goes to the furniture store and gets a new television, and it's in color. So all of a sudden, now that the Smurfs are blue, they're the devil. You can never watch Smurfs again.
Oh my God, really?
They were fine with them in black and white, but just not little blue men. Nope.
That's weird.
That ended the Smurfs for us forever.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Which is kind of so weird.
Damn that color TV.
Damn that color TV.
My dad always used to say, like one sort of not argument, but like weird thing he would bring up sometimes is like, he'd be like, before I met your mother, or she, he would tell the story also to other people, be like, I never had a color TV until I started dating your mother. And she said, Juan, we gotta get a color TV. She's the one. She's the one who got the color TV. And then my mom would always be like, yeah, and now you're the guy who watches it.
Oh, it froze again.
Are we back already?
Yeah, you're back now. Don't forget to turn your background on.
Thank you. Yeah, I almost did forget.
Yeah, we were really poor, so our TVs and things were hand-me-down. So our first TV I remember having was from my grandpa's. Whenever they bought a new color TV, we got their old TV.
Yeah. Yeah, my dad grew up really, really poor. It was like a different world. But
yeah, I remember how heavy those TVs are. I know where that old black and white TV is, still in the woods.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can go look at it.
You should.
It was one of those big wooden TVs with a small picture and the two large speakers on each side.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's still sitting in the woods behind my mom and dad's old house.
Well, that's cool. See, you know what I like? I like those. I mean, I know they're like retro, they take up too much space, but like a lot of people like convert them. You can like install like a plasma, like a flat screen in there and like hollow it out and turn it into like, a storage thing that just looks nice and retro. My grandmother used to have one like that. But yeah, the old CRT monitors. That's what they're called.
Yeah, I think that one was an RCA TV.
Oh wow, an RCA. Is RCA still in business?
Oh, I don't know. I hadn't seen the RCA products in a long time.
Yeah, I feel like they're not.
Everything is Samsung and Vizio, and I don't remember the name of the other one now.
Yeah. I have something with a T. I forget what it is.
It was one of those old tube televisions that had the picture tubes in the back that buzzed loud. You turn the TV on and have to wait for like 10 or 15 minutes for it to warm up before the screen actually came on. Yeah. Brrr, and say.
Yeah, I think those are CRTs.
Yeah, I believe so.
I used to have to, so when I like became a colorist, CRTs were still like a thing. And you had to have, even though everyone was like switching over to, better monitors and whatnot, you still had to, I had to like hunt down a CRT monitor to basically, to like be able to color correct to, like RGB, like TV safe colors, because CRTs were like really limited on the colors they could do.
Yeah.
And but they were, for a long time that was like the true color. And so you couldn't, when you're making movies and stuff, even though all your equipment is fancier and you've got like a higher range of colors and stuff, you got to keep in mind that most people at the time, now not so much, but at the time you had to make sure that it was watchable, that it looked good on TVs that didn't have as many colors. And like, and this is like 15 years ago, 10 years ago. It's not, not that long ago. And you still got to do that to a certain extent, making sure that it stays within like a range that like the average TV does. But yeah, it's the whole thing.
Yeah, technology has come a long ways just in our lifetimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I pulled out my old bag cell phone from way back in the day a couple of weeks ago and showed it to the kids. They're like, that was a cell phone? Yeah, that's what it was.
Did
you like the size of a backpack.
How early did you have a cell phone? Like, what was your...
It was like the mid-90s, early to mid-90s.
That's early. That's very early, isn't it?
It wasn't mine. It actually belonged to BP, but because I was on 24-hour call, they insisted I take it everywhere I went. So.
Oh wow. Yes.
I did not like it.
Yeah.
So I couldn't just call people on it. If I did, it cost me a lot of money. I think it was like $2 or $3 a minute or something.
Good God. Riz,
it was ridiculous.
Leave it. Come on, Riz. She's a little scavenger. Hi, Noz. Good girl, Riz. It is beautiful out. I want to go on a nice long walk, but I also want to like finish this whole thing.
Yeah, I'm making coffee. That was the
Thank you,
the
Nan.
kettle.
Yes, this is my work of art.
You're always hanging out on the beach.
Always. I don't even like the beach, but the backgrounds they give you are like, they're really lame, to tell you the truth. Oh, this one, maybe. How's this?
There you go. Now you're in the library.
Yeah. Look at my shelves. See? Did such a good job on them, didn't I? I think the reason I do... I'm just walking the pup. She had to poop. Good girl, Riz. Part of the reason I do the beach also is it's like one of the only, I think it's the only or one of the only ones that's outside. And in my head, I'm like, oh, yeah, if I put it outside, that way people will maybe pick up on context clues that I'm outside,
Yeah.
And I don't know if that logic even stands.
I think the other one that is outside is like the, what is it, Italy?
Oh, yeah, the street one. Yeah, I did that one a few times. Oops.
Oh, thanks, Naz.
Thank you, Nan. Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah, that was Nan. Thank you.
Where's my package? I'm supposed to get my package now. Aha! There we go. Okay. Oops, sorry. Okay, Riz, come on. Let's go. Is that also for me? That is also for me. Oh, sorry. I'm grabbing my packages. Hey, Riz, leave it. Riz, leave it. You're not scaring anyone away like that. Have you seen yourself, Riz? Riz, come on. Let's go. Go, girl. Oh, I'm sorry, Riz. I'm sorry. Yes. And here I am just flashing my fucking address on screen anyway. Oh. Sorry. I don't even know if you can hear me, guys. Sorry,
I think there's only 11, and I think it's just the usual crowd anyway.
Yeah.
So, I think pretty chill people.
Oh, yeah. I saw, it's funny actually that we're talking about this now, because I saw someone refer to this today when I was scrolling through TikTok. Someone made a post of like, that they always think about how creators in like New York City creators show the view outside their window, or they were like, thinking of like Best Dressed, who's an old creator, I guess, from Context Clues. And like how New York City creators will still show the view from their window. Basically, it seems, sorry, I might have to get a phone call. Yeah. But it seems like there was this big creator a while back who people figured out where she lived because she would show outside her window, and she got stalked and doxxed and something, and so she went off the internet. Because I guess she's on Instagram, but oh, my head hurts.
Yeah, I think it's pretty okay for me to show outside because nobody's gonna find me here.
Yeah, I show my backyard area because you can't see
Buildings and stuff.
I mean, you can see buildings, but it's because it's the back of buildings. You can't really, unless you like live or have spent time on this block and can like look out the back and recognize the back. Like, it's not visible from like Google Street View or anything like that, or it's not something that everyday people will like walk past and recognize. The danger is more like if you have if you can see the fronts of buildings in the background that a lot of people will recognize and figure out and stuff, and it's really easy to figure out where someone is.
Yeah, I started to tempt that Jose Monkey that finds people on here just to see if he could, but he probably could, so I didn't.
Oh.
Because he's really good at finding people.
Is that his whole thing? Does he find people who want to be found, or anyone that he wants to find?
Yeah, you put a video or tag him or duet one of his videos. Okay, Jose Monkey, where am I at? And he'll find you.
Oh.
Most of the time.
Oh, that's fun.
He's really good at that. That's what he does.
I should try that one day, but when I'm, not at home. If I ever leave my home.
I'm not really worried that, that somebody will find me and like do something bad. It's just I don't want to be harassed.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how to, I don't know how to act whenever people on here are like, we should meet up in real life. We don't live too far away. And I'm thinking, no, but I don't want to be rude.
Just say it.
I'm not sure how to.
Yeah. I mean, what I say is like, I have a rule. I don't meet anyone from the internet, Technically, I haven't broken that rule, even though Philippe has now met up with Straight Edge in person.
Yeah, well, that's him and not
weird.
you.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But it is funny because it's like, there's a couple people, like a couple of regulars now that I would probably feel very comfortable meeting up with,
Well, yeah, like, some people on here I would be pretty comfortable meeting up with, but
you don't want to like.
Not really any desire to.
Thank you, Rusty. Yeah. I did do that one time. Were you on here? I don't know if you were following me at the time, where there was a guy who was like somewhat regular, but he would, he was like, oh, I'm in New York City, I'm driving, and I don't know, and he was like telling me where he was, and I told him, and I figured out what road he was like heading down, and we were like talking about it, and it was like, hold on, he was telling me what intersection he was at, and I was like, hold on, and I ran outside. I put the background up so people couldn't see where I was running from, and I ran to an intersection that he hadn't passed yet, and and I waited for him there. And so as he passed me by in an Uber, we like waved at each other, and I was like live, and everyone saw him, and that was fun.
Yeah, that's kind of cute.
Yeah. But yeah, apart from that,
I'm not anybody famous, so I don't know why I don't. A lot of people want to get attention, I just don't.
yeah, yeah.
I don't know, I was on a different social media app and was friends with people over in the UK, and a couple of them have actually got on a plane to come over here to meet up, and I'm like, they're like, pick me up from the airport. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. They're like, well, let's meet somewhere. I'm in town. I'm like, no, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm really busy.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
It's funny because like there's been a couple people on here who have been on like a handful of times, you know, and like you get to know someone who's been on like, and by a handful, I mean like 2 or 3 times, right? Within a week or two period. And they're like, hey, I'm heading to New York, and you know, do you want to meet up? And it's like, you've been on here on my live like twice, and it's been great. And like, yes, we have great like chats and stuff, and we love it. And like, please keep coming by. But no, like you're a stranger on the internet. Just because we've had like 2 conversations, that's no.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I'm just not a people person. I'm getting better at it due to like this, but I don't normally talk to people.
Yeah.
It's just not something I do. Like whenever I go out in the gas station, attendants are like, "How was your day?" and blah. I'm like, I don't want to talk to you. I'm fine, and I just try to run away as quickly as possible. I'm good.
Yeah.
Which is why like my wife and the doctor guys are like, well, you should hang out on social media and get over your anxiety and your dislike of being around people. It kind of, I guess, is working a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, I mean, and my mother was like, the other day we were talking about this. She's like, you know, as long as you're not like, just like isolating yourself and stuff. And I'm like, you know, I was isolating myself well before I was like going live. And the fact is I interact with more people now than I was, you know, since the pandemic, at least, you know, before the pandemic, yeah, I was like on set every other day. And every time you walk on set, it's like a whole different set of like 30 to 50 people. So you're constantly meeting people. It's constantly that, whatever. But yeah, since the pandemic, it's like, I was like, you know, half my friends, I mean, all my friends basically moved away. You know, I feel like I have like no friends in the city. And it's very isolating, and I'm not one to like really just like go out to like a bar on my own and like see what happens, you know. It's not really the place to do that, in my opinion.
Well, I used to go out to bars when I was younger just to play pool or whatever, but not very much.
Yeah.
And since we've been here on this place, you know, I try not to leave the house. I like it here. Mm-hmm. I don't need to go somewhere else.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, exactly, Eleanor.
Like when the wife gets her vacation, she's all like, let's go to someplace. I'm like, I live in the vacation destination. I'll stay here. You go on vacation. Have fun.
Yeah.
I don't want to go.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, yeah, I haven't really been on vacation. I'm not like a vacation girly, that really.
Well, I look at it like this. Other people from around the world come here to vacation. I live in a vacation destination.
That's true. But vacation for me, vacation is more about getting out of the place that you're in every day, I think. You know what I mean? So like but the thing is like when I go on vacation, I don't want to go somewhere to just sit around and do nothing. I want to go somewhere new to do things in a new place, you know?
Stuff that you haven't done before.
Either stuff that I haven't done before, or even also just like if I'm doing the same thing, but I'm doing it in a new place, that to me is like, that helps me. You know what I mean? Especially if I'm writing or whatever, which obviously I'm not doing these days, but like just a change of scenery is always like really good in my.
Some people like it, but I've been pretty much everywhere I ever wanted to go, so I'm over it.
Yeah.
I've traveled a lot when I was younger. I don't need to go anymore.
Have you been to Spain?
I have not been to Spain. I've never been outside the United States.
Yeah.
But I've seen the Grand Canyon and the Petrified Forest and Meteor Crater in California, the beach there. So I've seen all the stuff that I needed to see.
Still, you could see... you could always see, yeah, other countries. You could see my country, you know?
Yeah. But ain't it pretty much the same?
It's
Kinda.
not actually. No, it's actually not. Sorry, I'm like a little distracted because I'm just going through a bunch of comments. It's not. It's actually not. I think you would fucking love Spain. God. It is the most chill, just, like, even just existing there for a couple of days, so relaxing. Everything in Spain just moves at a much more just, like, chill pace. You know what I mean? The attitude is less, like, work, work, work. And it's more like, we're here to fucking live our lives. And, like, we'll work to make that happen. But also, like, that's the last thing we need to give a shit about. You know what I mean? So it's all very, you know.
Yeah, just chill.
Just chill. Yeah.
But that's kind of what I have here. I could go outside and scream or do whatever I want to here and nobody knows. I can go outside and just scream my head off.
Yeah.
Or just do anything I want to, and it's just nice.
Yeah.
It's good to be back in the woods where I grew up, to where, you know, I can walk around outside all day and never see another human being.
That's true.
I kind of like it.
Well, one day I'll take y'all to Spain. I'll live stream from Madrid, walking around.
I did used to want to go to Ireland, though, to see where my grandpa grew up.
Oh. Yeah. Where in Ireland?
Oh, geez, I don't remember. It's a little bitty town. I don't remember the name of it. It's Northern Ireland.
Oh, yeah.
In Northern Ireland.
Oh, okay.
He came over here on a boat when he was still young, like 14 or 15.
That's Barcelona, Matt.
And kind of funnily, he got off a boat in New York and then wound up down here in East Texas somehow.
I think most people got off the boat in New York, to be fair. I think most of them came through here.
So he was always like, you know, don't go to New York. There's nothing there to see. Too many people.
Huh. Interesting. Nothing there to see.
Nothing there to see, just too many people.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm in that mode where I'm like staring at the stuff, trying to like mentally organize it before I go about it. Again, you know what I mean?
Yeah, sometimes I have to step back and draw a print.
Yeah. Hi, Riz. You want me to sit down on the floor so you can cuddle me? Looks like that's exactly what you want me to do. Yeah, that's exactly what you want me to do, huh? Hi.
And kinda, this is one of the reasons why I was like not wanting to email, because now you know my last name and you can use that to find the town in Ireland.
Oh. How would I find the town in Ireland?
It has the same last name as me.
Oh. Well, got it. Well, now you can't tell us the town. Now you can't tell people the town on live, because then they'll figure out your last name.
Yeah, I know. No thanks.
Don't worry. I like specifically like was like did not mentally register the name. Like I thought about it. I was like, I'm not gonna like commit this to memory and stuff because, you know, you haven't shared your name with me really, but
Right. Well, we've hung out a lot, so I don't worry about you at all harassing or bothering me. You're happy in your life and not bothering nobody.
I've been playing the long game, God. I've been live streaming for almost an entire year just to lure you in, to finally get you to email me something, so now I can ruin your life with Rizzo.
Yeah, I think not likely.
Yeah, look at us. We're coming for you. Look at us.
You don't even have a car.
Whoa. We can make do. Look at us. Look at this face. You see that face?
Yep. She's an awesome doggy.
Total stalker energy. Yep.
Well, there's a lot of stalkers on the internet.
There are. I've had people try to dox me before, so I definitely know what happens.
Yeah, I have too. It's mostly those religious peoples. They try to find me. So, like, we're going to get you fired from your job. Good luck. I work for myself.
Yep. Yep. God, the other day, you know, it's funny. I mean, I know MAGA, like, always gets really, like, fucking, you know, like, oh, you're single and childless and da-da-da-da, whatever. Like, that's somehow the biggest fucking insult in the world. It's not, by the way.
Right.
But the funniest one for me was, like, this woman, because I don't know if you remember, because you weren't really, I know you don't know who, like, Alicia Silverstone is, but I posted this thing, this is a couple months ago probably now. This actress had, like, put a random fucking fruit that she'd picked off a plant in someone's yard in London, and she was like, what is this? You know, I can't recognize it, and, like, tried it, and like, people identified it as, like, a
I saw
poisonous
that.
thing. Yeah. So I posted about that, and then when it, you know, she said, oh, she had posted, and she said she was fine, whatever. I posted a follow-up, and I was like, okay, she said she's fine, but I was like, you know, but she's having a bad time. And I kind of was making a joke, because basically the thing that she ate, like, can give you diarrhea, like, pretty bad gastric distress. And so I made, like, a joke about it, and then I said, like, oh, that's me, and I was like, I just found out she's an anti-vaxxer, so, like, who gives a shit? And then someone came at me, this, like, woman came at me, and in there, you know, and I responded, I forget what the fuck she said initially, and I responded, like a little snarkily, but, like, not crazy, and then she made some fucking thing about that, about, like, you know, you're childless and single and da-da-da-da, and I just, like, responded, like, ha ha, you know, because what a fucking, what? It's always so funny. And then I, like, posted a video that was like, listen, like, if you're an anti-vaxxer, but you're going around, like, putting random fucking, like, street berries in your mouth, like, where the fuck is that energy? You know, I posted a whole thing about that. And then she, like, responded, and she was like, I'm sorry, I got heated. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm just anti, you know, the COVID one. And, like, da-da-da, I think they didn't test it enough. And da-da-da. And she's like, I was upset and whatever. And, like, it's like, that's what's crazy to me, because someone who has the wherewithal to be like, you know what, I'm sorry, I lost it a little, I was coming at you, you know, ready for a fight, and I said some things I shouldn't have. That I get, right? Like, we all get heated, we all say things we shouldn't sometimes, but it shocked me. It was, like, the funniest and weirdest thing that, like, someone who has the wherewithal to be like, you know what, I probably shouldn't have said that, and I'm sorry, was coming out saying something like that, was coming out saying, like, yeah, well, you're single, and, like, you probably can't get a man and you're childless. And it's like, how is that the insult you resort to when you have the wherewithal to be like, you know what, I'm sorry, I got a little heated. You know, like, it's just, those two things just don't make sense in my brain. I don't know why, but.
Right.
Yeah.
Besides that, if you had kids, you would be like me now. I'm glad both of my kids are not at home right now.
Yes. I know, but that's, like, yeah, it's just, I'm always, people who think that that's an insult to me strike me as a very particular type of person, right? And so it's very surprising to me when a different type of person tries to use that as an insult. It just took me, like, by surprise, honestly. But yeah, it's just very silly. People are very silly. Hi, Riz. You're very silly. Yes, you are. You're very silly. Look at my silly girl.
Usually they hit me with the, I bet you don't even have a job and you're living in mom's basement.
Yeah.
I retired really young. I'm sitting pretty good in life.
Yeah.
You know? But I'm like, yep, here I am arguing with people on the internet from mom's basement.
Yep.
That's me.
Projecting
You got me.
much? Yeah, it's like, I always love when I get to a point with someone, and it happened today. I think it was today. Yeah, today. Today? Yeah, it was today. With the thing of like that woman with the rug and stuff, someone was like, oh, like how, was pretending to be outraged about her posting about it. Like that could be someone's loved one, like they posted it for attention, and I was like, you could have some fucking empathy. Like this woman didn't think that there was anything there. It was a joke this entire time until like the dogs alerted. Like, it's fine. And by the way, the fact that she was posting about it is the only reason it's now being investigated. She was like, well, can you imagine that was your loved one? I was like, yeah, quite frankly, if my loved one was in that fucking carpet, I would be really happy that this woman was posting about it on TikTok, because if she hadn't, she was literally just going to like install the fence and like not bother to investigate any further. Whatever. And we were going back and forth, and I was like, whatever. And so long story short, I always love when I get to a point where I realize, oh, like this person is like turning it into an insult to like be people like posting things or whatever. And I get to then be like, oh, but like, thank you. Like the fact that you are engaging so much with this just to bitch about people who post things that get engagement, like you're paying my bills right now. So like, I love to like realize that and be like, by the way, like, thanks, welcome. While you're going to be here bitching about people like me, like that woman who posts stuff and act as though we're the worst things in the world. Like, thank you. You are what keeps us going. And yeah, it's very silly. Very, very silly. Going full 8 hours. What time is it? I just made some tea. I was doing woodworking earlier. We woodworked. Philippe just came in here. It's 11. Oh yeah. It's not late hours. It's still early. Philippe, you in here, Philippe? God, that determined it was all staged. People are fucking nuts. Yeah, someone else came in here and they're like, hi, Philippe. They're like, she tricked everyone. It's like, no, guys, she didn't trick anyone. This was not a hoax. This was not something that someone set up. Like, it's just, some people just really, really think everything has to include a bad actor. And if they didn't get a murderer, it had to be, a muck ducker. It has to be the TikToker who made a hoax. Banana blueberry ice cream.
I'm sure she didn't know.
Yeah.
Sorry. Hi, Philippe. And also my wife just got home, so that's why I'm going to be quieter now.
Hi, Mrs. Goud. Philippe, look, I did some woodworking. We made some changes. They want her to get sued, said it was to revive her. What the fuck? Are you serious, Scott? God, people suck, dude. People suck. People are... No, Nas. Sorry. Not impressed? Why the fuck are you not impressed? Fine.
What, Philippe? That's good work.
Yeah. It's
custom built.
It's literally custom built. Because I'm going to install the doors on here. Because basically we cut out a hole from this shelf so that it fits around here. And so now I'm going to do the door, like the swivel thing door. But sure, fine.
with
You're not
pin
impressed.
hinges.
Yes. Yeah. But okay, Philippe. Philippe has been bitching nonstop about the fact that I had my cork board leaning up against that. And I've told him repeatedly it's because I wanted it to hide. It was hiding the mess on those shelves, which you guys saw, which is now hidden behind this.
Yeah.
Yeah, Philippe, why don't you
I
do
haven't
some
seen
DIY
I haven't seen
video
any
on
of
TikTok?
Philippe's carpenter work at all yet.
Thank you, Skylar. He doesn't do carpentry work.
Well, that explains why we haven't seen any of it.
There you go, Philippe. I love how you guys are all coming here to bat for me when Philippe comes in here and says something mildly mean. Oh my god.
Well, I'm just picking at him because I think he's pretty cool people.
Well, he just gave me shit for my DIY. I'm doing this because you've been bitching about it, Philippe. What a shitty response. You know what? I take it back. I'm gonna fucking destroy it, and I'm gonna get more posters and put the recycling behind those. Let's see how you fucking like that. How's that? Ay, ay, ay. Yes. Sweetie pie.
Well, I am definitely up for a carpentry off.
You have a carpentry off? Jesus. What have you
Remember
carpentered?
Philippe? Me?
Philippe, I'll own you. No, Philippe. I trust you to carpenter. To have carpenter.
Yeah.
You're God, right? Aren't you literally? Wasn't Jesus?
Yeah. Jesus was a carpenter, yeah.
Rex, I'll own you.
Just because Philippe said that, and I think he was talking to me, I'm gonna post some video of my cabinets I built. Because my cabinets came from trees that I cut here on this land.
Really?
And I took to the sawmill and turned into boards.
That's
and
so
then
cool.
turned them into cabinets.
What kind of trees were they?
The countertop is red oak.
Oh, cool.
The drawers are beechwood. And the cabinet front doors are geez, now I'm gonna struggle to remember the name. Magnolia.
Magnolia.
Mm-hmm.
Is that hardwood, softwood?
It's hardwood. It's all hardwood. But those are trees that a storm blew over, and they were just gonna go to waste. So
that's really
we
cool.
drug them out of the woods and turned them into lumber and made stuff out of them.
That's so cool. I wish I had like woods that I could turn into lumber and just make stuff out of.
It's pretty sad. There's a lot of trees that die, and I don't get to do that with. So much lumber wasted, or trees that the storm blows over, different thunderstorms blow over.
Why not?
And then they just lay there and waste. Sometimes it's really hard to get them out of the swampy areas, and that could cost more in fixing broken tractors than the wood would be worth. And then I don't have a sawmill, so I have to borrow a trailer, load them onto a trailer, take them to a sawmill.
Yeah.
It can be a lot of work. But usually people let me use their sawmill for half of the lumber, normally.
Oh, that's cool. That is cool. I guess it is like part of the circle of life, right? Like it is part of, like a fallen tree does become an ecosystem in and of itself. So I guess it's not like a totally terrible thing.
It's not a total loss. And then whenever a tree dies and it rots, then its nutrients go back into the ground for the next stuff to grow with.
There you go. Witchy kitty, too. Thank you, Philippe. Black walnut is the best, yeah.
Black walnut that's pretty wood to build with.
Yeah.
And I'm probably fixing to have to cut one of those here, even though I don't want to.
Really? Why is that?
Lightning hit it and it's dying, so if I don't harvest it for lumber, it's just going to go to waste.
Hell yeah. If it's dying. My God, walnut? Oh. Walnut is so expensive.
Yeah.
You get...
It really is. But it's such a large tree, I don't know anybody with a sawmill big enough to cut it. So I don't know how I'm going to make that work yet. That's the only reason why I haven't cut it yet.
You would have to just piece it up yourself, right?
It's such a big tree. Sawmills can only handle so large of a diameter of a log.
Got it.
So it would have to go to a real sawmill, not one of these portable at-home sawmills.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Really, Rex? Well, when one of them gets hit by lightning and starts to die, you know who to call. So I gotta finish cleaning up in here tonight, but I'm gonna think about where I'm gonna put everything first. Whoops. Sorry. No knots in the grain. Any burl? I don't know if walnut does really burls. It must. I have some walnut here, but small bits of it. I was working a lot with walnut plywood, walnut veneered plywood, which was fun. This was ages ago. Whoops. I always overfill my teacups.
Sorry, I was having to hear the Walmart drama. Somebody brought a box of kittens into the Walmart and left them today. So they went into the
What?
walls, and now they're tearing down walls today to try to get the kittens out.
What? They're in the walls?
Yeah, they went in the walls.
How did they get in the walls?
Who knows? But that's what she said. Cats went into the walls, little small kittens. It's not really hilarious. People, you shouldn't just dump your animals.
You shouldn't, you're right. But the fact that they ended up in the walls somehow of a Walmart,
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
So now they're gonna, she said they tore a hole in the wall to try to get the kittens out.
Oh my God.
That's cost people a lot of money just because somebody didn't take the time to find their kittens home.
That's true. I mean, part of the reason I'm like, that's kind of funny is because Walmart, the corporation, is like, fuck Walmart, you know?
Yeah, really.
Obviously not your wife and not the employees, but fuck Walmart, the corporation. But, yeah, what? That's a weird fucking thing. Where the fuck did they leave kittens so that they got into a wall?
Inside the store.
That's so weird. And no one noticed until the kittens got into...
I guess not.
Wild. You gotta ask her everything. You gotta find out all the details. Now I'm curious. Now I'm invested.
Well, she was just telling me and asking me, should I bring home a kitten tomorrow? No. No.
Just an indoor kitty?
I know exactly what my dog would do to a kitty.
Oh, okay.
That wouldn't do. He would think another possum, and he doesn't like possums. So that would not work.
Oh, that's sad.
So yeah,
I'm still
as much as we would like to have a kitty, but not with a big dog that's never been around a cat. It would be too risky.
Yeah, that's fair. Douglas fur is fine. It doesn't have any. pet skunk or wallaby. Why, Rex? Don't do bizarre. Don't do exotic pets. That's more cruel than it is good for the animal.
Yeah, just get a dog. Dogs are awesome. Or a honey badger.
Honey badger.
Blue heeler, honey badger, same thing.
Ay, ay, ay.
I just got to say, a blue heeler, a honey badger, a rhinoceros, those would be cool to have around. If I had a rhinoceros, nobody would come to visit.
That's the priority.
Yeah, the UPS man would not leave packages on the porch, ever.
That's true.
That's just true.
But you would rather go pick up the packages?
Yeah, I'd like them to just leave them at the gate. That's fine.
Okay.
I don't like it whenever people sneak up on me in here.
Yeah, I feel that. Oh, God, my head hurts. I need more water. Oh, boy.
Yep, probably didn't drink enough water today.
Yeah. Pet tiger, bear.
Pet tiger, bear? No. Tigers and bears will eat you. And no chimpanzees
Skylar.
either.
I'm sorry. I'm still looking for a foster home for 2 cats that were put out on the street. 2 house cats. In New York City.
Bears are cool, but I wouldn't want one lumbering about the house.
Yeah.
If you think bears would be fun, just get a couple of cows first and see how that works out for you first. Especially the young bull cows that are just now starting to get like in their teen years and they want to play. That would be, I think, similar to a bear, except for they don't bite you, but still not that much fun. I've only seen a bear one time that didn't have a fence between me and it. Not good. I don't need to see any more bears like that. I need a fence between me and bears.
I can understand.
It was a mama bear with 2 baby cubs, and she was not happy to see me.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, not a good time.
I just saw a TikTok of a guy coming home, or maybe not coming home, I don't know, but he like walked into his garage. His car was like...
Yeah, I seen that.
You saw that?
Yeah.
It was wild. Like, Jesus. For those who have it, it was a guy who like was walking into his garage, and then a bear came out and was like lunging at him, and so he was like clapping and making himself big, but the bear kept like, running at him, and and so he had to make his way over to the driver's side of the car, get in the car, and then close the trunk. For a second, I thought that that the bear was gonna crawl in the trunk because she went behind the thing and she was like looking in, kind of getting close. So it's smart. It's good that he like closed it. And then like a few seconds later, baby cub like comes into frame, and it's like, oh, okay, that explains it.
Yeah, he was in serious danger, and a car will not keep you safe from a bear that size.
Yeah,
a car door will not hold them out. I've seen what bears do to car doors.
But
they just open them up.
It depends on the kind of bear, because like black bears, is it brown bear? Black bears are pretty chill, right?
Yeah, they're supposed to be pretty chill, but they can still hurt you.
Yeah.
Especially if they got babies. Very protective mamas they are.
Yeah. cat had a stripe going down the middle with 2 dots on his chin. That's cute. That sounds really cute. I can understand.
That's kind of what I was saying to Rex. You know, if you want a pet bear, get a cow, and then whenever it has a baby, you tag the ear and stuff, and see how the mama cow treats you, and then you'll know whether you want a bear or not. Mama cows do not like people playing with their babies.
I guess most mamas don't like people playing with their babies, to be fair.
No, but they got to get their stuff done. You know, their shots and stuff.
Yeah. I will make my bear accept student loan debt, and he will be too dependent on me to pay it off. Wait, what?
No, Bill, I'm from Texas. That little bitty state.
A little bitty state. Oh, we're being sarcastic today. Got it.
Well, if you call Texas a little state, it usually upsets Texans.
Oh, I like that.
So I'm trying to steer trouble here.
Stir up trouble. Please be my guest. We love trouble. We love trouble.
That's what we're good at, is steering up trouble. We hadn't had no good politician trouble in a while, so we'll take what we can get.
Jazzy. My dad has, but I have not. Yeah, I mean, my dad didn't do it as like a religious pilgrimage. He just did it for fun. I would love to do it for fun one day, but I have not. Have you? Right on, you sound like a chicken farmer friend of mine. That's fun. Oh, nice. That's fun. Are you doing the whole one? I mean, most people don't do the whole one, but where are you starting off? They're asking, so God, Jazzy's asking about if I've done El Camino, and what they're referring to is El Camino de Santiago, which means the path or the trek, the trail of Santiago, which is like a pilgrimage that's done in the north of Spain. There's like a few starting points. And like a lot of people do it for religious reasons, but a lot of people do it not for religious reasons, but just because it's like a classic pilgrimage that you do. You can do it for several weeks, I think. And yeah, I think a couple of them start in France. Yeah, a couple of spots. Yeah, 5
I think
weeks
they call it I think they call that the path of whatever you said, because I don't do that word good.
Okay. Path. Yeah, that's really cool. And there's like, you basically like, you get like a little booklet or something where it gets stamped along the way as you stop. So basically, like, depending on where you start, you get like a different number of like stamps and stuff. The Way of St. James. Nice.
See, that's the other thing. If I went to Spain, I don't speak Spanish, so.
A lot of people speak English.
I tried to learn to speak Spanish. It didn't work.
A lot of people speak English. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
Spain is chill. Is it silent? No, some people do it silently if you're like really intense about it. But I think most people don't. I mean, I just remember my dad showing me videos of people singing along the path.
Yeah, that's the one where let's see. I might be thinking of the wrong one. The where people walk the path and then some of them whip themselves as they're doing it. Is that the right one? The religious path of, what was it, Santiago?
Yeah. Santiago.
Yeah. I read about that whenever I was looking some other stuff up.
Yeah. Yeah, some people do it silent. Some people do the Santiago thing silent.
Oh, it's flogging. Okay, I had the name wrong. I didn't know they banned it. I read about it. It's
Flogging.
been years ago. I don't remember what I was studying whenever I read about that.
I don't know if it was banned where, Rex? Because in Spain, there's still flogging,
Oh, they
like
still doing it. Let's see.
self flogging. For the well, at least I don't know about the Camino. I'm sure some people do it for the Camino, but for our that our holiday, what's it fucking called? It's like Saint something, where people are dressed up and it looks like KKK uniforms. People are always like, oh, what's going on in Spain? It's like, no. The KKK is still traditional
that's the
garb.
thing I was reading about.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
So that, people still do like I mean, I don't know that it's been banned. I don't think it's been banned. It's possible because I haven't seen it in many years, but
I still don't remember why I was studying about that. I think somebody brought it up and I was like, oh, thing I haven't heard of. I must learn
Yeah.
everything about it.
well, because Americans, because every once in a while it crops up where people are like, will share photos from it and act as though like the KKK has taken over Spain, and it's like, or like, look at these Spaniards, they're like welcoming like a whole KKK like march. It's like, no, that's not even a little bit what's happening. The KKK took the uniforms, took like inspiration from this traditional garb that is used for this like holy ceremony in Spain, and they're not going to change their fucking history just because Americans can't be fucking halfway decent people. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
sorry, it drives me because some people are like, well, the meaning has changed. Like now they know what it means. Like they shouldn't be doing that anymore. It's like no. It's like no. That's so fucking America centric. Like it drives me nuts. Like no, you guys
Yeah,
ruin shit
they
for
were doing
yourselves.
that.
You don't get to fucking do it.
Spain was doing that stuff first.
Mm-hmm.
That outfit, I guess you call it, and stuff.
Yeah.
I do remember some about it, but not a lot.
Yeah. I mean, and not to say, like, obviously, Spain, yeah, fucking done its fair bit of colonizing and terrible things in history, obviously. But, like, no, just because, like, a more modern group of fucking nutty nutzos in the U.S. co-opted religious clothing from another fucking country doesn't mean that the other country has to suddenly stop doing it. I don't have dimples.
Well, to be fair, the 3Ks are a very religious group.
Yeah, but they're also ironically like anti-Catholic, I believe.
Yeah, that's.
And Spain
I could
is
go
Catholic. Spain
I
is like
could go
fully
into hours of that history.
Please do.
Because back at what was it? It was 1805, 1806 is whenever in the Catholic Church there was a split, and I forget that guy's name. That
Luther.
he wanted to do things different. Was it Luther?
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to do things differently, and they kind of split off from each other, and it got weird.
Yeah. It's where the Lutherans come from.
Yeah, the Lutherans.
And then eventually from the Lutherans, the Anabaptists split off,
Yep.
I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're same outfit, different religion.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the funny thing is that it is so fucking similar too. I dated a Lutheran a while back, and he was telling me the story of like, like his ex's parents were like, oh, why can't you come to like a Catholic mass? Like or like, why can't you go to a Catholic mass instead of like Lutheran? It's kind of the same thing. And he was like, it's very much not the same thing.
It's not the same at all, not even close.
Well, yes and no. They're all fucking worshiping the same Sky Daddy. Right? The difference is the Catholics believe in like the church and priests being like the way to God, and Lutherans believe in the word of God coming straight from the Bible and individuals having equal access to the word of God. But they still do like services and still have pastors and preach, you know what I mean? And like the actual ceremony in many ways, I believe is very, very similar. And so like if you're, I don't know, but
Yeah, there's some similarities there, like with all the Christian type faiths, but there's also some dissimilarities. Oh, we got a guest request. Shall we?
sure. Hello, Ty.
Hi.
Who is this? How old are you?
I'm 58.
Yeah.
Yeah, goodbye.
That sounded like a voice changer. That sounds like an app.
Yeah, either that or somebody trying to sound younger than what they really were.
Yeah.
Another one of those tricks that I've seen people do to try to get other people's lives taken down.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of creepy. Someone to document film their Camino experience. You have tips? I mean, just, yeah, I don't know that I would have tips. Just film with your phone or camera, however you want to, or take photos. It's easy now, right? Because you have your phone anyway. Document it however you want it preserved for yourself. I think a lot of people, I will say most people won't give a shit about your Camino, you know? So I wouldn't worry too much about documenting it necessarily for other people. I'm not saying like don't share it or anything, obviously, but it's more, and like you should, but document it however you want to document it for yourself, for posterity. It's kind of weird that someone would want to come in here and try to get our live taken down now when we're just chilling. Like of all the days to try to get the live taken down.
If they get kicks out of it somehow or another, I don't know. Entertainment.
Yeah.
Or sometimes it's just the youngsters doing the prank call sort of thing, like, is your refrigerator running?
Better go catch it.
Gotta go catch it. Or the old, do you have Prince Albert in a can? Better let him out.
What is that? What's Prince Albert in it?
Prince Albert, up until like
Francesca.
91, was a brand of smoking tobacco, and it came in a tin can. So you would call the store and ask, do you have Prince Albert in a can? Because at that time it was in a can and in a plastic pouch. So if the store person said, yeah, then you were like, you better go let him out.
That's so stupid.
I know, but it was so much fun.
Lucky strike for me. Yeah. You can't make a joke like that, though, with Lucky. Lucky strike.
No.
Oh, boy. Should we, I want to finish, like, organizing all this shit, but I also don't.
I'm not doing anything today. I'm still going to just take it easy.
I am. How am I feeling about the election 30 days off? Worried?
I'm confident.
Are you?
Yep.
I'm stressed.
I'm almost certain that
By the way.
Harris has got it. Yeah, I seen a couple of your videos, I think.
I've only posted one. Only posted one yet so far. It did not do well. And I think it's because I talked too much about the contents. I'm going to try to do another one that's like a more in-depth like review about the contents. We'll see.
Yeah. And TikTok is kind of strange on a lot of things. Like you were saying the other night about the lighting, it needs to be bright. Mm-hmm. And where you're at matters. Like, don't make videos from like your bed or bedroom area.
Oh, really?
Yep. They don't like that.
I didn't know that. That's good to know.
And I can kind of see that because some people make iffy videos from those areas.
Yeah.
Or in the dark. I've seen some of them, so I kind of get it.
Oh, Francesca.
They're like happy people who are smiling in bright light. with a good attitude.
I don't want to smell too wide right now because my teeth feel sticky. Like a little film on there. Yeah, it is always interesting. I guess I haven't really had the lighting up today, but like, yeah, we're not doing, maybe it's just because we're not doing debates that we don't have as many people in here as we sometimes do.
Yeah.
I feel the same way, Francesca. Yeah. Constantly. I was just talking about this the other day. Like the algo is like so hot and cold too. It's like, you know, I feel like I'll have like a couple of weeks where it's like every video has like at least 20K views. And then all of a sudden, like right now, it's like I can barely cross 1,000. And I'm like, still me, still doing the same thing. So yeah. And I think part of that maybe because the dopamine hacking they do to get people addicted to watching, I think it's also about getting you addicted to posting, right?
Yeah, they're after you as well.
Yeah.
Like the content creators.
Yeah. So they're trying to get us like to play the slots with the posting as well.
And it's not like a people that's planning it. It's the algorithm trying to figure out what is going to bring in the most people.
Yeah. Did my Eric Adams post blow up? No, I don't think so. Which one? I did 2. The one about like the one about like all his like moments. No, that only got like 40K views, which is like not that.
Yeah, that's not the best.
Right? Yeah. So the thing is, it's yeah. And I try to game the algo too, because I know they're trying to hack my dopamine, right? Yeah. So sometimes, Francesca, because I sometimes have that happen, and sometimes I have it where like the views actually build and it actually gets bigger for a bit. But yeah, sometimes it feels like the algo only wants to push one video out at a time, right? And so it's like if one is doing too well, I'm like, okay, it's like not worth it to post. But I try to play the algo too, where I will try to reward it. Like if my posts are doing well, I will try to post more, even if they like try to tank it, or I will try to spend more time on the app, like watching more videos while mine are doing well, to just sort of be like, oh, see, when you reward me with views and stuff, I reward you with my attention. And then vice versa. If like my videos are doing poorly, I try to like stay off the app.
Yeah, that's smart. Do you go to the thing
sometimes it works
where TikTok tells you that this video is similar to yours, blah 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 thing?
Yeah, I've seen those. I feel like that sometimes
that can help.
Sometimes it's like a little off. I gotta clean all this sawdust up. Yeah. So going live after, you do always try to go live after you. I try it sometimes, and that's why I went live yesterday, to try to like also reward it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it feels like it doesn't. I don't know.
It's very iffy.
Yeah. It got to a point where like over the past week it was so bad, like even my mother reached out and she was like, something's going on. Especially because I got the book I just showed off is like the Christopher Steele book. Sorry, I'm like, my boobies are boobing. I did T-Bell. You stopped, yeah. I go live a lot sometimes we debate on here, but I also body double. I'm not live right now to boost a post. I'm live because we were just woodworking a little and I needed some, yeah.
Just chilling. We were just chilling.
But yeah, even my mom, so the book I had is like the upcoming like Christopher Steele book. And I don't know why I'm doing this right now. And I feel like that's the kind of thing that should do well, but also the algo will very much not want, it's like political in the exact kind of way that can get the algo like a little triggered. And like to the point where I posted it, and even my mom was like, something's weird because that post, she's like, something's definitely like stopping that post from getting more views, I think. And if my mother sees it, that's when you know it's bad.
Yeah, and they also want you to, they give you a good hitting video, and then they kind of suppress everything because they want you to pay them to push it.
Yeah.
Your next video.
Yeah.
It's kind of a little mind game they play.
I will actually, that's another thing, Francesca. That's a trick I've learned. If I suspect, yeah, she's started to, Eleanor, now that she's like, now that I've explained to her, you know, like, you know, it's not all that, it should, like, don't be embarrassed about the fact that your daughter is like now making money off of this. Like, I know you want her to be a filmmaker, and she is. This is filmmaking of a different type. One thing, oh yeah, so Francesca, I don't know if you're still in here, but one thing that I figured out was like, if I suspect that a certain post has specifically been suppressed, what I'll do is I will pay to promote it. So like, I'll do the minimum amount, which is like $8 for one day or whatever. And if it hasn't been suppressed and stuff, usually it'll get like approved like immediately. But basically, if it has been suppressed, it'll take like days for it to be approved. It won't get approved. Long story short, it won't get approved for promotion. And that's how I know for a fact that a video was like suppressed, because it contained, you know, whatever thing that they don't want seen. And like, if it goes through, you can cancel the promotion immediately anyway. So you're not like actually spending money on it. But yeah.
Yeah, I started to do the promote your videos like I did with another content creator that I won't name here, but it definitely worked for her.
Oh, really?
If somebody else does the promote thing, I mean, it's not that much money, and now she's got everything going on, got everything going in the right direction.
Yeah,
which is cool.
That is cool. I'm curious about that. To be honest, I don't promote the videos now. I literally use the promote feature to test if it's being suppressed. But very early on, when I was like first posting, I used the promote feature a couple of times when I was like, okay, this is a fucking hit. And when I was like, this video is going to do well, it just has to hit at the right time, catch the right audience. I did pay to promote a couple times, and I got it right, I think 50 to 75. You know, I didn't do it that many times, but there's like a couple videos where I was like, oh, this stalled out, but it just needs to get the traction, and then it'll do well. And so it was like absolutely worth it. But since then I haven't, because then I was like, okay, but now that they know that I'll pay to promote, they want to like suppress it to like, so yeah, it can, Francesca, basically, but not for the views that you get from the promotion. So you pay, the way it does it, it's like, I think again, the minimum is now like $8 for one day. You can set like the number of dollars total, and the time period, and it'll give you like an estimate of how many views that promotion will get you. And so I always do like the absolute lowest, and always do. Again, now I use it differently. Now I use it as a test. But it'll get you, so then if you do that, the views that like you get from the promotion don't count towards your rewards. But if it picks up steam and gets traction from those views, once the promotion period, it's not just the promotion period, it's like you can get extra views that aren't the ones that you paid for from promotion. I don't know how that works with the rewards, but yeah, basically you can. It's just not the.
Yeah, I think it's different. Like whenever I was doing that thing with that other content creator, it's not promote, it's sponsor. Sponsor this content creator.
Oh.
And that really boosted her views and things.
Sponsored how? Like what she was just doing, like advertising or stuff?
No, she does singing and playing guitar and stuff.
Oh.
So you can just sponsor any content creator you want to, And I think it's like $8 minimum, and I done like the $20 thing or something a couple of times,
Oh,
and it really boosted her stuff. And now, she's doing well.
that's awesome. I
With
think
an average of like 200 viewers every time she goes live.
I feel like that is the promote thing then, because I know I think it was Cagley once paid to promote one of my posts because he was like, oh, it was like the mystery one where I was like trying to find this woman who got off a plane at the last second when I was a kid, and I was like, I need to find out this story. And so
Oh yeah, I remember that
I
one.
don't know how much money he paid towards promotion, but he was like, I'm gonna get this out there. So but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I only done that because I was trying to figure out how do people do this thing? How does this algorithm work?
Yeah.
And I was like doing a deep dive and like, what do you call it? Hyper focused on how does this algorithm work? I just couldn't let it go.
Stopping by.
But eventually I got over it.
Yeah.
It's pretty much an unpredictable algorithm. You never know what it's going to do.
They're constantly tweaking it, changing it and stuff. Like right now, they're also going through this thing. They like changed it a couple months ago where it's like they're focusing on like slow rolling your views. So instead of having like an initial spike like it used to be, they're keeping it like slower, which is annoying because if you're doing like news stuff, like what I do, or like immediate topics, it's like, no, you want to get it in front of people like more quickly and stuff. Because also it makes sense if you're like, okay, because posting at certain times is like, that's the thing that I'm constantly like trying to figure out what best times are. And so like if you think, okay, well, slow roll, maybe that's good, maybe that'll soften the impact that posting at a specific time will have. However, they'll still like stall you out after the first 250 views if you don't like meet a certain threshold or whatever. Or if they're suppressing it, I don't fucking know. It's like, it's hard to track. It's annoying.
They stall it out at like 250 or 300 views, and then they give you all these. Well, I get them anyway. Notifications to you. If you give us this amount of money, we can, more people will see this post.
Yeah. No, I refuse to do that. That's the thing. Yeah, I don't. That's why I don't use the promote feature anymore to actually promote. I use it as a test. So I've used it like the last 3 times that I've used it over probably in the calendar year of 2024. I use it on posts that I was like, this should have fucking gone like viral. And something tells me that it's being suppressed. And I tested it, and sure enough, it rejected the promotions and stuff. Once I did it and it went through, and so I just canceled the promotion. I was like, okay, I guess it's not being suppressed. But yeah, the whole thing. Thank you, Eleanor.
And you never know what kind of videos are going to do good and which ones are not.
That's true.
There's no telling.
I mean, you do start to get a feel for like what you do that works well, I will say, But what did I do with my broom? Have any of you guys seen the like John Ritter dancing videos? He puts the Matlock soundtrack or theme song on, and he dances to them like.
No.
It's so good.
That's the other thing the algorithm does. It finds out what you like from your other, like YouTube or search history or whatever, and then it shows you stuff similar to that. So I get mostly like old videos of how it's made or, stuff like that.
Yeah. Fucking hell, where is my broom?
I also immediately scroll from any celebrity. They got enough money. They don't need any help.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah, I don't
They
really
get-
get a lot of the bigger creators, to be honest. But yeah, I would say Algo fully nailed me when it got, because I've talked about that on here before, and I actually like debated for a while making like a series of TikToks about this. And one of my favorite fucking pastimes is dancing, is like silly dancing to TV show theme songs. Like I love dancing in a way that doesn't matter. A way that doesn't, you know.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Gotcha.
I see what you're saying.
You know, just I like it. It's being very silly and whatnot. And so that's the thing. It's like I don't really follow celebrities on here, especially not just like because they're celebrities, but like John Ritter is like I absolutely follow him now. But it's because I kept seeing these videos of him dancing silly to like Matlock theme song, and I was like, okay, fine. You know, it's not about him being a celebrity. It's definitely just about him being my type of comedian.
I like Ricky Gervais as a comedian.
I like him too. Although, didn't he get into some hot water at some point? Wasn't he like teetering on cancellation at some point recently?
Oh, I don't know. I hadn't seen anything out of him in years.
Yeah.
It's like he doesn't exist anymore.
Wait, really? No, he's been doing stuff. He
think
got some TV shows on like Netflix and whatnot. He's got a thing on. He had like a comedian roundtable thing that he directed that I think was masterful. I think my friend and I have the theory that he did it to like, I mean, among other things, to very specifically embarrass Jerry Seinfeld, which I love because fuck Jerry Seinfeld.
Right.
And yeah, I think he's done stuff, but he's mostly like in recent years done like TV shows and stuff.
Oh, that explains why I haven't seen anything from him.
But they're very good TV shows.
I tried to watch his Netflix show. I don't remember the name of it. Where I don't remember the theme of it now. But he's like a atheist non-believer working in an office full of like Christian-y people. But I couldn't get into it.
Oh yeah. Is it Afterlife or something? Maybe?
Oh yeah, Afterlife.
Yeah. If his wife passes away, so he's like,
Yeah. I think I watched 2 episodes, but I really didn't get into it. It wasn't entertaining.
Yeah, I think that one took me a couple of tries to get into, if I remember correctly. And then I did, and it was very heartfelt, and I liked it. Another one on Netflix he has is called Derek. That one's very heartwarming. I thought that was going to be, like, super problematic, and actually it's, like, I don't know how he plays, like, a mentally handicapped guy who works in an old folks' home. And, like, you would totally expect, you could be like, okay, really, you're going to be here playing, you know, a mentally handicapped guy, like, for comedy, for laughs and stuff, you know, like, this is kind of sketchy. But it actually is, like, really heartwarming. And it's funny, but, like, not in a malicious way, you know?
Yeah, well, I don't think Ricky's quite right in the head anyway. He's a little off, but funny.
Comedian thing parties getting coffee. No, he did like a comedy roundtable thing. I forget what it's called, but like with HBO, it's like a special where it's like him, Jerry Seinfeld. Is it Kevin Hart? I don't know. It's like 4 of them It's like 4 very big comedians sitting around having a conversation, 4 or 5, sitting around and having conversations about comedy, about writing comedy, about doing comedy, all this stuff. And it just, I feel like Jerry Seinfeld just comes off as a fucking like hack, because they talk about like the theory of comedy, what's funny, what makes something funny, how you build a joke, how, all this stuff. And I don't know. I had this feeling, and I mentioned it to my friend. He was like, oh, 100%. Where I was like, it kind of feels like he's here just like trying to embarrass fucking Jerry for being such a hack. And my friend was like, oh, 1000%. That's what he was doing. He was doing this to like reveal to everyone, like, no, Jerry Seinfeld like doesn't think very deeply about his jokes, and that's why they're not fucking funny. He's not smart. It's not not funny because it's going over your head. It's not funny because he just says shit. He like doesn't really put thought into it.
He's just not funny.
What comedy is. It's just not funny. He doesn't understand what comedy is. He got lucky.
The first I seen of Ricky was I think my son shared the watch everything I could find with Ricky Gervais because it was hilarious.
I didn't know he defended Weinstein. I saw it recently, like maybe last year, whatever. It was like probably this spring or winter. I almost made a TikTok about this where he was like whining about like how woke culture and cancel culture make it so you can't say anything and like it's ruining comedy. And there was like an article about this, and I was gonna kind of approach it from this angle of like Jerry Seinfeld like bitching about how you can't be avant-garde in comedy anymore because of the woke stuff. Like, yeah, let's look at like Jerry Seinfeld's like most daring jokes, shall we? And like just go, the guy has never towed the line. The guy has never like been daring in any way with any of his fucking comedy. But like his audience has always been like older couples who want to go to see a comedy show without, like, they want to feel like they're at a comedy show and went and saw a live comedian without having to like be offended or confront difficult issues or anything like that. He is like your grandparents' comedian, and not just now because like he's old, but like literally always. And yeah,
I don't know much about that Jerry guy.
Neil is a Neil Gumpel. I have not seen him. That's cool. Tina Frimmel. I think
I just, do your nails match your shirt?
Mm-hmm.
I just noticed that.
Yeah.
Same color.
Yeah.
Was that on purpose or an accident?
I like, yeah, it was not on purpose in that I got dressed today and put on. Okay. My nails have been brown for like a week and a half, 2 weeks.
Well, I knew your nails were brown. I just didn't know if you chose the fashion color shirt for the reason the nails were brown. Yeah. Sorry, I just noticed that. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, oh. Neil says streaming services are hungry for content. That's not true, Roasted. That's actually not true right now. Like, a lot of people in the industry are talking about this very openly. The industry is going through a really, really rough slowdown right now. They are not hungry for content. They have cut back on producing stuff like by an incredibly large amount because they're having issues with profitability, especially now that the streaming wars have like shaken out so that there's like a bunch of different streaming services. People cannot afford all of them. They have stopped paying every single month for their streaming thing. You know what I mean? The industry is in a slowdown, so he is not correct about that.
And it might be because, like, for musicians, I'm a music guy, right? Like Andrew and some of the other people on here. I see better musicians doing lives on here than what are on any album ever. And I'm sure it's the same way with comedians and everything else. Just regular people that are just better at that, at whatever it is they're doing.
Yeah.
Than what some of the celebs are.
They're willing to buy what you produce. Yeah, see, that's a lot harder, Roasted, because that means that you have to have capital up front. Because like producing is expensive. That's the expensive part. So they wanna buy something for not a lot of money, but you at the very least have to have the upfront capital for it. And there's no guarantee that they'll buy it after you produce it and stuff. Roasted, I'm sure Neil said a lot of things, but I'm telling you what most people in the industry are saying right now. It's really fucked up right now. And it's like, yes, so acquisitions is like a different thing, but also acquisitions have slowed down as well from the studios and somewhat from the streaming services. But streaming services notoriously also just don't pay very well for acquisitions. But in order to be acquired, you need capital up front, like a lot of money to shoot something, to produce something. And that's not something that most people have on hand. What you need is, in that case, investors, financiers, and like, you know, producers that are willing to basically find and package money and stuff, just based on the hope that you might then be able to sell it to a streamer. There are some arrangements that happen beforehand that it's like, they're like, you know, basically distro agreements that your financing is contingent upon and stuff, but it's not like that easy. It's not that easy, and it's not happening as much as it used to now. The industry is in a slowdown. Yeah, whoa, wow. 10 episodes for 100K? Yeah, that's wild. That is wild. So it's micro budget. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
100K as macro budget? I don't know anything about film.
Yeah, especially for fucking 10 episodes. Absolutely. It's absolutely, yeah, micro budget. That is shoestring. So you gotta imagine, right? Like an episode of something takes several days. I mean, depending on the length of it, it takes several days to film, right? And so 10 episodes, 100K, that's 10K per episode. And for that, you got to cover the entire cast. Let's say it would only take a week. It takes longer than a week, but yeah, I don't know how that pays for anything. People are working for free. If that's what the budget is, people are working for free and for under minimum wage. And that's the thing. It's like, that's great that he has like 100K to put towards a micro budget project. The majority of people don't have that. And it's also, yeah, no unions. Yeah, people are working for free on this, Roasted. That's a favor gig, you know. Because yeah, so imagine 10K, you gotta somehow pay for you know, director, writer, which I'm sure are both him, all the actors, all the crew, that's camera team, sound team, art, wardrobe, you know, fucking everything, locations, camera rentals. Yeah. So it's a shoestring budget. He's getting a lot of fucking favors. And I'm sure he wrote something that's like very, very cheap, but 100K, 10 episodes is insanely micro budget. Yeah, exactly. So I'm glad that he's able to do that. I filmed a micro budget feature right before the pandemic. But it was like 5 days of filming and it was like 17K. And that doesn't even cover any of the post. And that's also with everyone working for free, mind you. Yeah, Roasted, that doesn't change anything that I'm saying. I'm telling you, people are working for free. I have worked in the industry for many years as well.
I had a friend try to get me on a TV show that aired, and it didn't pay very much, so I didn't do it.
Yeah.
I think it was like 300 a week or something. That's basically working for free.
Yeah. Yeah, that's rough.
I did watch that series. It was good. I enjoyed it.
What series? Do you remember what series it was?
It was geez, I done forgot now. The Colony.
The Colony. That's
Yeah, I was supposed to be the handyman.
Now I gotta go watch it and keep an eye out for the handyman.
The guy that they got for the handyman he done awesome.
Yeah.
He knew a lot of stuff about everything, so he was pretty good.
Okay.
I couldn't have done any better.
NBC TV show. Yeah. Okay. It sounds familiar. I feel like I saw The Colony, but maybe not. Maybe I just saw it.
That's the only reason why I watched it, is because somebody wanted me to be on there. I was like, I thought about it, but at the time, my wife was pregnant with her daughter, and she was going to be due, and they was like, no, you're going to have to be away, and you won't be able to go back. And I'm like, that's not any money.
Yeah.
No thanks.
It's not worth it. Damn.
I don't even remember what channel that aired on. It's been years ago.
Said NBC.
And it almost didn't get made, from what I was told anyway. Lack of funding.
I mean, that's true for most things, to tell you the truth. It's very hard to get anything made ever.
So they had, from what I was told, they done the whole thing, right? And then they wanted to put it on, and then they didn't. They almost got rejected. So almost it was like on the verge of nobody getting paid.
Oh, really?
So I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I didn't do that.
Well, that's weird. 'Cause I guess they made it on spec as well. They were self-funding it. Because, like, you can't, in theory, you can't do that. You can't hire a bunch of people and not pay them unless you're talking, like, total just favors,
Yeah, it was in the contract thing that they sent me, that, like, if it don't work out, you don't get any money. But we're gonna film the, what do they call it whenever you hadn't got the pilot,
Yeah.
and then like the first couple of episodes, and if nobody picks it up, then nobody gets paid. I'm like, no.
Wild. That is wild.
I've never had a desire to be on TV, but whenever I first read the little thing, I'm like, sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Oh,
for sure. I think it's fun, personally, doing stuff like that, but maybe I'm biased.
And that was the person that recommended me to do that was the mail carrier.
What am I talking
The person who delivers my mail.
The movie, like the original, like, what's his face?
No, the
movie.
hold on a second.
The room is in, like, the really bad one, or the room is in the really good one? Because I think one of them is just room. Oh. I didn't know this. Whoops. Looks like I could actually just push this. Yeah, I heard that too, Rex. I've been seeing all those posts on my For You page as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's such a classic thing. Like, these really big directors, like, really think their farts don't stink and then start putting out trash. And because everyone's like, well, Francis Ford Coppola is a great director. Like, no one, like, they just end up, like, surrounded by yes men. Like, no one ever says no to fucking Scorsese or Coppola or anything. They're just like, well, it must be good because it's Coppola, so just give them whatever fucking money they want. And it sucks because it's like, then all, you know, the annual fucking budgets that these studios have, like, get fucking siphoned off for what turns out to be garbage just because the guy behind it is fucking famous. And it's like, although didn't he like partially self-fund it because everyone was like, this is garbage? I don't even remember. I don't know what the case is for this one. Sold his winery for the movie. Yeah. Well, we'll see how that works out for him. Just for now, I'm gonna put these. What about AI film? Fuck AI film. What do you mean? Taking back how much you made fun of all the other. You were surprised by that? I feel like he always kind of has. That's kind of the point, right? But no, there weren't. Were there? Sorry, excuse me, guys.
Oh snap, she's gone. Hello, other people. How can I entertain y'all today? Look at that awesome painting. I don't know what it is, but it's awesome. And I think that's a random mannequin arm on the shelf. Maybe too small for a mannequin arm. Not sure.
Sure, Sorry, my teeth were feeling sticky, so I decided to also brush my teeth. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know you were away, and because you were busy doing things, it put me in the cleaning and organizing mood, so I was doing that also. And didn't notice you were gone. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, Rex, you're saying, there's huge lawsuits about AI. Yes. I thought you were saying that there were huge lawsuits about Deadpool making fun of other superhero movies. I was like, no. Okay, good. Oh, you entertained them all.
Yeah, is that a mannequin arm on the shelf?
Yes.
Hand? Yeah, I thought it was.
Oh, this is new. I got a little Matisse print. I know that kind
Yeah,
of.
I said the painting, but I didn't know what it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
It's a lovely painting.
Thank you. It's technically it's Matisse, so it's technically collage. Like he cut out the shape, and it's a poster of a Matisse thing, decoupage.
Yeah, I don't understand art.
I just think it's pretty, to be honest.
It's nice. I don't know how people come about these things.
Yeah, I forget the whole how Matisse ended up doing this sort of thing. I forget what his whole thing was. I mean, he cut stuff up, but if you start paying attention, I kind of was joking. I found this at a thrift store. I went to the thrift store because this TikToker posted like, let's go thrifting. And while she was thrifting, she showed this painting and I fell in love with it. And it just so happened that the thrift store was in Brooklyn. It was like a 45-minute drive away. But that's what we were doing when you texted me the other day. God, I convinced Philippe to grab the car, drive me 45 minutes there. Well, it was like 40 minutes there and then 45 minutes back to find this fucking painting, and it was gone. I was so disappointed. So disappointed. But while we were there, they had this, and I was like, I actually have some Matisse prints, like literally in my cart right now, and it came with the thing, the frame as well. So it was actually a really good deal to just get something that I was like, been looking at this anyway, so.
Well, it looks nice up there.
It could also be fast to capture current events while it's in the public focus? News media.
TikTok is really fast.
Yeah. Social media as well. Yeah, right? Doesn't it? And the color is like it's the perfect color. It like fully, it just like fits in my thing, I think. And I want to I need more stuff for here. I might frame this. This I'm going to take down. But I need more art up here.
Not the fluffy cloud. You're not going to take the cloud down.
Not the cloud.
I'm going to be honest, I think the cloud is the only reason why I stopped at you alive in the first place.
Really?
Yeah, because it looks like a cumulonimbus cloud. A baby thunderstorm.
It does, doesn't it?
It does. It really does.
Get rid. Make herself all cozy. She's getting annoyed.
Round and around.
She's getting exasperated.
She's such a good dog.
She is. She's such a good girl.
I wish my dogs were so well behaved. They are not.
She has her moments. But yeah. All right, where do I want to put that stuff? I love you.
She looks like she would love to chase a squirrel up a tree.
Yeah, it's funny. She So her breed are like bred to kind of go after small animals like birds, squirrels, stuff like that. And also just as foot warmers. Hi. Hi. And when she was like a puppy, she like would go after birds, but I pretty successfully like trained her out of that. And you know, I have like bird feeders outside my window. So at first when the birds would come up, she would like growl at them and stuff, and I trained her out of that. But when the squirrels would come to eat the food, I trained her to bark at them and like go after them. I mean, she can't go outside through the window, but she would bark at them. So it's pretty.
Yeah, and scare them away anyway.
Yeah, she's like pretty well trained to not go after. I mean, it's been a while, so I'm sure I would have to like reinforce it a bit. But she's pretty well trained to not to like pay the birds no mind, but to like growl at the squirrels. Oh, thank you, Rich. Thank you for the bath. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, what's that about, Rex? Her lip always just gets stuck there now. You're so cute, my little Muppet. Oh, speaking of Muppets, have you guys seen the depressed Kermit on here?
I saw your video about it.
Wait, my video?
I think it was yours.
Oh,
Did you make a video about
I
it?
think I reposted a video. Yeah.
Okay.
About it. I was thinking of making a video because last night I was scrolling through and I came across the live stream and I watched it for a bit, and he was having another night where he was like lamenting that Miss Piggy cheated on him, and the music, it was rough. It's very funny. Okay, thank you, Riz. Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. There are so many talented people on this app.
Yeah.
Just as talented as the big time Hollywood stars and whatnot, if not more so.
I agree. There are a lot of people on here who are very talented. God, I hope this app doesn't go away.
It won't like just go away. It may not be available, the app itself, on the Play Store and stuff like that, but I don't think they can just make it disappear.
No,
it'll be harder for people to accent.
But the harder it gets, the less people will go on it, and they'll migrate away and find something else. And without the audience on here, the app ceases to be the app.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
But maybe somebody come up with a new one that will take its place, if nothing else.
Yeah.
It's obviously very successful.
Yeah. I mean, Clapper, I know there's some apps trying to position themselves to basically take its place. So.
I've not heard of the, what did you say, Clapper?
Clapper, yeah. They're the ones who reached out to me and like basically asked me to come on and make an account and become part of their like news team, and they'll pay me for a couple of posts a month, which I think I might do. Just keep
sounds like an opportunity.
Yeah. They deciding on it soon? Yeah, they're the deadline. I mean, it's not really a deadline, but both sides asked the appeals judges to rule by December 6th. So hopefully, yeah, they'll rule by December 6th. But also, whatever the ruling is, will probably be appealed anyway. So
yeah, I don't know. It went away.
Sorry about that.
Oh, it's fine.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
I've never come up on someone's live before, so I'm kind of confused.
Well, I knew that you had been
before. Haven't you?
Have I?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I don't remember you being up here before, so welcome.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I think so because I said that your voice is very lovely. You have
Oh,
been.
thank you.
You're welcome. Welcome.
I just had to come up and say how cute Rizzo was being when she was giving you kisses. It was so adorable.
Yeah, she's great. Although I will say now, like I've been served a couple of TikToks about people who are like, "Oh, you think it's cute when your dog is licking your face? No, that's submissive licking. That means that they're anxious and they're afraid and da 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 da." And now, and like, yeah, I've gotten a couple of things where people are like, "Oh, all these things that I thought were cute, and now I know how anxious. Now I can't unsee how anxious these dogs actually are." So now I'm always like afraid to like show her like licking me and stuff because I'm like, oh, someone's gonna come in here and be like, your dog is terrified of you.
No, that's nonsense. So they do that because they're a social species.
Yeah, that's what I think.
It's grooming each other. That's what social species do.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I definitely think it's a sign of affection for sure.
Yeah.
Well, because also even if it is like submissive licking or whatever, or submissive grooming, it's like okay, but that like submissive. That's also like when dogs are playing, they'll show their belly. That's submissive as well. But it's like to show like, hey, yeah, I trust you.
Yeah, I trust you. We are friends now.
Friends now, yeah. So, I don't know.
Yeah, right. Go psychoanalysis on someone else's pet. Leave our pets alone.
Like Jackson Galaxy.
Jackson, what's Jackson? Master Jack.
He was like a cat behaviorist.
Really? I've never heard of this.
He had a show on Animal Planet called My Cat from Hell.
What was wrong with the cat?
Oh, he would just like go into people's homes and just like see how their cats were acting and what they were doing and diagnose why they were acting that way and just tried to give the owners better tips. Kind of like Caesar Milan, but for cats.
Oh, my wife used to watch the Caesar guy.
Yeah.
He
But
is the
everyone-
dog
now-
whisperer.
But now everyone sees him because his method, Caesar Milan's whole thing was like based on bullshit science too, where the whole like
Yeah, like alpha dog shit and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
people still like trot that out all the time. Weirdly. Oh boy.
Animals are a lot easier to what do you say? Know what they're thinking than people are.
Yeah.
Their body language gives away their intent real quick and easy. When it's not the same for people.
Yeah.
You never know with people, but you can pretty much know with animals. Or I can, I guess.
I think so.
It's because you're a Disney princess, remember?
You are a Disney princess. Oh boy. All right, let's see. Should we put this here?
Yeah, I don't think alpha's really a thing. Definitely not with like dogs or canines or wolves and coyotes.
Yeah.
That's not exactly how it works. It's more complicated than that.
It's all been disproven. It's like not. It all came from one bullshit dude. Kind of like the whole anti-vaxxer thing.
No, was there a thing about it?
Yeah. It all came from like one, or maybe one study or something. It was basically disproven since.
But you would if people have been if you've been around like a group of dogs, it's pretty obvious that's not how it works.
Yeah. Due to the study, observed a single pack of wolves for a week. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Okay.
Like our Chihuahua is definitely above the much larger blue heeler dog. The Chihuahua's in charge. It's more to do with age than anything else, as best I can tell. And attitude.
Age and attitude.
The Chihuahua's got attitude.
I have heard that.
They will not be treated like a small dog because they are big.
I have not met a Chihuahua that liked me.
Aww.
I don't think I've ever met a dog that didn't like me.
I don't know. I feel like Chihuahuas like they're one person. And if you're not that one person, then you are the enemy. And they need to protect that one person from you.
Maybe so, because our Chihuahua doesn't let anyone near me.
Oh.
See?
Yeah, that's funny. Yay.
He even goes after bugs that fly too close.
Really?
Yeah, he's like, nope.
Oh, that's so cute.
That capybara would be the most amazing thing. But I don't think
Capybaras
that's
are awesome.
Is that?
I don't know. It should be. They're so sweet.
There was this one TikTok account that was like a farm up in Maryland, or no, I think it was in Massachusetts, and they had capybaras. But I don't know if
They're
it's like a domestic pet, like not on a farm allowed type of thing.
Oh, I don't know, but capybaras are super friendly. I learned about them on a documentary years ago.
Yeah.
They're not afraid of anything. They're not aggressive. They're just friendly to everything.
Because they don't have any natural predators. So,
Yeah.
which is so cute, so sweet. Oh no. Oh boy. Okay. Hmm.
A pack of capybaras, or would you call that a herd? Because they're mostly, they're vegetarians, they're vegans. I think I'm talking to Rex. If they're grass eaters, I think it's a herd or a gaggle or that other thing. And if they're meat eaters, then they're a pack or a pride. I believe that's how that goes.
I'm sure it's happy.
Or it could be something random like a murder.
Yeah. Well, with birds, it's definitely different.
That's where it says murder crows. Hunted by jaguars? I don't think so. Wait.
Oh no. Jaguars.
I think the whole point of capybaras is that they have no natural predator.
Yeah, I think that's it. I don't want a pet jaguar. They would bite you.
Look at Riz. They're semi-aquatic. Oh yeah. Look, she's sleeping with my sneaker.
Aww.
Oh, hello. She's like, oh, don't catch me sleeping. um, I want to put more of like my like gear, my camera equipment down here.
Getting a better look of your apartment. I think I need more shelves in my house.
Yeah.
Yep.
I need more shelves too. Shelves are good. Shelves are very handy for those of us who have things.
And live in small spaces.
Yeah,
Then you need ladders or step stools for the shelves,
that's true. I do have both. I have a step stool and a ladder,
depending on how tall they are. Yeah.
which is good, honestly. They're very handy. Have you guys seen, what's that actor name that looks like a capybara? You know who I'm talking about, Philippe. We talked about this. You guys know that actor that's like kind of gotten big recently?
I don't.
He was in that one.
I don't know.
Philippe, do you know what his name is?
He looks like a capybara.
Yeah.
Mm,
He's in that tornado or hurricane tornado movie, I think it is.
oh, the blonde one,
Yeah.
the main character dude. He was also in Maverick, Top Gun.
Wait, I think so.
Ah, I forgot his name. I know who you're talking about. He
Look at
does kind
photos
of look like.
Yeah, look at photos of him.
I think it's the eyes.
Yeah. And like the pointed chin a little bit, especially when he like smiles. I don't know. There's some photos out there comparing him to like side by side capybara photo. It's so funny when it's like, yeah. Let's see if this will fit.
Well, since capybaras are cute, he probably is a bigger player than Straight Edge.
He might be. Oh boy.
Yeah, jaguars after capybaras? I thought jaguar ate caiman. Mostly.
Glen Powell, thank you. Both from first-hand experience and on YouTube. You saw jaguars go after capybaras, Philippe?
I guess it makes sense. They both live in the same areas,
Do they really?
don't they? I think so.
I thought capybaras, like, they originated on some fucking island where they were isolated and, like, Am I just like confusing them with something else entirely?
I don't know. I think jaguars and capybaras are both South America, Florida type animals.
Yeah,
Well, not
they're from
jaguars for
South
Florida,
America.
but South America, jaguars and capybaras.
In Peru. Oh, I'm saying.
Jaguars, caimans, and anacondas.
Yeah, South America, right?
Yep.
Thought so.
So why do I think that? Is it possible that it's just that there are like capybaras on a specific island somewhere that don't have any natural predators, and those capybaras specifically are the friendly ones?
That sounds possible.
That does sound plausible.
You just watch capybara snuff films, Philippe? That's wild.
That sounds like a very, very Philippe thing to do.
Capybara snuff films. No big deal. I feel like I need a little bit more organization under here, but you know, maybe I'll just call this.
Now, to be honest, I think lemurs are much cuter than capybaras. Those lemurs are awesome.
They don't have the same kind of like little face, you know? Like, yeah.
Yeah, but capybaras kind of look like big rats with shorter noses.
Well, rats are pretty cute.
They're kind of cute, I guess. I don't know. We had a gerbil once. She was awesome.
A gerbil. Gerbils are not rats, but yes, close. See? Ay, ay, ay. Where is your goat?
I bought the gerbil because we lived in Arizona and we had scorpions in the house, and the natural enemy of scorpions is gerbil. And that worked out well for us and the gerbil. Not so much for the scorpions.
That's good. I did not think it was going to end that way.
She would feast upon the scorpions and then go back to her cage.
Really?
Yep, every time she seen one, we just left the door propped open. She'd see a scorpion running across the floor, she'd go eat it, and then go back home.
That's pretty awesome.
Arizona is infested with scorpions, I'm sure of it. Every place I lived there were scorpions all the time in the house or apartment.
I have never seen a live scorpion
Yeah, me neither. Thankfully.
ever in my life.
I've been finding quite a few of them in our house here in Texas lately. I think it's because it's so dry. I don't know what the deal is there.
Global warming? Kind of thing?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I've killed like 5 or 6 of them just this last week inside the house.
Oh, no, thank you.
Yeah.
They can have the house. I would just move away.
Burn it the fuck down.
They're not that bad.
Aren't they like pretty deadly?
No, it's just like a little worse than like a wasp sting.
I don't know.
And they're not really aggressive or nothing.
I'll take your word for it.
They just look scary.
Oh God.
They always just remind me of that awful Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson movie, The Scorpion King.
Oh yeah. It's like an offshoot of The Mummy, right?
Yeah.
Not too bad. The Mummy was really good.
Yes, it was.
This is not going to be the permanent setup. However, for now, I think. Oops. Sorry. Hi.
Did you build this yourself?
These shelves, these are IKEA shelves.
Oh, okay.
But we did just do modifications today. So the modification thing that we did was like this table. I used to have my toolbox under it, you know? But the problem is, because it's ugly, right? And I just wanted it hidden. The problem is because this table, it's like this is the leg that props it up. It was kind of a pain to get into the drawers without pulling the whole thing out, which was in and of itself like a little annoying. So
yeah.
pull tools out, and then just, especially if they went up here, which is where all the like super common ones are, like the drill, the screwdrivers, like all the basics that you grab just randomly, over the course of whatever normal daily life. They were all up here, and that was the hardest one to get to. So I decided, I've also been like, the shelves here had similar basically stuff. They have it's like my hobby graveyard, just a bunch of ugly, like half finished projects and stuff. So my plan was always to build some doors to cover that up. And, but I decided to try to figure out how to get the doors in front of this. So we didn't build the doors, but we this is like a shelf. The doors that I want to build are using like a pivot hinge, basically.
Okay.
That goes into, that I'm going to install on these, like on the shelves. And so in order to do that, I needed like a shelf thing in front. And also I think it looks cleaner if, when I installed
The continuation, yeah.
So yeah, the next thing to do is I have some plywood that I'll probably make some doors out of when it's not that shitty to use a power tool, in a New York City apartment. And now I can access these a lot more easily. And I will hopefully put my tools and materials away more. We'll see.
Nice. And it doesn't need to be mobile for you.
Yeah, it doesn't. But it can be. But if it needs to be, I can.
Yeah, I saw the wheels.
And lift that thing out and just pull it out. Rather than, and it's also ironically, it's more easily mobile now because I can all I have to do is lift that shelf bracket thing out, and then it'll roll out. Where with this, it was you had to move the leg out, and you gotta get under and da. Yeah. So.
Well, I think it's a very lovely looking toolbox.
Thank you.
It's not all bent up like mine.
Yeah, it needs a little wipe down, but yeah.
It looks really comfy in its new home.
Thank you. I forget how half of this was arranged for. I'm gonna have to reorganize my entire toolbox one day. Actually, you know what? That's not a thing.
My toolbox is not organized at all, but there's this guy that I work for really regularly, and he's got labels for everything that goes in every drawer because he's OCD as hell. So I like to take things out of one drawer and put them in another one just to bother him.
You do not.
I do, and he has such a fit.
Oh no.
So, like, stop it.
Horrible.
Everything is labeled. I can't stand it.
We've had some drawers and stuff that are like all very well labeled too. I like a good labeled stuff. I have a lot of labels on my desk over there.
This guy is so bad, though, that whenever we're working on something, like we'll have a bunch of tools out, or I'll go get tools that I need for the job, and while I'm doing the work, he's putting things away.
Oh, okay.
It's really bad. Like, I'll use a wrench or go get a handful of wrenches and take them out there, and he sees I'm done using that wrench, or he thinks I'm done, and he'll go put it immediately back where it goes.
Okay.
And then I have to go get it again. It's so annoying.
Yeah, that is annoying.
So it's kind of fair that I move things around.
Yeah. Yeah, I can. One of the things that like can really trigger my anger is like when something is not where it's supposed to be, and like especially if I'm in like I'm on a mission, you know, and it's like not where it's fucking supposed to be. It's like, okay, what
It completely messes up the flow.
completely messes up the flow, and it's like, why the fuck isn't it where it's supposed? It's so simple. It's an inanimate object. All it has to do is be in the place it's supposed to be in. And of course, it's like, well, because it's an inanimate object, it's obviously my fucking fault. And it's like, oh, and you get just like rage. I see red, like, yeah.
Rizzo has been secretly moving stuff.
Intraday, don't be subtracting points. I barely have any left.
Yeah.
Being kind of OCD is different than what this person is that I was talking about. He is super OCD. Like, see Brenna's toolbox, where it's just plumb full of stuff. This guy's toolboxes are not like that. He's got foam cutouts for everything that goes in every drawer. It's one layer only.
I love the foam cutout life. Don't, you know, the reason I don't have it is because it would require more toolboxes.
Well, he's got dozens with one layer of tools in each drawer.
Yeah. See, if I did foam cutouts, I would have like the multiple levels. In fact, I was looking at making myself foam cutouts or like wood ones where it was like perfectly stacked on top and stuff. However, and right now it doesn't look as nice. I will say, when this is organized, it is very meticulously organized. Because, in large part, because I have so much stuff and I want to fit it in here. So it's like, you know, it's gotta fit very precisely, perfectly in order to work.
Yeah, intraday, I'd say he would definitely adopt you. If you OCD and you put things back, yeah, he would like that very much. As long as you don't mind the turning the lights off, I think it's 3 or 4 times every time.
Yeah, that's rough.
He's so hard to work with or work for.
I don't know what these are for, to tell you the truth. I don't know why I have these.
Well, intraday, I'm glad you know where everything is because I don't know where anything's at. Not around my house. Everything is lost.
That's the worst feeling.
I have a pretty good idea of where just about, like, I have a mental filing cabinet. When I've like organized stuff, I know it too, which is also, I think, why when something is missing or I don't know exactly where it is, it like sends me into rage because like it's like a coping mechanism, right? Like I used to misplace things like crazy and like lose them and I would get in trouble for it. And like it was also just like really, it's just really difficult, you know, to have ADHD and be losing stuff so often that you need and, you know, whatever. And so I started like developing this like ability to like just be hyper, like to know exactly where everything is, like what pile something is in. You know, it's organized, it's quite literally organized chaos. But so when something is not where I remember it, it's like, I think part of what triggers it is like it's exhausting for your brain to like hold all that like just spatial knowledge all at once. You know what I mean? Like I have this spatial awareness of every fucking item in my apartment at all times, and it's exhausting to just have that running as like a background process. And so when it fails, I think that's part of what like also just adds to the anger. It's like, what are you fucking talking about? This process has failed. Like it uses up so many of my resources just existing in the background, and you're telling me now at this moment where I need something specific, now it's gonna like fucking fail me. And that's where I think.
Yeah, I used to do that, but now I don't do that anymore. I let it go. Life is so much more fun that way. It's messier, but less annoying, less aggravating.
Well, I used to, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I think I developed this because it was like, it was really frustrating to need something and not be able to find it or whatever, too. And so my
Yeah.
like, especially when it was like every little thing, right? But, okay, let me, we're not perfectly organized, but we're getting there.
But I saw your keyboard. Now you have to play that Axel F song. Do 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 do.
The Crazy Frog song.
crazy thoughts.
Well, I only know how to play like 4 songs on piano myself, so.
Honestly, it's been years since I played. I gotta get rid of this keyboard. It's like very old. It's like older than I am, actually. So it's not very good. It's like part of me is like, okay, but if I get rid of it, I won't have anything to play the piano should I choose to. That's hoarder mentality. I just get rid of it. Or donate it, maybe, to something.
Yeah, donate it. I'm sure somebody would love to have it.
Yeah. Maybe I'll do that.
I don't play music much anymore because it annoys the hell out of my wife. She's all like, "Stop it, you're too noisy."
What other instruments do you play?
Guitar and drums.
Oh boy. Okay. This is already not a good.
Yeah, Axel F is it is a good song.
That will need a reorg for sure. And I will have to put this camera into the big camera bag. This is one of those things this is gonna take me like a week to get to be of like arranging and rearranging until my brain is like satisfied, you know?
Yep.
Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, and I have like a pretty big studio. So even though I have a small footprint, I also have a pretty big one too. Like relative to most people I know in the city. Too many things. This is going to be visible. It's going to bother me actually.
I'm pretty sure my house is smaller than her apartment.
Yeah, we did talk.
Is it a tiny house?
Yeah. 12 by 24.
Oh, wow.
But not like one of those tiny house, like the branded, like little shipping container things or whatever.
No, not like that. I built it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And you said you're out in the middle of like nowhere, so you have all the space to yourself.
Yeah. A little over 17 acres all to ourselves.
Do you guys keep animals?
Yeah.
Nice.
We keep cows and chickens and dogs anyway. When I get done digging the pond, we'll keep ducks and maybe geese.
Ducks? Nice.
Get yourself a gaggle.
Yep. That's the plan.
How about goats?
No, I don't like them. It's not that I don't like them so much, it's that you need a better fence to keep them in.
Oh, yeah.
Goats
They're
like
so
to climb.
cute, though.
They are cute, but you gotta have a really good fence to keep them in, and they get sick a lot. Lots of expensive vet bills.
This is true.
Okay. How do you know about goats? Mitch?
How do I know about goats?
No, cottage.
Oh.
I know how you know about goats. I trust you to know about every farm animal. Just about.
Pretty much.
Okay.
I've done a lot of jobs and not stuck to very many for very long.
Okay. So now we gotta find a new place for these fucking things. Whoops. These little recycling things. Marvelous.
That crazy, that MAGA person is requesting up again. You know, the funny one from the other night?
Yeah. And they say some fucked up shit. Alright,
Oh, he wants to debate me.
what do you want to debate?
I don't know.
What's up? Since he wants to debate you. Thank you, Intraday.
Yeah, do you want to see what he has to say?
It's up to you. He wants to debate you, so.
Oh, I'm sure it's all nonsensical what he has to say. We'll see.
I'm sure.
Might be fun.
Okay.
What's up, buddy?
Good evening, my gaggle. How you doing?
Oh, I'm not unwell. How are yourself?
Oh, it's just bad connection here for a minute. I just wanted to talk to God. Here we go. Connection coming in. You know, I was just kind of sitting and watching, hoping I might catch a little glimpse of that beautiful cava that runs around Brenna's house, that little cavalier spaniel, Charles. But I got to thinking, and I was thinking, what kind of person is gonna? Am I cutting out or am I okay?
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
Okay.
We're listening
I was
at you.
saying, what kind of person would have the audacity to call themselves God?
Well, that's what folks call me.
And how you pull little pranks on your coworkers, and you sit up here. I bet I'm willing to put my eggs in the basket that you're an atheist. Are you not?
Yeah, you can say that.
Right, yeah, because I know your type.
Type.
Do you? Well, you're a lucky person to know my type.
Yeah, and the problem with people like you who call themselves God is that you are an offense to people who actually believe in God and are faithful to God and lead a God-fearing life and try and act in benefit for others. And you sit up here in your state of mockery.
Do they really believe
your name
that?
God?
Do they really believe in God, though?
While they're going to church on Sunday?
Going to church doesn't mean a thing. Anybody could go to church. You'll have to do better.
So now you're insinuating that people who go to church on Sunday might not believe in God. Okay, guy.
Yeah, how are you going to prove that they do?
See, this is the problem. This is the problem with people like you. It's no better than being a racist. It really isn't.
How do you equate the two?
It's like you're wearing black. It's like you're wearing blackface.
As far as I can tell, I know a lot of religious people.
There's nothing wrong.
All of which are racist. I know a lot of atheist people, none of which are racist. Care to explain?
Well, I guess that you can make that allegation.
It's almost as if you can't be one without being the other. Really?
Well, then you're what you're doing with a name like that, you're just proving that you're no better than them.
Well,
No
how?
better than who?
Than what? Than racists?
No better than who?
Yeah.
Who are you
That
referring
are
to? You're gonna have to
racist
be
or
more specific.
whatever you leftists like to call people.
Wait, so
I don't put people in boxes and label them.
Wait, no, but I'd love to. I mean, I'm just curious. So, hating someone for their skin color, or not even hating sometimes, just looking down on them for their skin color, that's the same as having a username God?
Right? I would say it's even more of a mockery.
How so?
It's even a deeper offense.
How so, though? You still haven't answered the question.
I'll explain that if you like.
Well, I wish you would. I'm waiting.
I'm interested.
I would say that insulting believers in God is a
How
bigger
is-
offense
how is-
than being a racist.
How is the name insulting?
Offense.
How is the name insulting
Because-
anyway? God is a label, not a name. You seem uneducated on the matter.
Human beings.
Sorry.
No, I'll tell you some education, God.
I doubt it, but you can try.
Education is knowing what the difference. Since you're a farmer as well,
I am.
education is knowing the difference between what an animal is and what a human being is. That's
Human
real
beings are
education.
animals.
And the only difference
There is no
between
difference.
an animal and a human being.
What's
God,
wait a minute. What is the difference between a human and an animal, since humans are animals? We are primates, bro.
Well, we all look for shelter. We all look for defense and mating. And
All
to feed
animals
our
do that.
bellies. Those are the baseline animal instincts. But the real difference is that human beings have the opportunity and the chance to purify their life and to worship the supreme being, God, whether it be known as Allah or Jesus or Krishna or Buddha.
So you're not making any sense.
Pigs
How
aren't
do
going to
you
church
know?
on Sunday.
You forgot to mention.
Let me tell you something. How is that different than an animal? How do you know that dogs or birds or capybaras don't have some sort of God? Do you speak their language? Do you read their minds? How do you know that dogs don't see humans as gods? They certainly act like they do.
Well, yeah, the animals can communicate. They can tell us when they want to go outside, when they want to eat, when they have
Right.
anxiety.
But how do
They do
have they
baseline
told you
level.
that they do or don't have a God that they worship or look up to?
Because their inflection, when the donkey is braying his philosophy, nobody wants to hear it because it's just an inflection that is very generic and disturbing.
Well, but
His
marvelous.
brain, kind of like I'm disturbing you.
I don't think
Wait,
you know
Marvelous.
much about donkeys. Donkeys bray whenever they hear a noise, or whenever they see something out of the ordinary, whenever they hear something out of the ordinary.
Sorry, can I? So I just want to say, marvelous. You say that you know that donkeys aren't religious because when they bray, no one wants to hear it. But when you bray, I don't want to hear it. Does that
Right.
mean you're not religious? Just by that definition?
I'm just trying to paint a picture. We're not talking
Yeah,
in
when you
literal
say
talk. We're
things,
talking in
what-
allegory and metaphor. That's
Well,
how
let's be
religious scriptures
precise.
speak.
No, marvelous. Let's be precise about our language. We're talking about not allegory. We're talking about science, right? We're talking about what's the difference between a human and an animal. You know, humans are.
Well, the science denier is God. He's saying that the dog is going to church. The pigs are reading Bibles.
A dog could go to church if he chose
The
to.
cats are dancing in ecstasy. They're not.
I don't know what would
doing
stop them.
worship. What do we know as worship today? It's getting on your hands and knees and praying and repenting for your sin. It's reading the scriptures.
Have you never seen
It's
a horse
offering your
get on
food
his
to God.
knees?
It's gathering and worship.
Marvelous. Have you never seen a horse get on his knees? How do you know he's not praying? Or have you not been around horses much?
Because they are not reading the scriptures.
They're not reading your scriptures.
Their
That's
thoughts.
your own
See, this
religion.
is what you do.
So if it's not your religion, it's not a religion at all. You're not making much sense.
You see that Kava? He's very smart.
So you see what you're doing is claiming to know the mind of animals whenever that's impossible.
And also, are people who can't read, are they not able to be religious because they can't read the scriptures?
No, there's so many ways to worship. You can offer your food.
So there are more ways to worship than just reading the scripture. Okay, so why can't...
Right.
So animals don't need to read scripture in order to worship. Thank you.
Well, I mean, if this is your guys' argument, I mean, it's pretty small.
It's your argument. It's
That
not our
Kava
argument.
over there sleeping on the floor is not worshiping the deity.
Prove it. Prove he's not worshiping the deity.
Right, prove. See, you're
Waiting on you.
circular
You made a
reasoning.
positive. You done been made a positive claim. We're waiting on you to back it up.
This is how you operate. That's not the scientific method, God.
It is the scientific method.
Dude.
You made a claim. I said present your evidence, and you're just rambling on.
No, what you're doing, God, is a fallacious argument. It's like we're going to have a
How so?
scientific experiment. We're going to boil the water. The water's boiling at 100 degrees. And you're going to say, oh, prove it's real mercury in the thermometer. Prove it's real water. Prove this, prove that.
No.
It's all just a big circle.
No.
That's the
not what's
problem with
happening.
you
That's
people.
that's a false equivalency fallacy. See, you don't know much about science or philosophy.
No, that's a circular
You just
reasoning
made
to disrupt the scientific process.
No. What you done was a false equivalency fallacy. That's where you say this thing is like that thing when they have nothing in common, like you just done with the boiling water thing. It's nonsensical. So that's a that's a
You
false
are an
equivalency
offense.
fallacy. Am
Your
I
whole
offense?
life, God, is an offense.
Marvelous. Well, we're
People
doing
around you.
You walked off on the. You're gonna steer away from the conversation. You're gonna change the subject again because you couldn't back up the claims you made. You silly thing,
Yeah,
you.
the reason...
Our original
Marvelous, if you make a
discussion was
claim...
on the basis that you are offensive. Sorry, Brenda,
Am
go
I
ahead.
though? You still hadn't met that burden of proof though.
Yeah,
Waiting on you.
if you make a claim, you have to prove it. Just like if I make the claim that God is a flying spaghetti monster, it's kind of up to me. Like, are you gonna prove it?
Well, show me the Bible of flying spaghetti monster.
Okay, I will happily.
Right. See,
I
now
have
you're
one.
talking nonsense.
No, I'm not.
There is no
May
Bible.
his
There is no.
may his
Show me the
noodly
Church of Flying
appendages
Spaghetti
comfort
Monster.
you in
This
your
is some
moment of
demonic
hunger.
entity
Raw
created by the
man.
leftists.
And there you
Hospital
go.
of
I
the
have
Flying
one
Spaghetti
just like
Monster.
it.
There we go. Now this
Oh
is the
my
Bible
gosh.
of the flying spaghetti monster. So
You gonna pivot away again, Mr. Marvelous?
that's good to know, Andrew.
Well, that's surprising. Honestly, that is surprising. So,
Well, so I have
See,
my Bible.
you're not very educated on the matter then, are you?
I have my Bible.
well, no. After that becomes the scrutiny
Holly.
and the discrimination. We're all imbibed with scrutiny and discrimination.
Who discriminates?
You're the one who's
And we can use that to
Whenever
determine
your
if
scripture-
your book is not some weirdo trying to lead you into a ditch, which it most likely probably is. Just
I'm assuming-
just another rascal like God.
I'm
down here in
I'm
the back,
assuming that you are
waiting
a
to lead
Christian.
you off a cliff, waiting to lead you into the ditch, waiting to change your labels, waiting to misplace your tools.
See, now you're upset and just rambling on about nothing.
Yeah.
Whenever you
You're
read
a
your script, I'm
rascal.
assuming you're a Christian. Have you not read your book? Or would you like for me
doesn't
to
matter.
quote some for you? It does matter. Have you read the book? Are you arguing for something you know
I've read
nothing
some
of?
Proverbs, yes. I've read Mark
You've
and
read
John
some
and Luke and Matt.
Proverbs. Uh-huh. And God says there's a special people who are above all others. Yes, in the book.
But you just,
Yes, he
it's the
does.
way you
And what
guys do
is
every
that?
time.
What do we call that in the modern world? I believe we refer to that as discrimination. Yes.
Now, what you're doing is you throw the
See, what
baby
you're
out with
doing
the
is you're
bathwater.
avoiding what I just said, aren't you?
Yeah.
Because you misinterpret it. Everything you
Yeah,
take,
it's
you
all about the
misinterpret
misinterpreting.
it.
You just
You
said you've
paint
read
a
some of
false
it. I've
picture of
read all
lies
of
around
it.
it.
And then you
You
all going to
are
be
offensive,
interpreting.
God.
Are you sure you've
Nobody should be calling
interpreted
you
it
God. That's
right?
offensive. It's like calling, you have
Hey,
no idea the
if
offense
you're
that
so
is for
offended, you
spiritual
don't
and
have to
religious
be here.
people.
You don't have to interact at all. You're doing that of your own volition. If you're offended, you could walk on. You could scroll
Well,
right
no,
on
I'm
out.
here to check the rascals. I'm here to check the rascals and challenge them and tell
You're not
them
a
that
challenge,
their
though.
behavior is
Maybe
being
you should go
scrutinized
read your
and
book.
there are arguments to
You need to go.
outwit a
Maybe you
big
should
fool
go.
like yourself.
A fool like
Because
myself.
I don't stand around and let the rascals proliferate in my presence. And when I see you, I'm going to check you.
And you got owned like you have for
Well,
the second or third time in this live stream
that's for
or
the
on this
people to
channel.
decide.
Hey, God.
That is for the
The
people to
people.
decide.
Yeah,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Okay, we got Garden Marvelous, and this is Coffee. Good morning, good night, whatever time it is for you guys back east.
Hello, Coffee.
Hi. So, I don't know if anybody, I'm in Utah. Yep, I'm one of those deep red state people, which we're going to try and make a difference. Who know if we will? We're not in a swing state. But did anybody, when we're talking about religion, when we're talking about the Bible, when we're talking about the Book of Mormon, when we're talking about religion, did any of you actually see that we actually had Mormons go on the state capitol steps yesterday or the day before? And they actually put out in the Salt Lake Tribune that LDS people need to vote against Trump because he is not worthy and good. They gave a three-word definition encouraging all Mormons, which they call themselves Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints now, but all Mormons should vote against Trump and vote for Harris. And 4 of them stood on the state of the capital state, or Utah's state capital, basically saying to recruiting all Mormons within Utah, Idaho, Arizona, the 3 most prominent Mormon states, to basically tell their followers not to follow Trump.
Wow.
I did not see that, but it makes sense since they come from the Friends of Christ and the Friends of People.
Yes, and one of them, or not one of them, but somebody else put it out an article who is actually has ties with the Mormon president, so the Mormon prophet, and also Kamala, so VP Harris. He has ties with her and the Mormon prophet with actually taking care of those who cannot take care of themselves. There's ties in the Mormon church with Kamala, where the prophet
Well, I'll tell you, I
actually
saw a pastor 2 weeks ago, and he said, if you're a Democrat, get the hell out of my church. He said, if you are voting for Kamala,
See,
get
and
the hell
okay.
out of my church.
see,
Okay.
religion and politics need to separate themselves.
But marvelous.
Those two things shouldn't be shoved together.
Marvelous.
Ever.
Look at the North Carolina lieutenant governor and everything that he has done over the last 20 years. Does that sound like a man that actually wants to take care of all Americans? Or does that sound like a man that is literally behind the 3K? Even though he's black, he says he is a black 3K. He is against women. Like that is a pastor right now in a religion.
Yeah, that's the only thing that can make someone like that is religion, as far as I can tell, and I've lived a great number of years.
It's so sad. Anyways, Marvelous, this is a friendly debate. So what do you think about,
I've brought up two religions. I've brought up the North Carolina pastor. I've brought up LDS people within Utah. The ones in Utah are saying don't vote against Trump. The pastor in North Carolina that's with the 3K, he says vote for Trump. What do you think? I mean, what does that make you think about religion?
Well, I believe that good and evil is eternal in the material atmosphere. It has been for a very long time. And we can see that the Democrat, even demon, is practically spelt into the name DEMON, demo, Democrat. They are, and they're doing demonic. These similarities
Honey,
are
no.
something to ponder.
Okay, wait.
Marvelous. Let's talk about, so what are some of the most important teachings of Jesus? Let's talk about that. What do you think is the most important teaching of Jesus?
Oh,
Well,
can I
what
go
the
first?
leftist needs to understand.
No.
is
Marvelous. I'm asking you a very simple question. You want to come in here, preach your God? Tell me, what's the number one thing that Jesus preaches? Tell me.
I'm not a follower of Jesus, but I have read the Bible and I can quote
Who are you a follower of? Who are you a follower of?
Well, you can, if you go to my bio, you can find the website.
I'm not going to do that. What religion are you? Are you Muslim? Are you Hindu?
I am a devotee of Krishna.
Of Krishna. Okay.
Of Krishna.
Yeah,
Okay.
so Christianity is like Christianity.
Uh-huh.
No,
Christianity is
those are not the same.
Christianity.
Not
They
even
were
close.
here
That's
just at
not how
different
language.
times.
That's not how.
But
Those
you
are not
know,
even
Yes,
close to
it
the same
is.
thing. No, they're
You have
not.
to look at coincidences.
You need to go do some more
and-
coincidences? Really?
Yes.
Marvelous.
You have to divide meaning.
Let me tell you what I'm
It's
going to
a
do, Marvelous.
higher
I'm going to go just as
understanding that your brain doesn't understand fully.
Marvelous.
But the
your brain
leftist-
doesn't understand, but our brains
if you
understand
have a
just
Bible,
fine.
you
You know what's
leftists need to
interesting?
go read
Okay.
Corinthians
You know what?
6.9.
I have a whole
Krishna-
stack of Bibles.
Krishna warned Arjuna, from anger arises delusion, from delusion confused memory, from confused memory the ruin of reason, from ruin of reason man finally perishes. That kind of describes you, Marvelous. You come
It
in
does.
all angry and you get lost in yourself very quickly when you're angry, and you start making up nonsense and losing your train of thought. It's interesting that Krishna described you so well.
That's right.
As the
Anger
bad guy.
And lust, it leads to anger as well.
Yeah. And so that's, maybe you should fucking chill, because it sounds like your anger is leading to your delusion, your confused memory, and the ruin of reason. I mean, Krishna says
Right,
it.
so-
Maybe you should, understand that you are
Well,
not.
this is
you
the
are-
gang of rascals. We're all down here in the prison house. And
Yeah, I know, right,
everybody's
Roasted?
going through this.
But Marvelous, you understand that the definition of democratic is not Democrats. We've got Democrats and Republicans in a democratic nation. The word democratic is not to be confused with the political party of Democrats. So you saying that Democrat, like a democratic nation, which is not an autocracy, which is not something that Trump wants. Trump wants to basically rule the world. He wants to rule the United States. Democratic is actually part of our, it's our democratic process that Democrats and Republicans participate in. So Republicans believe in our democratic process. It's the foundation of the Republican Party.
The answer to that is democracy is analogy can be demon crazy.
Okay, so
No, see,
And the reason
we know
why
that you're
is
trolling because you come in here.
Because when a
Marvelous,
bunch of
that's not what an
rascals
analogy
elect a
is.
big rascal, all you get is rascaldom.
oh my God,
So
the
fools and
Republicans,
rascals
Rascaldom?
are elected bigger rascals.
Marvelous.
That's
Th-
demon
this
crazy.
is
democracy.
yeah, this is crazy. You're believing in crazy shit. because Republicans believe in the democratic process. Republicans, that's their foundation. Republicans.
When you vote in a big rascal, there is no benefit for the people. That's
Oh, okay.
simple
So
too.
if you vote for Trump, who's a rascal?
Marvelous, hold on. Okay, so Marvelous, when you say that, okay, you don't want to vote for a big rascal because there's no benefit for the people. Can you name, what do you mean, what to you is a benefit for the people? Can you tell me what you think is beneficial for people?
It is creating a peaceful atmosphere
Okay,
where
peaceful
people
atmosphere.
can thrive.
Okay,
They
define
can
thrive.
farm,
Define thrive.
and they can create healthy food and healthy environment
Okay,
under the
wait.
direction of Krishna's teachings and Jesus' teachings and Allah
Oh, I
teachings
have
to
to, so
foster.
Marvelous.
Jesus teachings
So
too.
Marvelous.
This is how we know you're a troll.
Yeah,
Because you're
Marvelous.
trying to do both, and those two things do not go together.
Come on, God. Change your name
You
already,
know,
man.
I
Go
know
ahead,
that you
Brenna.
haven't read either one of the books.
Yeah, go read Corinthians 6:9, my guy.
So are you a
and really
Christian
ponder
or
that.
not, dude? Are you in here to talk Christianity or Christiananity?
No, I believe there's faucets in all. There's truth in all scriptures.
By the way, you know what's crazy? Christianity sounds a lot like Christ insanity. Whoa.
Yeah, it does. I mean, you gotta pick up on the coincidences there, Marvel.
Oh my God,
Insanity.
my son and I just had a talk. We were talking about Juliana's daughter coming out in support of Harris. And then we were talking about Garth Brooks and his allegations of SA. And then we were talking about Trump's allegations of numerous allegations of SA. And then we were talking about the 165-page report. And when we were tying this all together, we were basically talking about like Christianity and whatnot and beliefs. And my son, oh God, I just lost my train of thought. My son was talking about, okay, maybe come back to me because I lost my thought. Sorry.
Well, the thing about that is everybody makes indiscretions.
No, okay, no, wait,
There
Marvelous,
different
Marvelous.
perversions.
I want to, okay, can we hold on. Okay, I'm going to, just for a moment, Marvelous. So you said that you want, what you think is beneficial for man, right, is peace, right? You want someone who brings among peacefulness between people. You want prosperity for people. You want good health, good food for people. And then you said all while, following the teachings of Krishna or Jesus. So Marvelous, I mean, to be clear, to you, if all of those things were achieved, peace, health, prosperity, and whatnot, if people were not believing in Krishna and Jesus, then everything would be pointless to you?
Well, it's just an animal society.
No, okay,
is
Marvelous,
what
that's
we
not,
created.
okay. That's, don't
Identity
pivot.
politics is animalistic
Marvelous, don't pivot.
society.
Marvelous, don't pivot. You're the one who said that what you want, I asked you because you said if you vote for a rascal, you're not going to have someone who, benefits people. So I asked, what does that mean? And you said peaceful, prosperity, good health, good food. And then you said, and everyone following the teachings of Krishna or Jesus. So my very simple question for you, and if you can't answer this, I will beat you because then you're wasting our time. My very simple question is, if society achieves peace, prosperity, health for everyone, good food for everyone, but it doesn't involve everyone believing in Krishna and Jesus, is that a failure to you?
No, because the
Okay,
spiritual system
Okay, great. So okay, great.
contains four varnas.
Okay,
according
so
to our
you
religion.
agree. So you agree, Marvelous, that not everyone has to believe in Krishna or Jesus. What you want, correct? You just said that.
People naturally will not. Yes.
Okay, but that's fine if they don't believe in it. But what you want when voting for someone is peace, prosperity, health for everyone, and good food and stuff. Okay, so we can.
Well, today that would amount to low energy bills, low rent, low food prices, low taxes.
Marvel sounds like a communist to me.
Low energy.
Marvel, are
That's
you a
what it would be
communist?
Okay.
today.
Marvel, are you a communist?
I'm a
You sound like
spiritual
one.
communist. Yes.
Oh,
We believe
okay.
in
So you
spiritual
like
communism.
See, I'm thinking, Marvel, you sound like you from Louisiana, yeah?
about there.
Where you from about there? You mind if I talk to you a little bit? What did your mama tell you about Louisiana? What did your mom tell you about God?
Well, we were in the parish.
Jesus said, what did the Bible say about people who are rich passing through the eye of a needle, huh? The wealthy won't
That's
be
hither
passing
and
through the eye of a
thither.
needle?
That's
It's hither and
beyond
thither? So you're a communist, yeah?
a spiritual communist. Yeah.
Are you
No,
from
you can't
Louisiana?
be a capitalist and be follower of God, no? You can't be a communist and be a follower of Christian. You can't be a capitalist and be a follower of Christian. Yes. You
What
can't
are
do
you
that.
making up, man? You're talking
It's not the
all kind
thing.
of crap.
It's not
Marvelous.
the same thing. You can't be both. You trying to ride both sides of the fence.
Marvelous. Are you actually from Louisiana, like New Orleans?
No. No.
No, because
Okay,
he not be
so-
talking the language, huh?
Okay, so I'm sorry. My
That was impressive, God. That was very. I like.
I
that.
know God. Well, God, praise God, but not this God. I may
I
love
don't
you,
think Marvelous be there with us.
but Marvelous. Okay, so my grandmother was an immigrant from Honduras. She actually immigrated to the United States when my grandfather actually served in the military. And then my husband, my ex-husband, his mother was actually from Peru. So we have a lot of like ethnic backgrounds from South America that came to the United States to raise their children in a democracy, not a democracy or demonocracy like you would label it, but a democracy. And so when we're talking about religion, you come to the United States, you may have been born here it sounds like a Southern religion, where we're talking about fighting for religious rights. We're fighting for democracy. We're fighting for bodily autonomy. We're fighting for good food, grocery prices, all of these different things. What motivates you personally? What established this thought in you that Trump was going to serve that better than someone who is literally bringing Republican people into their party to actually vouch for them?
But, number one, Trump, he has mentioned that it's all for the man upstairs many times. And Kamala has done it too.
So if he says something, then that automatically makes it true, even though he very clearly doesn't actually follow the teachings of Jesus.
He said he actually, there is a video and everybody can find it where Trump said that he was not Christian. It was like a month ago. He said he was not Christian.
The guy, he doesn't drink alcohol. He sticks by. He still practices with religious.
Tim Walz doesn't. Tim Walz doesn't drink alcohol either.
Right. After he got his DUI, he abstained from alcohol completely over the last 20 years. Tim Walz, the one that's running for vice president, does not drink alcohol.
Yeah, but he wants to put tampons in the boys' bathroom.
Oh my God.
So Marvelous, that's your issue. And how does the tampons in a boys' bathroom go against, peace, prosperity, good health, and good food for people?
And people living happy lives.
It's propaganda. It's psychological terror. It's indoctrination.
Oh, okay.
It's
So
brainwashing.
so hold on. It's propaganda, indoctrination. It's psychological terror. So you're saying that tampons are scary?
No, what you do with the seeds you're implanting into
What are
these
the
young
seeds?
people's minds.
What are the seeds?
Yes, that's the
What are the
scariest
seeds?
part.
What are the seeds?
The seeds that they can. We had 600 mastectomies in women under 18 in Canada.
That's not
Wait,
true.
Matt,
That's not true.
Guys.
That's bull. I know exactly where Marvel got that
Yes.
from. Marvel got that from Alex Jones.
Well,
Which
and
is
I'm
bullshit.
actually more well read on these fucking numbers. I literally just made a TikTok about this. Marvelous. Okay, 600 mastectomies. You understand that those were I actually have the numbers of minors who have received gender affirming care. The majority of which, like 97 something %, are cis individuals, right? So
Post really quick.
Yep.
So I am missing 3/4 of my left breast because of a partial mastectomy. I can show you my IHC health records. I actually had to go to the hospital and had to have, I had to go to the hospital, and then I had a home health nurse that had to pack my wounds every single day. She had to stuff like tissue into my breast so that I wouldn't get an infection after having a partial mastectomy. And I lost 3/4 of my left breast after a partial mastectomy, after giving birth to one of my older daughters. My breast
Well, I'm
inflamed.
sorry
I
for your
had
health
to,
challenges, but that's
but
irrelevant.
it's
No,
not.
marvelous. It's not irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant
Not
if you're
irrelevant. You said
equating
that
breast
the problem. You said that the
to
problem.
female or male.
Well, I asked you what the problem is with tampons in boys' bathrooms, and you said it's, it's setting planting the seeds. And then I asked you the seeds of what, and you said, well, what it means. 600 women under 18 got mastectomies. So what you're saying is that you would rather girls under 18, teenage girls, die of cancer, of breast cancer, rather than get
They're not doing it because of cancer.
They are,
Jenna.
Marvelous. Actually, no, Marvelous,
No,
they
they're
are.
not. They're doing
Marvelous.
it because they're being
Actually,
gender
no.
bended
No,
into believing
no,
that
Marvelous,
they can be whatever
Marvelous,
gender
Marvelous.
they want.
Marvelous, you're just going off
Marvelous,
about
that's
nothing.
actually
You
not
know
true.
nothing of nothing.
That's actually not
Oh, man.
Sometimes cis females get breast reductions or
They get the majority of breast reductions. Actually, no, the majority of breast
because
reductions. Marvelous.
it's
The majority of
male-
breast reductions. The research just came out. I was just emailing with the research behind this. I'm like, the 97% of breast reductions, 97% of breast reductions performed on minors are performed on boys, cis boys.
Yeah, I
Because
saw your
they
videos.
they have hormones, there are like a bunch of different situations in which boys develop what we, rudely call man boobs.
It's
97%, Marvelous. So now what?
Well, we know that some of these are a result of
No, they're not.
of
No,
tomboys,
Marvelous.
Some of.
Marvelous. No, they're not.
tomboys being
No,
convinced by
no,
their
no, no.
peers
Marvelous. We're talking
that
about
they
boys.
have been born in
Marvelous.
the wrong body.
No, Marvelous.
And they
No.
should
No, we
go
know for a
undergo
fact,
these
Marvelous.
procedures
Marvelous.
so the
No.
doctors can benefit.
Stop. You're lying.
You have
You're
to let me
lying. Marvelous.
respond.
Marvelous. You're lying. You're
This
lying.
is
Marvelous. You're
partially-
lying. The actual numbers show that you're wrong.
Yeah, you
Well,
won't let
Marvelous,
me
the numbers
respond.
show that you're wrong. The numbers show that you're wrong. The numbers show that 97% of breast reductions happening to minors are occurring to little boys who develop breast tissue because they're either
That's
overweight or because
nonsense.
no, it's not. It's
Cis males, it's a
It is.
fact.
It's a
I don't
fucking
believe
research.
you either, Brenna.
Oh, okay.
We're
So,
gonna
okay,
have
Marvelous.
to-
So you're just not. So you don't want facts. You still want to basically harm people.
Well, these
But
are
look,
alternative
you go against
facts.
Marvelous, but Marvelous. It's
They're
not
not alternative
It is
facts.
I have the study. I have the study that
They're
proves
just
it.
facts.
If you want to bring up bullshit, then you're gonna have to prove it. I can tell you. I can send you the exact fucking study that shows this. It came out just a few weeks ago, Marvelous. But if you're not going to
agenda-
engage with facts, I'm sorry, but you're going to end up doing something that goes against what fucking Krishna supposedly teaches you, because you're not actually going to be acting in tandem with reality around you. I'm giving you facts. You don't want to believe them. That's fine, because you want to hate people because you're afraid of tampons. I get it. You have nightmares of tampons, and that hurts your feelings, and it makes you feel very, very scared. Well, I'm sorry, but the world really doesn't give a fuck whether or not you're afraid of tampons. Krishna would want you to deal with your fear, I'm pretty sure, and get over it. Here's the thing.
I appreciate this conversation, not just because of, after I delivered my daughter and I was trying to breastfeed. Are you going to put it around your ears like you did last time? We had earrings.
Yeah.
She had two
Come on,
tampon. She had two
And whenever
tampon
someone
earrings.
comes in here and reveals that they're afraid of tampons.
Come on.
No, Marvelous.
Upon myself to
Marvelous.
help them.
Marvelous. Hear me right now. Okay, so I gave birth to a daughter who was breastfeeding. All of a sudden, a cyst happened in one of my breasts where I actually had to have 3/4 of my breasts reduced. What woman do you know that wants to actually slice up her body like that and get rid of her big boobs? No
well,
woman.
Coffee. There are a lot of women who get breast reductions.
Well,
because they
I'm
get
talking about after giving birth, trying to breastfeed. No woman wants to. Okay, so I've always been small breasted. So I'll tell you, I didn't want to get rid of my breasts, but my life was threatened, so that happened. But let's go back 30 years. Let's go back to my 8th grade year in junior high, when I actually found out that one of my friends was actually male and female. He identified as a male. This was my 8th grade year in my school. I will never forget him. He was male and female. He had to decide if he was going to be male or if he was going to be female, and he was trying to transition. And because of all of the outlash that he got from our community, he took his life when I was in 8th grade. We were on the ski team together. We would ski the mountains of Utah together. And this poor boy, I could say his name, but I won't. He took his life because he was trying to decide if he wanted to be male or female, and he was born with both parts. Marvelous, have you ever identified with somebody personally who has had to gone with this? Like, have you ever known somebody personally that has gone to go with that challenge? Not just him in his teenage years. He was 14 years old, but his parents, his cousins, his sisters, his brothers, oh my God, you cannot even imagine. Now try with somebody that is actually identifies more with the opposite sex, whether born with some same sex or not. Try to identify if they feel that they are of the opposite sex. Why does the federal government or our state government need to intervene in how they identify? It's none of your business.
And it's none of the government's business. That's not their job.
You guys,
This
got,
is an agenda that they are pushing.
okay.
Agenda.
This
You
was
use
40 years
agenda
ago.
as if
Marvelous.
agenda is a bad word or something, but that's not what agenda means.
Transgender,
Marvelous.
transition.
Excuse
Go
me,
ahead, Brandon. Let's get some fresh thinking in here.
Marvelous. I don't like. I here's the thing. I don't expect Marvelous to empathize with anything like this or whatever. But it doesn't matter, Marvelous. Why does it hurt you and your feelings for a trans person to be trans until just
Because they have taken 2 of my nieces who now go by male names.
Oh, your niece. No, they have not taken anyone.
So you're
Your
just
nieces are
homophobic.
trans, so you just hate your
because
nieces.
when I was in high school, this
It's
crap
not-
was not going
No,
on.
wait.
This is an
I guess
agenda
you're. So
being
now
pushed on
you're.
people. They
That
are
your
being
nephews.
brainwashed
So you hate
while
your
they're
nephews.
minors.
No,
while they're being
you hate your
indoctrinated,
nephews.
while
No,
they're
that's,
minors.
that's
You
not
hate
how,
your nephews.
Marvel, that's
You
not
hate
how
your
biology
nephews.
works.
You hate your
leftist
nephews.
ideology
You hate your
of
nephews.
gender-bending crap.
That's not how that works.
That's
Marvelous.
going to affect
Marvelous.
the
If that's
rest of their
Marvelous. Hey,
lives.
Marvelous. If that's
I
how
will
it
mute
worked,
you, Marvelous.
Marvelous. If that's how it worked, I would turn you into a woman right now.
How old
That's how
is
it worked. I would turn you into a woman right now. That's not how it
You're
works. You just hate
taking
your nephew.
vulnerable
How old is
minors
Marvelous?
and you're turning them into
That's not how that
freaks.
works, Marvelous. That's not how
Marvelous?
That is
Marvelous.
what you're doing.
Marvelous. How old are you?
I'm in my 40s.
No, please tell me like exactly how old you are. Like none of us are trying
I'm
to come
in
after
my
you.
40s. I'm not going to tell you specific anything.
Okay.
Go ahead,
So
Brandon.
so wait. Okay, you can call out Brandon. That's
I have
fine.
a question.
I'm
Go
Marvelous.
ahead, Brandon. We heard you,
Coffee.
Coffee. We
Go
heard
ahead.
you already. Go
Going
ahead,
back to your
Brandon.
story, was the dad in the household?
Yes, the mom and the dad were both in this young man's
Wait,
life.
was he a liberal?
My God, he was
What
in high
difference does it
school.
make?
This was
Well,
Brandon,
because
this
liberals
was in
can't run
Utah.
He was
children.
14.
This was in Utah. This is a very conservative.
Brandon.
Very conservative Utah. I remember traveling on our yellow school bus from I'll tell you, I went to Brockbank Junior High. I went to Cypress High School. Then I switched and I went to East High School in Utah. But in Brockbank Junior High School, most of the people were Mormon LDS. And this was a young boy who actually came out to a lot of his school members and then committed SI or SUICIDE, because we can't say it on here, but he took his, you guys, he was born male and female, and it's not a large population that this happens to, which, so Marvelous, I don't understand. Like, you're
Obviously,
saying that
what,
two of your
0.01%?
nieces, okay, and you're saying that maybe you were
Not-
more heavily impacted
It's
because
not
two
that
of your
he-
nieces switched.
He doesn't hate his nieces. He's
No,
just
they're
saying
not.
that,
By the way,
that
they're nephews, guys. They're nephews.
oh, his nephews.
Well, yeah,
He doesn't
no,
hate
they
his
switched,
nephews.
yeah.
It's the fact that you guys have liberal washed his children, his nieces or nephews.
Utah
That's,
Utah is not Democrat. Utah has been Republican for the last 50 years.
Man, all the major cities are run by Democrats.
No,
Every
Utah,
single one of
Utah, Marvelous. Go Google it. Google Utah right now.
The
Google,
majority of major cities are run by Democrats.
and I am bringing up
The
a
vast
specific.
majority.
So who gives a shit? Not that one.
Why is that, Marvel?
Why does that matter? Yeah.
It doesn't matter. This
Is
agenda
is
so
that possibly
powerful.
because
Look
they're
what
better
they did to Trump
educated?
in 2020, man.
Well, no.
They called the
They're
election.
not more educated.
Marvelous,
They're just
marvelous.
more sensitive.
Okay, but again, marvelous.
They are
if
better
if your
educated.
nephew-
It's a fact.
Okay,
Yeah.
you can believe what you want.
It's
Okay,
not a
let
matter
me-
of belief. It's
let
a
me-
matter of
Well,
fact.
yeah.
Yeah,
let me
facts.
really quick.
There's actual data.
Let me just because
Wait,
we've been talking
you
about
don't
this.
you don't think Mark Robinson is smart?
Do you understand how statistics work?
I don't know who Mark Robertson is, and I don't think you know what smart and non-smart is.
I want to give a shout out right now to my junior high teacher, Mr. Bemis, that was from Massachusetts, that actually worked in the junior high and dealt with this young man who was male and female, who transitioned to male. This was 25 years ago at Brockbank Junior High in Utah. Mr. Bemis was freaking amazing. He stood by this young man and he stood for him. And okay, so props to Mr. Bemis. You guys looking him up? He's actually got an obituary thing
He
online.
basically groomed that young child.
No.
Brandon.
Agreed.
Oh my God.
I pulled off of the fucking personal anecdotes because let's go off data, Brandon. We have data that like shows everything. So like, you know, and marvelous. You know, the fact that you're, I don't understand what hurts your feelings about your nephews coming out as trans. What does it hurt? Is it because you know that it has a genetic predisposition, which means you're more likely to be trans because you're related to them? Is that why you're afraid?
No, it's
No,
you
because they
liberal
were
washed them.
beautiful young women who fell
you wanted
into
to
the
fuck your
hands
nieces.
of,
Okay.
of parents.
Oh,
No,
Wait, hold on,
that's
that's not what he
that's
said.
red
That's not
flags
what he
right
said.
there.
Brainwashed
That
them,
sounds like red flags to
indoctrinated
me.
them
That's
to,
kind of
turn
creepy,
into
dude.
men
Yeah,
and
that's
take
creepy.
testosterone
Okay, you're
before
mad
they
that
could
you
even
were
fully
attracted
develop
to
into an
you're mad that you're
adult.
attracted to
Their
boys.
brains are not even completely formed
You're mad that you're attracted
into
to
Your
a
brain,
person,
Marvel,
and
is
they're
not
being
completely
pressured
formed,
by
obviously.
society,
Marvelous,
by
this is
crazy
creepy. This is
batshit
creepy.
crazy
This is
left-wing
creepy.
lunatics,
This is creepy.
by the
Oh,
school
it's sad.
system,
You just
by the
keep on
government,
talking
by the
This is
media
about
machine.
Marvelous,
nothing.
I can't give you a platform if
You
this is
just
about you
keep
being
on.
attracted to your nieces, okay? And being upset that
Well,
they're
that's not what he said.
Well, dude,
That is what he
he
said.
said that they were beautiful.
Basically,
That's
I would say the
exactly what he
liberals-
said.
The liberals, they hear their own thing in their head.
Marvelous.
What do you mean?
Marvelous. How old were they when they actually came out?
I don't know the specific details.
Oh God, you
but
better
I
have
was-
the specifics.
You got a lot of feelings about something you
I
don't
wasn't
even know
in
anything
their
about.
life the whole time. It was like I went to my grandma's funeral.
Yeah.
And
Don't
then I seen
forget,
that one
Epstein.
that's going
Epstein.
by the
Epstein was a
opposite gender.
Democrat.
Jesus Christ.
Go ahead, Brandon. I want to hear Brandon.
Well, and
talk, please.
Trump was a damn Democrat.
Epstein.
Yeah, Trump is a Democrat.
Epstein is a Democrat. P.
Democrat.
Diddy was a Democrat.
What are priests? What are Catholic priests and Lutheran priests?
Preachers.
Like most priests.
And don't forget, Kamala has a photo with Diddy.
Mormon bishops or
Oh,
Mormon
the
whatever.
photo of Diddy. How much music have you listened to of Diddy's?
Well, I haven't listened to a
Probably
single
fucking
song because
lot.
he's trash. He's the baby oil bandit.
Actual rates of SA are much higher in conservative areas, countries, states, etc. Right? You know that rates of SA are.
Well, the two biggest
And
predators
crime in general.
Democrats from your party. And don't forget, the
No,
Democrats
actually,
are also the
Brandon,
same.
No,
The
Brandon,
Democrats are also the same
Brandon,
people who dropped off drugs into black
Brandon,
areas.
all studies show that
Hey,
people
you
who are
can't
more
say the
likely,
D word, Brandon.
Oh,
Yeah.
substances into the black area. That was all funded by the Democratic
you.
Party.
and the fucking Republican Party. You understand that, right?
No, it was the
So, like,
Democratic Party.
Let's pivot, Brandon. There are higher rates of SA among conservative countries, states, areas, etc. That's just a fact.
Is there proof of this, or?
Yeah, there's
Yes.
fucking stats.
Yeah.
Google it. It's there. There's data that proves this.
So you've got basically these entrusted monarchies, like these individuals, these men that are in a trusted influence of power. And so you've got Boy Scout leaders in Utah. You've got Catholic leaders. You've got Lutheran leaders that basically are in these positions of power where they literally can cultivate these relationships with these girls and with these boys. And all of a sudden, that trust is broken. That trust is not being broken with the openly gay community, the openly transvestite community, because these folks are open. They're open with the relationships that they want.
No, actually,
And you-
Brandon, no. Like by definition, no. And again, rates of SA are much higher among conservative people. So.
And you always conveniently leave out the school teachers. And these school teachers are Democrats.
Conservative.
They have
No,
much
no,
more
Marlis,
control.
no,
Democratic
Marlis,
females.
Marlis,
Keyword.
Marlis,
Democratic
Oh,
females.
yes.
And they put
And
all kinds
Mar-
of crap in their
Marvelous,
crap.
marvelous.
There are a lot of
ideologies
conservative
to
teachers.
inject into
There are a
their
lot of
brains.
conservative teachers. There are a lot of conservative teachers.
Yeah, the ones that are sleeping
No,
with the
that's
student is a
overwhelmingly
Democratic woman.
Democrat.
Democratic woman.
It's the
All of them?
females.
You see what y'all are doing,
It's overwhelmingly
Marvel and
liberal.
Brandon? Are y'all trying to do a black and white
Okay,
fallacy?
okay.
That's what happens when women get in power. They try to use
No,
that power.
That's not gonna-
no.
See, now you're just being a sexist, and I'm not going to
That's
put
not-
up
that's
with it.
not
I
being
will drop
Trolling,
you.
Brandon. Everyone knows.
It is,
you're
in
just
fact,
trolling.
by
Like, you don't
definition
actually
of being
feel that way,
a
dude.
sexist.
Well,
You don't actually hate your mom that much, dude. I fucking
no, I
know.
love my mom. My mom, she taught me how to become the 18-year-old conservative
but
that I am
she's-
today.
But in your view,
Yeah, then maybe
she's
you're
not as
right
good
that
as a
women
man,
shouldn't be in
right?
charge of shit.
The black
I
conservative.
wish.
If she's fucking responsible for you, I understand why you hate women.
No, because she's a black conservative just like me. She taught me right.
Oh
Fucking
God,
right.
Brennan,
A black woman conservative.
Brennan,
Absolutely.
I wish you could actually bring your mom online right now,
get why you hate
and we
women.
could actually talk to her right now. Because
Well, she's not here. She's at work.
Well, no, I'm just saying. I truly wish
What's
that
this?
TikTok would
A
allow
woman
us
at work
to phone a friend.
in your world?
Because she does a female job like a doctor.
Oh, there's a female. See, you're just showing your sexism.
Well, it's not sexism.
Really
it's-
bad. Is it? It is. By definition, that's what it is.
What female?
Maybe you should try to be better.
Well, stuff
Be a
like
better
a nurse
human.
practitioner.
Be a better person.
She's
what
an
my mom
MP.
is.
She's an MP.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
should be
Yeah.
ashamed of
So
yourself.
if your mom is an
What do you
MP,
do? What do you do, Brandon?
I'm in college.
Oh, okay. So what are you gonna be? What do you think you're gonna be?
A truck driver. I'm not. College is a scam. She's making me go to college.
Going
Got
to
it.
college to be a truck driver.
Exactly.
Nice.
And your mom's an NP. She's a nurse practitioner, but yeah, she
My dad's also a truck driver.
okay. And you're taking after your dad, not your mother.
Absolutely not
You
my
hate
mother.
women and don't think women should be in charge
No,
of
I
anything.
love women.
Your
Don't try
mother
to.
has lives, has people.
You love
people's
women as
lives in her
property.
hand all the time.
But not as other humans. Right?
No, you can love. You
you
can love your
love women
property
as
and
property.
humans.
See,
I don't
you,
see
it's
women
getting
as
the more
property.
you talk, the worse
I see-
it gets,
I
and
see
the,
them as
the
people. I don't
less
see
I
them as
like
property.
you. That's
oh my
not how it
God,
sounds.
I'm about to lose my shit right now, Brandon.
I am on the
want,
verge of losing mine. Somebody please
God, okay.
stop him.
So Brandon, let's try and calm ourselves down. Okay, so Brandon,
Brandon, what if,
Yeah.
how old are you?
Brandon, what
I'm
if
18 years old,
theoretically-
ma'am.
Brandon, what if someone were to say the same thing about black men that you just said about women?
I mean, let's see.
Would that be a problem, do you think?
No, not really, because let me explain.
Oh, okay, so you think it would be okay if people felt that you couldn't be in charge because of the color of your skin, that you should never be in charge because of the color of your skin?
Well,
Thank you.
only if it's DI, you know, like Kamala and Obama.
No, Brandon, guys, I got this. I'm saying you just said women shouldn't be in charge. So what if people said that about you because of the color of your skin?
Yeah, because the conversation was women sleeping with students, and that's usually a Democratic woman. That's what happens when they get empowered.
Oh, Jesus. No, you made that the conversation just so you could say that that's why women shouldn't be in power. So you said women shouldn't be in power. Are you walking that back now? Sorry, I got something in my throat.
Well, if they're conservative,
Oh, only conservative women should be in power.
absolutely.
How do you feel?
Okay, so so really, you're just
Like
saying that
Candace Owens, you know,
only conservatives should be in power is what you're saying.
absolutely.
Okay, so
If we had all conservatives, this country would be amazing.
With women, okay. So again, conservatives essay at way higher rates than liberals.
Oh man,
It's true. So also conservatives are on average less educated. Conservatives are on average.
no, we have highly educated people on the side, like Ben
Brandon,
Shapiro.
do you understand what
Candace
averages
Owens.
are? Do you understand how statistics work? Or no, I guess you're still in college, so you haven't gotten to that lesson.
Well, I
Do you
mean,
understand how statistics work? How like averages work? Pointing out one person and being like, "Oh, they're a genius," doesn't undo the actual statistical.
And he used Ben Shapiro as a smart guy, his educated guy. Really?
he is very educated.
You're not serious right now. You cannot.
I
You
would argue,
cannot be
I would
serious.
argue
Okay.
he's more intelligent than Kamala.
Okay, no. Oh my God. Okay,
You will be wrong.
Guys, again, we're getting stuck in the fucking weeds. That's not how statistics work, Brandon. On average, conservatives are less educated. On average, that's just how that fucking works. I don't care if you think Ben Shapiro is smarter than Kamala. I mean, I disagree, but there's no fucking way that we're going to sit here and prove it either way. But on average, statistically speaking, you can look up the stats. Conservatives are less educated. So once again, why should only conservatives be in charge of things?
Because they run off facts, not
They literally
emotions.
don't. I mean, you understand that Trump told more lies during his presidency than any other president in the history.
Well, I mean, that's all about becoming a president. You have to lie to become president.
Oh,
No?
okay, so they run on honesty, but they lie to do so. Is that what you're saying? When does the honesty come in?
The honesty.
Yeah.
I mean, Trump's never really said a lie. A lot of people say he's racist.
No, Brandon. He has said a lot of lies, like demonstrably false things. Like people tracked it. People like you would defend him. I mean, maybe you were a baby at this point, but people defended him by saying like, "Well, they don't care."
He
that
was
lies.
12.
He lies. So he lies.
Yeah,
There
I was probably like 12. I was probably like a 12 or 11 when
Yeah,
that stuff.
So I was an adult, and I can tell you, he lied a lot, and his lies were fucking tracked constantly, talked about constantly. You can look it up. There's plenty of documentation of his lies. So you don't get to say no, he wasn't lying. He was lying. It is a well-established fucking fact.
Well, every president lies, you know.
Okay.
So Brandon, once again, Trump lied way more than any other president in history. By like, let's look up by how much, because it was by a lot. So
What did he lie about? Did he lie about the immigration?
About everything.
Okay, while you're looking that up, Brandon, you're talking basically about human rights. You care about human rights. You care about grape. You care about
Not human rights, American rights.
oh my God, human rights. Come
Why
on.
not human rights? Why just American rights? Do you see how you sound? Do you hear yourself talk at all? Ever?
I think
Okay.
False or misleading claims total over 30,573 over 4 years. That's that's a lot more than any other fucking president.
And Brandon, when you're talking about Republicans respecting women's rights,
Bill
children's,
Clinton.
Brandon, when you're talking about women, Democratic women, whatever, holding an executive power, you're saying that they take advantage of their executive power or
Well, it's not just
whatever
Democratic
in the
women.
in the
It's
workforce,
Democratic men
in
too, like
teachers.
Bill Clinton.
Okay,
Bill
so
Clinton.
teachers, do you remember just this last year, there was a woman, a Mormon woman who was Republican with her
Why do you have to
neighbor
bring
that,
her religion into it?
okay, so Brandon, let's exclude religion. Let's talk about two Republican women that lived next door to each other that actually tied up her children, starved her children, abused her children, and the neighbor was in part with what was going on, and they were both sentenced to prison. These are two Republican women that literally took advantage of children in Utah this last year.
How does that correlate with teachers?
Okay, because you're talking about a standard of trust. And when you're talking about trust, a child is going to trust their mother. They're going to trust the next door neighbor that
Okay,
is basically giving them
heinous
snacks
action.
and letting them ride their scooters in front of their house.
It was a heinous action. Like, what do you want me to say?
Okay, but those were two Republican women that actually took advantage of children.
Okay, like
Okay,
R. Kelly was a Democrat and a liberal.
No, these were two Republican women in Utah, Brandon. You are 18 years old. You do not have enough experience. Okay, my son's right here, and my son's laughing at me. He's waving right now. He's 21. So we are in Utah. My son, say hi, Alex. Yeah, he's not going to say hi just because whatever. Okay, so separate evil actions with political parties. So even though we know statistically that a lot of those that have religion on their back end they commit more crimes than those that do not believe in Christ or not, who are not heavily indoctrinated. How do you say that word? Indoctrinated. Yeah, by religion, they commit more crimes across the nation than people that actually look out for others, care for others. That are, most teachers are not going to assault their students physically, sexually, emotionally, whatever. But you get these cults, you get these people that go down this rabbit hole that, Brandon, I truly hope that you can either get off the conversation tonight with us and you will either go talk to your mother, you will go talk to your father, you will go talk to your sister, you'll go talk to your brother, you will go talk to one of your damn close family members that will set you straight.
Conservatives. All bunch of black conservatives.
They can be conservative. That's fine. But I guarantee that 95% of the conservative family members that you have are not going to be okay with rape, incest, all of this stuff that goes on primarily with those that are of the conservative belief because they've been bound to these whatever rules and whatever. So I'm conservative, I'm religious, I'm from Utah, I'm a red state, but there is no way in hell that I would ever put my daughter or my son in a room alone with the pastor or with whatever that actually took advantage of them.
Probably a doctor.
A doctor, nurses.
Well, female nurses.
Alone in a room with a doctor.
Right. You know,
it's usually female nurses and doctors, but
no, it's
when
not.
really it's
Brandon,
the
it's not
doctors,
actually.
the school
Brandon, that's
teachers,
literal fucking
all
bullshit.
these other crazy
Marvelous. If you can't act like a grown up, I will boot you. Like, you can chill.
Well,
Brandon,
I'm about to check out anyway. I can't stand this woman coughing. She just keeps blabbing on. And
Wait, hold on. Wait.
She don't let anybody else speak.
May I please ask a question?
So Jaden, really quick, let me just express that I'm not trained to be a bitch. I really am not. I come from a background that was raised in the Mormon religion, and then my grandmother was Catholic. We had abuse in our family. I was
That's why
sexually
you-
abused.
Yeah,
I
Chase,
know
what you
the
have to
warning
change you-
signs. I know the warning. I know the warning signs to look after. I have had 5 kids in the state of
Before you explain
Utah.
all this, can you tell me what you guys are debating? Because I couldn't read the full title. I don't really.
Where it's sort of like free flowing. Right now, Brandon is trying to say that that women teachers. I'm trying to clarify. We keep fucking straying off. Sorry, with personal anecdotes, but,
women Democrat teachers.
Okay, so none of that's true, Brandon. But again, conservatives essay at higher rates. They do.
We're talking about in school, though.
Commit essay. So you're specifically talking about school, but you understand that the majority of essay happens in other situations, right? Do you not care about essay in other situations?
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Wait, so you guys are debating.
I guess it's
So Brandon,
insane.
Brandon thinks that Brandon thinks that teachers fuck their students or something, or like, oh yeah, what's happening?
Careful
So-
with the language there, buddy.
So
Apologies,
Jaden, this all where I started to speak up and host. I love you to death, and so I'm going to shut up after this. But Jaden, where this all came about is Braden was basically talking about transgender, and he has 2 nieces that
No.
were male before.
No,
That was
it
someone
wasn't
else.
me. It wasn't.
That was.
Oh, I thought. Oh, I'm so sorry. But that's where the discussion came from, right, Braden? The discussion came from basically we were talking about transgender, and I brought up a student that I was in junior high school with that basically was persecuted from he was male and female at birth, and at 14 years old, he had to decide what sex he was going to be. And so I stood up for transgenders because I have a schoolmate of mine that basically decided to go to being male and who was persecuted, and then he took his own life. Jaden, that's where I'm coming from.
So the short way of telling the story is there was a student who wanted to be transgender, and they killed.
He didn't want to be transgender. Okay, and so this is not to exclude anybody.
Coffee. He was
Yeah.
intersex. He
Yes.
was intersex. He unalived himself, and we were talking about teachers. And then, but I'm sorry, but we moved on
Did,
from this.
did he have
and we
a
were
strong
talking-
father figure, though?
We were talking, yeah. Brandon asked if he had a strong father figure. He did. Brandon asked if he was if his family was liberal. We said no. He was growing up in very Mormon Utah. And then we basically shifted to let's talk about the fucking data because Brandon is not aware that conservatives, Republicans commit SA at much higher rates. And so now Brandon is trying to hyperfixate and hyperfocus on what he's saying, well, but only Democrat teachers, SA students. And now I'm trying to get some fucking clarity on, Brandon, do you only care about SA that is perpetrated by teachers on students, or do you care about other SA?
Obviously, I care about other SA.
Okay, great. So if the essay committed by teachers is much lower, I mean, doesn't even begin to compare to the essay that is occurring in like all other areas, the majority of which is occurring in conservative areas among conservative communities. Can we move on from making this about Democrat teachers?
How about this?
It's a weird thing
Most
to focus
in the
on.
weeds.
I have an
like
idea.
I've ever heard in my life, dude.
I have an amazing idea. Why don't we all just talk about one thing, forget everything, literally everything else? We choose one thing to talk about.
Okay, Jaden, we are, this is like a free flowing thing in general, but yeah, I mean, right now I would like to focus on what we're talking about. Brandon, essay and women.
So all right, let's focus on one thing.
We're focusing right now, Brandon. I mean, everyone, when I ask Brandon a question, I would like Brandon to answer it. I know everyone's like jumping in tonight, and I don't know why we're all very like fucking excited today.
I'm not excited. I'm just trying to talk, bro. I couldn't even.
I understand, Jaden. I will get to you in just one moment. So, Brandon, can I get an answer to my question? Like, can we move on from this idea that
Well,
Democrats are
nobody.
bad because Democrat teachers SA students, and somehow that proves that all
Well,
Democrats are bad. Or
it's not
Democrats
just about the essay.
Okay.
What the Democratic
Brandon,
Party
you're
is
gonna
that
kill us all, bro.
they have committed some of the most heinous crimes. You know.
Like what?
Uh, let's see. When that was fun, that thing that they did when they funded, when that the Democratic Party was funding when they sent paraphernalia into
Oh yeah,
like
the
black
sexual
schools,
intercourse, right?
all funded by the Democratic Party. By the way, that's why there was like a lot of
Well, and you
drug
understand, you know what the
addicts.
Republican fucking God, what was their campaign? You know, Republicans are very much behind that too, right, Brandon?
There's no proof of that. We have proof of
There
it
is.
was
No, Brandon.
by
No, actually, there
Democrats.
is, Brandon. There is.
Who's the president at that time? Bill Clinton.
Do you know how Congress works and how legislation works?
I do have proof.
Laws?
I do have proof of one of the presidents having sexual intercourse. Yes.
Okay, Jaden, we're gonna boot you because
Why?
because you're not like you're trying to change the subject and you're using a language that's gonna get us in trouble, dude.
But no, look, I said the F word
We're trying
earlier.
to shift away. Like right now, we're talking to fucking Brandon about why he is so against Democrats, and we're going point by point, Jaden.
Oh. Okay, I got it.
Great, thank you.
Host, can I ask really quick? Jaden, how old did you say you were?
19.
Okay, and Brandon, you're 18.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You guys, honestly, just let the host do what she is trying to do and respect her, because you hear me and God, we're shutting up right now. Luke is shutting up right now. So
mute
let
your
her.
mic, maybe.
Yeah, so I don't have to be on mute because I can shut up. I just wanted to know, Jaden. I just wanted to know how old you were to get the perspective of who you were talking to.
Jaden,
And I,
dude,
yeah.
you can't mute yourself.
No, actually, like I have a bad call.
Coronavirus or something, dog? Like your
No, I did have a bad call. No, I'm sorry.
Okay, great. Brandon.
I
Okay,
apologize,
so oh Jesus.
I apologize. I have a bad call. I'll
Are
mute
you
whenever I
smoking
call.
pot right now?
No.
Girl, you
I'm
cannot
just
fucking say that on here. You
Oh,
cannot say
sorry.
that.
I'm
Sorry.
just sick. I'm just sick. You know, season changing. A little sick.
The host, what do we say when we're talking about CANNABIS?
You can say gardening, or that may also
Gardening? Are you okay? So Jaden, you're not gardening.
Trees.
Yeah, Jaden, I
We
heard
ain't
the
burning trees.
Jaden, I heard the trees, and my 21-year-old son, he does the trees too. So
Trees.
we're fine.
What trees? What do you mean? Oh, wait. What do you mean the trees? The weed? I don't do weed. What are you talking?
No, you can't. Goodbye.
Wait, is that what, I don't.
Never
do
mind.
fucking
Jaden,
weed.
stop. Jaden, stop. Sorry.
Sorry,
Host, I'm
we
so
can't
sorry.
do that.
Host, I'm sorry.
You're fine. Where the fuck were we? I keep getting derailed. I'm losing my patience.
Think about Bill Clinton, and you're talking about you asked him if he knew how Congress worked, like how
Yeah.
legislation. Yeah.
Yeah, Brandon, do you know how
Did
legislation?
they pass bills, right?
Yeah, so so Congress passes the laws, right? So if you have an issue with like laws, that's even if they are signed in under presidents, that involves like the involvement of the House and the Senate, right? They're the ones who write the bills. They vote on the bills. They pass the bills, right?
What about the 1993 crime bill? Did you think it was okay?
No, I don't. And you know what's like, and that's the thing though, like one party right now is talking about how it was wrong, but you still have like a lot of the verbiage, a lot of the like war on D verbiage coming from the right. And they are the ones who,
I don't disagree with
Brandon,
it.
they are the ones who consistently pass and push for more legislation that adds to the prison population. And in fact, in red states, that's where you see some of the most exploitative fucking practices in prisons, where inmates
How did they end up in those prisons?
rented out. Well,
It's not because they were hugging a police officer.
Okay, so you think? Oh, okay. Well, in that case, you agree that you think that everyone in prison should be there, right?
It just depends on what they did, right?
So then the fault isn't of the crime bill, is it? It's because those people were criminals, according to you.
Well, no, I actually agree with the 1993 crime bill.
So then why? Why are you mad at Bill Clinton about it? So why are you? Okay, so you agree with the crime bill. So then, in that case, you must love Bill Clinton for it.
I wouldn't say I love Bill Clinton. I mean, I love.
So what's the point then?
George W. Bush. He's amazing. But
Why? What did he do that's amazing?
just be George W. Bush.
No, tell me what he did to be amazing. The guy who continually, embarrassed himself by saying Bushisms. There was literally a term. You're too young to remember this, but there was a term called Bushisms that referred to messing up as you're speaking. What did he do? You love him, Brandon.
He put his foot down during 9/11.
In what way?
We went to war with them, with those the third world country, Afghanistan.
Okay. He put his foot down with Afghanistan. Do you know who is responsible for 9/11?
Muslims or what's it called? How about the Taliban?
Sure. Yes.
AKA Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. Do you know who? And do you know the individual behind 9/11?
They claim it was George W. Bush, but no, it was.
No one claims it was George. Do you know who the individual was behind 9/11?
The tall guy, Osama
Bin Laden. Do you know what people Bush and his administration allowed to flee the country, the United States of America, immediately following 9/11?
It was the Saudi Arabia people.
It was the Bin Ladens, actually, to be
Taliban.
It was the Bin Ladens.
Is it confirmed that they were Taliban?
What's
Or
that?
is it confirmed that it was Taliban, or was it just some liberal?
What?
Okay. So
It was made up.
I pitched up with Taliban because I thought it was the Taliban that was over that, and then basically Trump brought the Taliban, or tried to bring the Taliban to Camp David.
You're talking about George W.
During Bush times. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Bush, immediately following 9/11, that was perpetrated by Osama bin Laden, allowed the bin Ladens, his family members, to flee the United States. Number one. I mean, that doesn't sound like putting down your foot at all. Also, by the way,
the reason why, because it wasn't them. It was.
Also, by the way, Brandon, we can talk about putting his foot down after the fact and stuff. Do you know that he and the CIA and the FBI had intel that said that Osama bin Laden was planning an attack on U.S. soil, and in fact,
is there proof of this?
They had the intel showing that it would be done with airplanes, with hijacked airplanes. Do you know?
Where did you get this? Did you get this source from CNN? Because it's unvalid.
No, this was according to Condoleezza Rice. Do you know who Condoleezza Rice is?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so sorry, go ahead, Luke.
Sorry, I was just saying I'm not surprised he doesn't.
Oh
know
my
who that
God, Condoleezza Rice is
She was the former U.S. Secretary of State under George W. Bush.
She is amazing.
People hate George W. Bush. She could have been making it up.
No, Brandon, she is part of his fucking team. She doesn't hate George W. Bush. She was defending him. Are you fucking kidding me? If you don't know who she is, how can you ascribe in fucking motivations to her actions? She is team George W. Bush to the fucking max. Okay?
She was an amazing Black woman who, Condoleezza Rice, look her up on YouTube. Look her up, Google her. Condoleezza Rice is an amazing patriot in the United States. Democrats would agree. Democrats loved Condoleezza Rice.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Well, okay. I'm speaking as an independent. I guess, an independent. So I'm an independent, and I saw that Condoleezza Rice actually did a lot for the good of our country when it came to basically what was going on with the war. Did she not? Because I'm gonna
Because
have
she's a
to.
conservative.
I'm an independent. I'm voting for Harris. I voted for Biden, and in 2016 I voted third party, and I never would have voted for Trump. So
Why would you vote for Kamala if she didn't earn it?
okay, let's go back to Condoleezza Rice.
Coffee,
Condoleezza
like,
Rice.
I love you, but today I feel like you're derailing. Like we keep just veering off.
I think I am. I think I am. I'm gonna mute.
Okay, sorry. So Condoleezza fucking Rice. All right, do we understand who she is, Brandon? She is Team George W. Bush all the way.
Yeah, acclaimed secretary.
Acclaimed secretary, yes. She was Secretary of State. She was the top national security official, like at some point, I think when 9/11 happened. She is Team Bush. She repeatedly lied, by the way, and said like, oh, we had no intel. We had no intel about this, da 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 da. And then she was hauled before Congress during the 9/11 commission. Yeah, not hearings, commission. And she was questioned under oath in front of Congress. And she was confronted with the intelligence reports that they were receiving at the time, one of which was titled, and she was forced to read this out in front of Congress, by the way, after repeatedly saying, oh, you know.
Why would you want to scare your American citizens, though, and warn them?
Excuse me, Brandon, what was that?
Why would you want to scare your American citizens and warn them?
No one's saying that she had to scare them. She could have
said-
stopped 9/11.
You
No,
say he
Brandon,
had. I know you say he had previous evidence of them. He knew previously, but why would you want to put the city in an uproar?
no, Brandon, you understand that. Oh my God. You understand that officials and the security of state doesn't just have to, like, the one thing she could have done about 9/11 before it happened isn't tell everyone about it, right? You understand
Well,
that
shut down the building, for the day.
No, oh my God. They can they can put more security measures in place. They can go after the guys that they were monitoring, by the way. You know that they were monitoring the guys as they were getting piloting lessons, flying lessons,
Yeah,
and knew that they were learning how to take off and fly, but not learning how to land. You know that, right? That they were literally watching them do that.
Yeah, we didn't have metal detectors. We didn't scam people like that.
Okay, so
Security was weak.
the fact that you don't understand that someone could have arrested the perpetrators of 9/11 before it happened because they were watching them and they knew, like, do you not understand that was an actual thing they could have done, among other?
Yeah, I'm saying that the security was weak, though.
Brandon, they could have arrested them months before 9/11 because they were watching them plan it.
How would they know where they're at if they're
They
just
were
hiding
watching
up
them.
there?
They were watching. They were
hiding
under
in a
fucking
third world
surveillance.
country.
Brandon, they were under surveillance. They were under surveillance. They were watching them get flying lessons and learn how to take off and fly and not land the planes. And at the same time, Condoleezza Rice, I mean, several members of the administration received several intelligence briefings and reports, one of which was literally titled, quote, Bin Laden determined to attack inside the United States. That was the title of a fucking document.
I know, but it would have caused more damage to tell the American citizens.
Brandon, do you really fucking think that the only way that intelligence officials and the military and the president of the United States protects Americans is by telling Americans about shit? Do you not understand that there's so much stuff that goes on that you are never fucking told about, Brandon? In fact, the majority of security measures put in place in this country by intelligence officials, you will never fucking hear about. Do you not understand that?
Well, yeah, because they're supposed to keep everything behind doors and not say anything.
Right, while they are doing their jobs, right?
Exactly.
Okay,
So
why do you keep returning to they couldn't tell anyone because it would have put everyone... No, they could do their fucking jobs. They could have stopped it from happening.
I thought their jobs was to keep everything secret, so why would they want...
Their jobs are to keep the United States safe and whatever, but while they do it, they keep a lot of shit secret, Brandon.
So wait.
Do you think that intelligence officers exist just to keep secrets? Like they literally, like they're giving
Yeah.
secret. Okay, so what are the secrets that they keep?
I don't know, anything that the president wants to hide, you know?
What would Jesus Christ? Okay, you really think that the government hires people just to be secret keepers, just to hold secrets? Like, why don't they?
Absolutely.
Okay, but why hire people? Why not just tell? Why not just not tell them the secrets? If all they exist to do is to keep secrets, to hold secrets in, to be told secrets that they will then keep, why not just not tell them and save the taxpayers a whole lot of fucking money? Like, is that really what you think the CIA is doing, like in Russia right now? You think CIA officers are just there getting calls from the president who's like whispering a little secret in their ear, and they're saying, okay, cool, I won't tell anyone, and hanging up, and that's it? That's the extent of their job?
That George Bush knew, but like when
Right,
the
okay,
towers,
Brandon, I'm trying to, okay, so you're pivoting because I assume you understand that what you said was a little silly, right? You understand that intelligence officials, their job is more than just keeping secrets that they're told. Okay, cool, great. So intelligence officials could have done something, could have prevented 9/11 from happening. We know that they had intelligence reports, well, and not just intelligence officials. The president could have ordered, some action to be taken. Condoleezza Rice, Secretary of fucking State.
why did George Bush look surprised when he found out that the towers were getting attacked?
Have you seen that video?
No, I saw the photo of him talking to the little kids when the first tower hit. He was surprised because he didn't know, but they claimed that he did know.
By the way, it's kind of embarrassing. He sat there. He didn't, instead of getting up and going in to do his job, it's a little bit embarrassing that he kind of just sat there with that look on his face for a while.
Yeah, because
he might have been surprised. Abnormal. He might have been surprised, but have you never had the consequences of your own actions come to bite you in the ass, Brandon?
Yeah, because you never really expect a third world country to launch a plane through a tower.
Sure, but you never really expect it, except he was told multiple times that something like that was happening. Multiple officials in the administration had the intel that this was going to, they had all the fucking pieces. It was going to happen, and no one did anything about it. Like, we know this. This has been established. This all came out. They tried to hide it. And unfortunately, all the documentation proves that they knew everything they needed to know to stop it, Brandon. This is well documented.
Documented by who?
By them. By them. It was their documents that were like hauled out and like put under a fucking very public microscope during congressional hearings during the 9/11 Commission. The administration fucked up. The 3-letter agencies fucked up. A whole lot of people in the United States fucked up under George W. Bush's watch.
Well, I wouldn't say that George W. Bush was a terrible person. I would say that he made some mistakes.
Okay, great.
Major mistake.
But I'm asking because you said that you love George W. Bush, and I asked you why, and you said because he's George W. Bush, and I asked you why, and you said because he put his foot down, and I said with regards to what, and you said 9/11, and I said he's the guy who let the Bin Ladens leave the fucking country and the Saudi royal family leave the country, even though they funded the whole fucking.
And also, how is he supposed to track these people hiding in the third world country taking flying lessons?
They were taking flying lessons on American fucking soil, dude. They were in the United States, dude.
Because like the rumors are that they were in another country.
Guess what, Brandon? It's not rumors. This is fucking documented. This, like, we have seen the fucking documents that came from the CIA, from the FBI, from like all the internal fucking, I'm sure not all of them, but like a lot of the internal fucking memos and documentations. Like, well, yeah,
there's a photo of the perpetrators a month prior scouting the airport.
Yeah, in the United fucking wait, which airport?
I think it was actually the New York airport.
No, was it? Where did they get the airplane from again? Well, I know that
yeah, it wouldn't be the New York airport. It would be Washington. Some other airport. Yeah.
The Pentagon one was definitely.
Yeah, the Pentagon.
Yeah.
I guess we all have to remember that Brandon is 19 years old. This all happened.
They took off from Boston.
1918.
this all happened. Oh, 18. Sorry, the other guy was 19. So with Brandon, with you, this happened 4 years before you were born. And so a lot of us online, not to take over for the mod because I'm going to shut up. You didn't experience this, and maybe you don't follow it on different social media. Go to YouTube to keep it lowball. So to step outside of MSNBC, to step outside of CNN, to step outside of Fox News,
Well,
go to
all I watch is Fox News.
well, okay, so go to go to PBS and look at the PBS recordings of what happened on September 11th, because this happened 4 years before you were born. And so a lot of us on the panel, I'm 49. This happened while I literally was sitting with my daughter in a baby car seat, living with my mother and my husband at my mom's house. I woke up 7 o'clock in the morning in Utah, and all of this was going on, and we were watching national news. Like, it's something that all of us experienced in our lives. And where you are young, I don't want to dismiss all of the feelings that you have about this, but all I ask is that you actually go to YouTube and you actually look what happened from.
Don't go to fucking YouTube. YouTube is like an alt-right pipeline.
Yeah, but Google, I think if you go to Google and you look up like PBS, look at these non-traditional website stories, not because they were projecting any false information, because in the US right now, I go to PBS for my news. I go to BBS News or BBC News for my news in the United States. Like, we all need to do our part to investigate 3 sources at least.
The fucking 9/11 Commission, you don't need to even go to a news source. There is like plenty of fucking documentation of that. It is congressional hearings. You can go straight to the primary fucking source. You can go to fucking Wikipedia. Wikipedia will give you a fucking just the basics on the 9/11 Commission. We're talking about Brandon, go to fucking Wikipedia just right now. Just read up on the 9/11 Commission, please. Please.
Man.
Nah?
Huh?
Did you just say nah?
I said man, not nah.
Okay.
Well, I read up on Fox News, the website.
Yeah, Fox
Give me
News is
everything.
garbage. You know that, Brandon? You know that. You're just trolling. Are you just here to troll? Genuine question. Are you just here to troll?
No, ma'am. These are just my political views.
Okay, so why not check primary sources instead of Fox News? By the way, Brandon, you should get your information from more than one place than Fox News.
I rather not read off liberal sites like CNN, anything like that.
What
Brandon,
about Guardian?
okay, Brandon, you understand, like, I will look at what Fox News says and stuff. How do you know that you're getting the truth if you're only looking at one conservative source?
Because it's conservative, so I know it's valid.
But Brandon, but you know why you think that it's right because it's conservative? Because the conservatives tell you as long as it's conservative, it's correct. But you understand that that's like circular fucking logic, right? I can tell you, hey, anything I say is correct. And if you just choose, to believe me. If
I read off Guardian too sometimes.
Sometimes. Okay. Is that because she just mentioned it? The Guardian?
No.
Can I suggest you just start expanding your fucking horizon a little bit, Brandon? Because if you only look at one source, just because they align with your views, I'm sorry, but that is like the number one. You understand how that just means you're not actually looking for information. You literally just want to comfort yourself by only reading things that confirm your beliefs, right? You don't care about facts. You just care about just bolstering your beliefs. You understand? You understand that, right? I'm not trying to be like shitty here and stuff, but just only reading one source because it agrees with you, that's the quickest way to not have accurate information. Okay, I'll take that as a fucking yes. Ground News is a new one. I haven't heard of Ground News. I'm very skeptical of like new, just like small websites and you understand that that's literally like
Yeah, no. So Ground News, and not to publicize them. So Ground News, you have to pay for it, but they actually take MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, like all of the Newsmax. They will take all of them and they actually put all of the stories out there, from all of the different websites. So they're not Democrat, they're not Republican. Yeah, Ground News. They republicize news based on where it's coming from, but they actually rank the news 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10 for truthfulness. So it's new. They're brand new within the last 6 months. It's
so
brand new.
I would be very careful, yeah, because
Yeah.
Newsmax is also
Oh,
Newsmax.
my fault. My fault if I keep muting too.
Fox, all that stuff. That's not that.
Yeah, I'm not promoting them. What I'm saying is well, I guess in a way I
A
am.
brand new site that has not been vetted or tested. I'm not going to come on here and like say, oh yes, they're unbiased. You can't. I mean, you can't say that.
No, I can't. So what I'm saying is that they tried to actually put all of the different news sources out there. All of the news sources out there. So you basically are seeing all of the news sites instead of being restricted to just PBS or Fox News or BBC.
But the amazing thing about Google is that you're not restricted to one. You can
Right,
still sign over.
right. Yes, I hear you. Yes. It's just something that came across in the last 6 months that I thought that this kid, he's young, he's not looking at different websites, he's not looking at different news sources. He's saying that he just relies on Fox. If he was to go to Ground News and he was actually able to see MSNBC news.
Right, but we don't know. But again, we don't know who is behind Ground News. Like it has not been vetted and stuff.
No, it hasn't.
Could be sending him towards yet another fucking. Like,
okay, so maybe I brought it up with somebody on Threads who pushed the proof report.
The proof report.
The proof report. Yeah, he's a Democrat newscaster. He pushed the proof report. Seth Aberson.
I don't know who that is, and I don't.
Seth Aberson. He's Democrat. He pushes a certain report, and he actually brought up the ground report for a lot of people that actually don't follow like the mainstream media, that will look at 1 or 2 channels and then base their political views off of those 1 or 2 channels. And where I'm an independent and I'm full on Democrat, I'm voting all blue this time. But he brought up that, mainstream media has been a disservice to a lot of people, especially those like Brandon and the guy that was above Luke before he dropped off, that they only follow Fox News, that it introduced them to other news stations like MSNBC, CNN, PBS, that broadcasted the truth and gave them basically a different view of what they were looking at. So no, I mean, it's a new channel. And so maybe I apologize, host. I love you. I
know. I'm just like, I want to be wary of like sending this kid, be like, go look at stuff on YouTube, especially 9/11 shit on YouTube. You know what's fucking crazy? YouTube is full of some of the wildest fucking conspiracy theories, and it's like it is an alt-right pipeline, and a lot of it fucking starts with 9/11 conspiracy theory bullshit, and all of this is very fucking well documented. Like you don't have to, like we don't have to have a debate on like news, different news organizations when it comes to the basic facts about 9/11, because you can go to the primary fucking sources. And there's like so much information out there about the 9/11 Commission. I don't know why. Once again, we're getting fucking caught up on, something else, whatever. Don't just rely on one fucking news source, Brandon. That's like, especially if it agrees with you, because that's how you know you don't give a shit about having fact. You just care about people who agree with you, telling you what you want to hear. And we've fucking lost the plot again. I don't know what the next thing was. Sorry.
I keep doing it. Sorry.
I have a question.
What's up, Brandon?
What was your thoughts on the debate between JD Vance and
I think JD Vance did a great job in how he presented himself, but a lot of what he said were lies and like verifiable lies. Like we can look it up.
A lot of liberals were saying that he got cooked.
Well, he got cooked in that he lied a lot. So the issue is in debates, in traditional debates, like if you lie, you lose. So yeah, he fucking, if we're going by like actual how debates like actually work officially, he way fucking lost because he said a lot of untrue things. And you know that because he got mad when he got fact checked.
He got fact checked because the people who were running the panel were liberals.
No, Brandon, he got fact checked because he said a demonstrably false fucking thing. He got fact checked because facts are facts, Brandon. Facts are facts, Brandon.
What was the thing he got fact checked again on?
So he got fact checked on because he kept talking about like illegal Haitians in Springfield, and they're not actually there illegally. They are there legally. And so
they are, and they're taking our funding. We're basically giving them a golden spoon.
No, that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening in Springfield.
It is because like
our funding. Do you live in Springfield?
No, it's not, Brandon.
How do they get cards?
Brandon, the Haitian immigrants that are in Springfield, Ohio, are there because of initiatives that Springfield, Ohio, basically needed. It was like losing a bunch of residents. They were moving away because the work was not good, whatever, moving away from Springfield. Springfield needed more people, needed more workers. They basically invited and were like welcoming two immigrants, refugees who are here legally, have legal status in the United States. They have a special status because they are like refugee. I believe it was originally from the hurricane.
So why would you want to overpopulate the population with minorities?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you against black people living places?
No. That's the minorities, like it's like races in general.
What do you mean?
Wouldn't you?
Whether you're Mexican, Haitian, black, it doesn't matter. It's like with a certain group of individuals.
It doesn't matter. Why?
You're right. It doesn't matter.
It's like you're overpopulate. Like, what's the point of that?
What do you mean? They weren't like come here because Brandon. They weren't like, hey, come here because you're black. That's not what that was, dude.
The city was.
That's kind of how it felt with. It's not like a silver spoon. They got like a golden spoon.
No,
you know.
No, actually, no. That's not true. I mean, define what's this golden spoon?
Them getting cars, stuff like that. Like, why do we have so much homeless veterans, but the aliens can get anything they want?
Okay, no.
They're not aliens because they're legally.
Well, no, JD Vance calls them aliens.
I know he does, and that's why he got fucking fact checked, dude. That's why he got fact checked, because he was referring to these people who are legally in Springfield, who just happen to fucking be from Haiti. He kept referring to them as like illegal aliens. They're not. That's why he got fact checked, and that has nothing to do with like political affiliation, by the way. Like,
yeah, they were trying to fact check Trump too for saying that they were eating cats when
he was
if you go to Haiti, they do eat cats.
No, that's not true. That's actually not true, Brandon.
That is they practice.
No, like it's not. No, Brandon. I know that you're hearing that from fucking Fox News. That is not true. That is not true. And once again, Brandon, like even if it were true, it's not true. But even if it fucking were, why the fuck do you give a shit what's going on in Haiti? You know, a bunch of Haiti people in Haiti. There was just like a fucking massacre today or yesterday. Do you care? Do you care that people are getting massacred? Do you want to offer people refugee status here in the United States?
Are they American citizens?
No, I'm talking Haiti, dude. So you care? So I'm asking, do you care?
I care about American
Okay.
citizens.
Okay, so then why do you care about Haitians, what they eat in Haiti? You are lying. That is not actually accurate. But like, why would you care
It's
what
true
people
though.
are eating in
In some
Haiti?
parts of Haiti, they do eat cats.
Okay, but Brandon, if they're not doing it in the United States, why do you give a fuck?
It's where they're from.
They're not doing it in the United States. Why do you give a fuck?
There was a photo of a Haitian man holding a duck from a pond.
It wasn't a Haitian
A
man.
duck. Okay, Brandon. So now
A
you've
duck.
pivoted.
That was
You've pivoted, Brandon. So first it was dogs and cats. They are not
It's
eating
dogs,
and
cats,
Can I
ducks.
clarify? Because
No,
I
Brandon.
actually know what that was. Like that picture was. It was a man clearing roadkill. Just by the way,
Yeah.
just for some added context.
It was
Firstly,
the
yeah, it was
white
roadkill.
man.
Secondly, it was Americans. You know, conservative Americans, mind you. Do you like? Are you a 2A guy? Are you a Second Amendment guy, Brandon?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. So you understand a lot of American citizens go out and hunt duck, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
They're not eating it.
They're absolutely eating it.
Yes, I do. I most certainly do.
Duck is absolutely eaten. What?
Duck dumplings are
So
good.
do you eat cats too?
American citizen? No, I'm pointing out that
I would if I got hungry.
Well, firstly, actually, Brandon, funnily enough that you asked that, the only documented case that, by the way, hasn't even been proven that a cat was eaten.
Yeah, it was that Haitian woman who had mental health problems.
No, it wasn't,
with
Brandon.
cat.
It was actually an American citizen. It was a black woman born in the United fucking States of America, an American citizen who was having mental health crisis. And by the way, no proof that she actually ate a cat of any sort. It was the police who were walking up to this situation, this scene, because she was having a mental health crisis. And one of the cops said, "What is she doing? Is she eating the cats?" That's it. That's the entire fucking documentation. An American citizen born and raised in, I believe, Dayton, Ohio, not even Springfield, who was having a mental health crisis, and one cop said, "Is she eating the cat?" That's it. No fucking Haitians. No evidence of any Haitians on American fucking soil, even so much as licking a fucking dog or a cat. None.
I thought if I keep muted, my brother's feeding me my information.
Okay, well, your brother is feeding you false information.
He's a conservative too. But
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, that's false information. I've just told you where this fucking claim came from. It is bullshit, Brandon. Unless you can prove that Haitians are eating cats and dogs, you gotta fucking accept that is another lie that you have just. Like, here's the thing, Brandon. I'm not trying to like make you feel shame. I mean, yes, at some moments it's frustrating that people just believe all this shit. But Brandon, the most amazing thing that would happen is at the end of this, you realize that you were told a bunch of shit that you just believed. You just believed it unquestioningly. And I am proving it wrong point by point. And I would love for you to realize, like, hey, maybe you shouldn't just believe every fucking thing that Fox News and your brother and your mom and your dad tell you just because you want to believe what they're saying because you want to remain conservative. I know you want to be conservative. I know that. I get it. But
because we need more black conservatives just like me. So
okay,
that's why.
But Brandon, if you were to find out, can I ask you, is there any world in which you would stop being conservative?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so Brandon, so if I told you that being conservative, the conservatives, and this is a hypothetical, right? That voting conservative means that you're voting for the unaliving of Black Americans, the full imprisonment of every Black American, the return to slavery. If I were to tell you that, would you still be conservative?
Dang, that's actually tough, but let's see.
If I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean,
well, slavery was wrong, but it did benefit our economy.
no, so you want to be conservative so badly that you would be willing to be a slave again?
Nah, I just wouldn't vote.
But you would still be conservative. You would willingly be a slave just so you could still be conservative. Yes or no?
Dang. Let's see. Nah, I'll probably become a Democrat.
Okay. So, well,
It
and
pains me to say
by the way,
that
Brandon,
word.
right? But I think that that's like important, right? Like, I think that, and by the way, thank you for admitting that, because I think I am not a Democrat. By the way, I'm not conservative. You don't have to be a Democrat. Like, not being conservative doesn't mean you have to be a Democrat. Just to be
Why is this dude called me Mark Robinson?
Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. That was an ad hominem attack.
Mark Robinson. He was. I mean,
It's, you took. I don't know, dude. You just took a little long to answer one question. I was like,
It's a tough question.
No,
Here's the thing. I get it, because Brandon, and the
because
reason
slavery did benefit our economy, right or wrong.
well, Brandon, actually wrong, and I can show you the numbers.
Wrong. It did not.
Yeah, it did.
Well,
It has not.
It held back our economy.
That's
We
money.
can go through the numbers, but like, let's return to the fucking and we'll let's talk about the economy. Sure, happily. But Brandon, like, I want you to think about that, like the fact that it was so hard for you to admit that you would maybe willing to not be conservative, not consider yourself conservative, if it meant that you and your entire fucking family were enslaved again. And not just you and your entire family, but every black person in America. If slavery were to come back and the enslavement of black people were to come back, it took you a really long time to say that, yeah, maybe if that were the case, you would stop being conservative. Maybe. And I want to point that out, because that should be a red flag, right? I understand we as a country, especially when we're younger and stuff, we like look at our political affiliation as like part of our just fucking identity, right? And we can't let go of the label of conservative or liberal or progressive or Democrat or Republican, like whatever it is, without feeling like we're losing a piece of who we are fundamentally as a person. But I am going to urge you, figure out who the fuck you are outside of that label, okay? Figure out what it is that you care about, the things that you care about. If you care about the economy, like, I mean, you know, you want a good economy. I know you don't have to be an economist to have feelings on the economy, right? You want a good economy. You want, I assume, you know, presumably, like, for the majority of Americans to be able to afford, you know, their lives. That includes
houses, because when Trump gets in office, he's going to lower the price of houses to make it
actually,
cheaper.
Brandon, that's not true, but we'll get to that. So you want economically, you want people to be able to afford homes. You want people to afford groceries, right? I mean, very basic stuff. You and me both, dude. You and me both. We fucking agree on. We completely agree on that. So okay. But we don't have to have a label on, you know, you don't have to be conservative to want those things. I'm not conservative.
Take away stuff like food stamps.
So you don't want food stamps and stuff. Just, can I ask?
Food stamps is making my people lazy in a way.
Okay, well, that's not true either, Brandon, but that's another thing that you've been told. That's not actually true. There's not actual evidence of that food stamps make people lazy. That is something you are told and that you have believed. But like, you know, okay, if you're against food stamps, you know, I'd love to know why. I mean, I know why you've been told that they're bad, but I would say, okay, if you want a, you know, good economy, you want people in this country to be able to afford their lives, you know, to house themselves, to feed themselves, to clothe themselves, very basic things. What's that?
Get a good job. Don't make dumb purchases. It's not really that hard.
Okay. If it's not that hard, then why do people like you act like it's so fucking hard under a Democrat president?
Well, because Democrats are making it easy for my people to become lazy.
That's not true, Brandon. That's just
Brandon.
Okay. Brandon, okay, that's not true. Let's fucking deal with the data, okay? So again, I'm urging you, figure out what it is that you're about without the fucking label, right? Basics, economy, you want people to be able to like afford basic shit in this, you know, country, their lives. I agree with that. You and I fucking agree. What else? What else are some of your beliefs? Aside from like, stay away from the conservative label. I want to know like what you're about as a person. Give me like one thing.
Yeah, I love Jesus.
You love Jesus. Okay, do you think that everyone has to love Jesus?
No.
Okay,
I wouldn't.
Okay, so you're for freedom of religion.
I wouldn't force my religion on anybody else. I would preach it. I would preach it to the people who want to hear it, but not to the ones who.
Great. I totally respect that, right? I am not. I have read. I love to say that I love Jesus, but I'm not religious. I can get down with Jesus because he's the OG socialist. Personally, he's fucking. I love it. So cool. You love Jesus, so you must love what Jesus preaches, right? I assume.
Absolutely, he preaches nothing wrong.
So
he preaches about love and positivity.
He does. He preaches about loving your fellow neighbor. He preaches about taking care of sick people, right? He preaches about how difficult it is for rich people, rich men, or a rich man to get into heaven. Correct?
Yeah.
He
also disagreed with slavery a little bit.
He did.
Well, he didn't go into it, but his apostle.
He did not.
His apostle.
He
John
did not disagree with slavery at all. Not in the slightest.
He said the word of God. You shall not take him back as a slave. You shall take him back as a brother in Christ.
Okay.
Yeah, he was talking about Israelites, not other people.
He was talking about slavery in general. But
no, he wasn't.
Dive into God. All right.
I can if you want to, but that's not who he was talking about.
But like the conclusion Brandon draws from that is that Brandon is against slavery because Jesus is against slavery, I guess, right?
Yeah.
According to your understanding of Jesus, I don't want to get into debate about how much Jesus was or was not against slavery. Jesus preaches that you should take care of the poor, right?
Yeah.
And we agree with Jesus, right?
Absolutely. That's why we have to make our American citizens priority number one over illegal aliens.
Okay, so hold on. How much did Jesus say about illegal aliens? I forget that passage in the Bible, personally.
Again,
Mary. Jesus was not an American citizen. Good job. But you care about Jesus, right? Even though he was not an American citizen.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Jesus. Mary, Joseph and Mary were refugees, right?
Oh, really? They were prophets, but
they were refugees. Why do you think she gave birth in a manger?
Because I guess that was the culture, I guess.
That was not the culture. No. They were traveling. What were they traveling from, God? You probably know better than I do. Fucking.
Supposedly they were going to Rome for the census, but you don't leave and go somewhere to do a census, so it doesn't make sense.
Right. So, They fled conflict and persecution, right? Because they went, and because they were fleeing from Herod, right?
Herod. There's two different reasons why they would go to Bethlehem. One was to do the census. The other one was fleeing Herod.
Right. I mean, my understanding is they were fleeing.
The reason why I'm a Christian is because if you look at religions like Islam, all they preach about, like if you go to those third world countries talk about Islam, all they do is make bomb threats and throw women off balconies.
That's not true.
Watch your language. You can't say the B word on here.
And also that's not true. There are a lot of, in fact, there's a lot more similarities between Islam and Christianity.
No, because Allah, I think if you translate it, it translates to the great trickster, the great deceiver.
No, Allah.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
The only great deceiver we know in Christianity.
No. Allah, Yahweh, and God, all the same fucking thing.
Yeah, in Islam, Jesus is a prophet.
Islam is the Quran was written by Satan, but
no,
Brandon.
No, it wasn't. In the Quran, Jesus is a prophet.
Well, yeah, because they acknowledge Jesus' power, but
no. No, Islam is a different. It's like Christianity, but a different path. It's kind of like
Yeah, it's like
Lutherans and
it's like
Mormons. It's just
the
a little bit
Walmart
different,
the
but pretty
Walmart
much
version,
the same.
like the Walmart version of Christianity. You know.
You could say that about any of the different
Well, no, because
Christianity here in
if you
America.
go look at any other religion, they all talk about Jesus.
No,
So
actually,
is like
it's not true. There's a lot of fucking religions in the world that do not talk about Jesus. Abrahamic religions talk about Jesus. Do you know what those religions are?
Yeah, like the first religions, like Judaism.
that
Let's see.
wasn't the first ones though.
It's not the
Well,
first religion, but
the
you
ones,
understand what
the ones that
Abrahamic
were
religions
recorded.
are.
We're not talking about religions from the BC, but
Right. Abrahamic religions are Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. They basically all start in the same place and have a very, very long stretches where they are pretty much the same fucking thing. And then eventually they diverge a lot like Protestant Christianity and Catholicism. What can I ask? What type of Christian you are, Brandon?
I don't follow a certain aspect of Christianity. I follow Jesus.
Do you go to church at all?
Absolutely not, because you don't have to go to church to be a Christian.
I agree. But okay, so
But you're against food stamps. But would Jesus feed the poor?
Yeah, he
Would
would.
Jesus house the
Food
poor?
stamps.
So
Food
you're not being
stamps.
very Jesus-like.
Food stamps is just for lazy people, but
So those fishes were
Brandon,
just for lazy people. Those
lazy
loaves of
people,
bread were
lazy
just for the
people,
lazy people.
and black
Answer the
people.
question: was the fishes and the loaves for lazy people or hungry people?
Hungry people. We're not talking about handing out money to.
It's the
well, so
same
Brandon,
thing.
yeah, so
We're
Brandon,
handing out fish.
when did Jesus say, "I'm not giving these people food because they're lazy"?
Well, we're not comparing conservatism to Christianity.
Oh, I mean, but we
You
are.
kind of were. You started it.
I mean,
Pardon it.
Brandon, I'm trying to figure out what you're about, and I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you. If you are someone who believes in the teachings of Jesus, your beliefs, like truly, your beliefs do not align with American conservatism, modern day conservatism. They don't. If you genuinely believe the teachings of Jesus and believe in feeding the poor and the hungry and taking care of fellow men, and you believe in loving, thy neighbor and stuff.
Yeah, feeding the poor is not giving them food stamps. That's just making them lazy and not want to go to church.
That sounds contradictory.
Yeah, well,
That
but
is.
I'm here to tell you you're wrong. Actually, that's food stamps literally feed the poor. That's
Well,
yeah.
if that was the case, we wouldn't have any homeless people. Well, we still do because they use food stamps and they're lazy.
So Brandon, so what you're saying is you don't actually believe in what Jesus Christ preaches. You don't want to. You don't believe in feeding
No,
the
no,
hungry.
I agree with Jesus Christ.
So then,
He didn't mention
so then
anything
why are
about
you
food
against feeding the
stamps.
hungry? Why are you against feeding the hungry?
Well, obviously it's not working if we still have homeless people.
You understand that feeding the hungry is different than solving homelessness, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you understand not everyone on food stamps is homeless, right?
Yeah, it's just mainly black people in urban areas.
Okay, so what? So you
That sounded really racist, Brandon.
he's black.
It's not racist.
There's just as many white people and other races on food stamps as well.
Yeah,
Wait, is there
Brandon.
proof of this? Mark Robinson said that it was mostly black.
I don't give a crap what Mark
That's
Robertson
right,
says.
That's the
bro.
thing, but here's the thing.
You're
But Brandon, I struggle to understand why you have an issue. So you want to
Yeah, giving them food, that's nothing wrong with that. Giving them
okay.
money, that's a problem.
You understand, Brandon. You understand food stamps is not like money, right? Like food stamps can't be used on just anything. That by definition, it's literally
You can only use those on food. So it's given food,
Yeah, depending on the place.
not dependent on anything. It is for food.
food stamps like literally like are very limited in what they cover. You can't just like walk into any place and use food stamps as cash. If that were true, they would just be giving them cash. They're giving them food stamps. Like and they're like it's a very specific food stamps. I mean,
There's a hint in the name, food stamps.
Oh, my fault. It would be EBT, right? No, not food stamps, right?
Yeah, it's the same thing. EBT is
That's
like
the modern day equivalent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say it's the modern day of like kind of like slavery, because like all you're doing,
You're
is
not serious.
oh no, I'm very serious. Trust. All
No,
you're
you're
doing
just
is
trolling. You have to be
all you're
trolling
doing
at
is
this point.
handing them
That you're being
crumbs.
ridiculous.
All you're doing is handing the black community crumbs of
And
what.
it's not just the black
So wait,
community.
so
I know.
okay. Yeah, firstly, it's not just
God.
black people. It's not just black people,
But
Brandon.
majority of it is black people.
So you are saying just handing them crumbs. So you agree we should extend food stamps and give people more?
Oh, absolutely not. It's making it, like I said before, it's making them lazy. Why can't they?
I'm sorry again, Brandon. So again, when did Jesus say that? Don't give people food because it'll make them lazy. When did he say that?
No, we're talking about food stamps. Like just
I'm talking about what you're
$500
about
of
as a
food
person,
stamps.
and I'm saying if you believe in the teachings of Jesus Christ, then you should believe in feeding hungry people, which is what food stamps do. But you're saying that you don't believe in food stamps because it makes people lazy. So I'm asking you, when did Jesus say feed the hungry, except don't because it makes them lazy? When did he say don't feed hungry people because it makes them lazy?
So wait, I have a question. How is food stamps solving hunger?
What do you mean?
When there's
So
still hungry
How is
people?
getting
pays for
people
food.
access to food helping to feed them? That's what your question is?
No, I'm saying there's still hungry people. So
Yeah, so I agree. So we should actually probably extend food stamps, right? I agree. We need more food stamps. We
yeah,
need to extend
to
food.
American citizens.
so Brandon, when you actually
Okay,
look
so
at
now the
it,
issue is different. So now you're okay with food stamps as long as
Yeah,
it's for American citizens.
yeah,
Okay.
American citizens who are
Okay, so
born
this
here.
entire fucking time you've been saying that you have an issue with food stamps because it makes people lazy. But now we're gonna shift. Now you're gonna say no. You're fine with them as long. Listen, I'm cool with you changing your opinion, but like I want to be clear that that's what you're doing. You are changing your stance on food stamps, and now you support food stamps as long as it's for American citizens. Correct?
Yeah, kinda. I'll switch you a little
Yeah.
bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. No, it's great. I mean, I love to see someone who's open to changing their mind, because as we agree, Jesus says, feed the poor. How do we do that? One of the ways is food stamps. That's what we fucking do. So if you supposedly believe in the teachings of Jesus Christ, you should be very supportive of food stamps. And in fact, I would argue you should be supportive of extending and expanding food stamps.
Oh, so wait, are we gonna give? Should we start giving people from other countries EBT too?
I don't believe they receive EBT, so.
Yes, I think we should. Jesus would say we should.
That would ruin the economy. But
Actually, well, Brandon,
Jesus
I
wouldn't
mean,
care about the economy anyway.
Firstly,
I think he would care about the other
Jesus said in
people.
the book. Jesus said in the book to give away your wealth to the poor.
yeah. Jesus
You don't need to be worried
says-
about.
He specifically talks about how if you're basically wealthy and people in the fields next to you, I'm gonna butcher this, are going hungry, like you are evil. He doesn't say, oh, if the people in the field are next to you are going hungry and are citizens of the same country of you, then
I
you're.
have a question. Would you consider the term third world country offensive?
I mean, I think it, like, some people use it with countries that are not actually third world countries. So.
Ask Brandon a question. It's like it's somewhat on topic because he's been talking about immigrants and stuff.
Yeah, the illegal aliens.
Do you think that immigrants are bad for the economy?
Absolutely. They're coming in overpopulated areas.
So Brandon, that the numbers actually show that immigrants very much benefit the economy. In fact, our economy relies on immigrants.
Well, I think they're good if they're coming here legally and taking.
So you're cool with the Haitians. You're cool with the Haitians in Springfield, right? Because they are here legally.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Those immigrants are here legally. So are you okay with them or not if they're here legally?
No. They're what they're doing is they're. I think I have a conspiracy. Joe Biden's shipping them in from Haiti. It's coming to these areas
That's
and
not what's
giving
happening.
them cities and giving them
That's not what's
visas.
happening. That's not what's happening, Brandon. The Haitians in Springfield are here legally. They are here legally. So according to you, you're cool with immigrants as long as they're here legally. Those immigrants are here legally. So you must be cool. You're cool with the Haitians in Springfield.
Yeah, we need to also do background checks because
Sure.
are they felons in their country?
Yeah. Okay, Brandon, you understand. Okay. Can I explain the asylum process to you?
Okay, criminals.
Crime rate is lower among immigrants than naturalized citizens, by the way.
Immigrants.
Oh,
Go ahead, Brenna.
is that
Yeah,
is that real? Is that fake
Yeah,
news?
immigrants commit less crime than American citizens do per capita on average.
Because obviously we're a bigger population, but
No. Per
we're
capita.
starting to overwhelm
No,
our country.
no, Brandon. Per capita. Do you know what that means? That means if you have 10 American, let's say 100. If you have 100 American citizens and 100 undocumented immigrants, I don't know what the numbers are exactly, but it's like going to be like 20 of the American citizens will commit crime, while only like 2 of the immigrants will commit crime. Like per capita, as in percentage of. It's not because like total number of Americans. It's like per one.
Not to pivot. What's your thoughts on those violent Venezuelans who are now?
No. Let's pivot. No. Do you understand the fact that I've just told you?
Yeah, obviously.
Great. So no, but and I want to go.
It's not just Haitian, Mexican people. It's the Venezuelans too. They're going into.
Okay, so Brandon, I want to explain to you because you said we should have background checks, right, and find out if they're felons, right?
Violent people.
You want to have background checks and find out if the immigrants are felons, correct?
Yeah, violent people.
Great. Okay, great. Fine. Do you know anything about the asylum process?
I haven't did too much research. So it wasn't.
Can I explain it to you? Can I explain it to you right now?
Yeah.
Great. So when people arrive here and request asylum, the United States has an agreement with other countries. Basically, the United States has to grant people asylum, like legally, because of what it's agreed to with all these fucking treaties.
Was this written by like Abraham Lincoln or some shit?
No. But I'm sorry. Now you have an issue with our founding fathers.
Kinda. He was a.
But you're a 2A guy, right?
I guess you say that.
Okay. And what if we repealed that Second Amendment, or would you say no because that's not what the founding fathers intended?
We need our guns. Guns are kind of important.
Careful with the G word. Careful with the G word.
Our peoples, we need them. Because personally, I don't.
Okay, so no, but Brandon, you understand my point is that like people like you are going to argue that that's what the founding fathers wanted and stuff, but you have an issue with the founding fathers as soon as you think that they are responsible for United States asylum policies. They are not, mind you, they are not. But I was just trying to figure out if like how much you have an issue with the founding fathers. Are you against the entire Constitution as well?
No, just some parts with like when it comes to like immigrants.
Immigrants are not in the fucking Constitution, dude.
Yeah, I didn't read that in civics, but
okay.
No, but I think our founding fathers, like, why are we going off laws from like the 1600s? I think
okay, Brandon, they did not. That's a great point against 2A. You make a great argument against 2A. They did not.
Need to be updated.
Brandon, they did not define our modern day immigration policies. So you can stop. This is not the argument you think it is. What you're about to do is argue against 2A. Just
we need to put harsher punishments on people who are crossing these borders illegally.
Brandon, I'm about to explain it. So I'm about to explain asylum to you, okay? Because here's the thing. You know what's amazing? I agree with you on background checks, on figuring out if immigrants are violent and not allowing them to enter if they're violent. I agree with you. Most people do.
The cartel's a big problem.
I agree, Brandon. So can I explain the asylum process to you and what that means for us? Okay, so the asylum process is someone arrives in the United States, and this is true for other countries as well, mind you, and they say, hey, I need asylum because I'm being prosecuted for, either the color of my skin, my political beliefs, the fact that I'm a woman, the fact that I'm from this tribe, the fact that I'm from, whatever, right? I fear for my life because blah, 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 right? The United States, the process is the United States has to say, okay, we're going to trust you for now. We're going to process this, and we're going to need you to show proof of your asylum, okay? Your claim to asylum. And then the immigration courts and the asylum fucking processing are going to look through their application and then decide whether or not to deport them or allow them to stay. And part of that process is also looking at their background, like, are they violent? Do they have any convictions? Do they have, whatever. It's basically the background check of all background checks, plus figuring out, does this person actually deserve asylum? Like, are they actually a refugee that we should take in or not? That all sounds gravy, right, Brandon?
Yeah, because well, let's see,
Well,
gangs in general, right?
no, Brandon,
They're very bad.
Brandon. Okay, so do you agree that that process sounds pretty fucking reasonable, right?
Yeah,
And because you agree that like legitimate refugees we should allow in, and illegitimate ones, people who are lying about needing asylum, we should not let in. We should send them back, especially if they're violent, if they are, you
and
know.
also I would say like check into like their family roots too. Uh,
They do that.
their family
roots.
They
roots.
check to see if
I
they.
think if they have a cousin who's like a part of the cartel, I don't think they should be in the country.
Yeah, they do that.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
check to see if they're married to other people in the other country before they let them come, or if they're married to multiple people.
They
check to see if they owe child support or parking tickets or anything else.
Yeah.
They check everything.
So
That's why it takes so long for those
so
people
that's
to
a
get
pretty
legal
good-
status.
So that's a pretty good, yeah.
There's
process,
so
right,
many of
Brandon?
them because they want to come to this great American country.
Okay, Brandon.
With
And that's
okay,
what
Brandon,
makes
so do
that's
you
what takes
agree?
so long about it.
The process sounds fucking great, right? You and I agree. Big back-
Amazing.
Great. Okay, so you know what the fucking problem is? And you're not gonna like it. What's that? Brandon, we just established that process is going to weed out, like as best as you possibly fucking can, any violent offenders. We understand that, right?
Yeah.
Great. So we like this process. We like for asylum seekers to be processed. The problem is conservatives, Republicans, repeatedly and continually strip funding from the immigration process and the asylum seeking process and the immigration courts and stuff. And they do not want to put funding towards these systems. So
Yeah, we're trying to build a wall to keep them out.
Brandon, okay, but the people are coming over, and so we got to process them. If you want them to be deported faster, I agree. I would love for the violent ones to be deported faster. I would love it. I would
Yeah.
love it. But you know what that requires? That requires them to go through that whole fucking process. And the problem is right now that because that whole process is underfunded, because of Republicans, on average, it takes 2 years for an asylum seeker to be processed, which means that all of those violent offenders that are like entering the country and waiting for their asylum request to be processed, they are here for 2 years on average and doing, you know, whatever the fuck they may or may not do. But the only fucking way to solve for that is to fund that immigration system more. We got to put more money into it. And Republicans are not trying to do that. Democrats are trying to fucking do that. And now, granted, there was an immigration bill, a bipartisan immigration bill in Congress, which both Republicans and Democrats were poised to push until Trump fucking called around and derailed it because he didn't want Biden to get that win. Biden used executive orders to pass as much of that bill he could. That's neither here nor there. Just talking in the basic fucking terms, you and I agree. That process sounds great. We would love for asylum seekers, if they're here, if they have legitimate claims to be to receive asylum from the United States. You and I agree. We should fucking help those people, right? But you and I also agree if those people are violent, if they are criminals, if they're connected to shady people, they should not be allowed in. But we gotta fucking process them. And in order to do that, we need to put more money towards the system. And you know who's not fucking doing that? Conservatives.
Yeah, because we were trying to get Mexico to build a wall around their country.
Bruh.
Yeah, the wall is scalable, dude. The wall is super scalable.
Well, that's why it needs to be
Big Mac,
bigger.
you don't want to pay to get rid of violent asylum seekers. You don't want to pay to deport people. You understand that you guys who want to deport everyone, this is how you deport them, right? They have to be processed. You don't get to just pick people up off the street and be like, you look brown, and then kick them out of the fucking country. That's not how that works. You got to process them. So, yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you think like let's see. My
Biden
brother's giving
supported
me
more people than Trump.
no. My brother's giving me an argument. Let's see. He said that do you think that black people create violence?
What is
What
that?
does that have to do with anything we've
Yeah, what does
been?
that? Firstly, what does that have to do with immigration? But secondly, what does that mean? Create violence.
Because of stuff like gang stuff like that. Do you think they create violence
I
in
think there are
areas?
violent people of all ethnicities, and the people who are violent are creating violence. But that's not about like skin color. People don't create violence because they are of a certain ethnicity. If that's what you're trying to get at.
So you don't think like majority of like pewings in Chicago is because of black people?
It's because of maybe gang violence, but not because they are black. Why are you trying to get me to say something really fucking?
No, I'm just saying like aren't like majority of those gangs like just black people?
Okay, but you bring it back to Utah and you look at Ogden, Utah, and a lot of the gangs that are in Utah are actually white.
And also, you know, the majority of school pewings are white
White.
Christians, right?
White.
Well, white liberals.
No, Brandon. They're white
necessarily.
Christian
Yeah,
conservative.
let's not go to politics when it comes to pewing. It's not politics. It's
White no, but let's fucking acknowledge the politics. The majority of school pewings are white Christian conservatives.
nationalism, militia.
So was it black people are 18% of the population in America, right?
Yeah, something around that.
Like that.
So why do they commit 55% more?
That is been debunked so many times. That's just not true.
Brandon, aren't you black? Didn't you come in here saying that?
Yeah. I'm evolved.
Why don't you tell? Oh, you're evolved. Okay, you're saying you're one of the good ones.
Mark Robinson, for real.
Because evolution hit me, but
That's not how evolution works. But okay.
Well, yeah, because a lot of
Evolution
those.
hit you, but you're a truck driver.
No, I'm not. Remember, my parents.
You're gonna be a truck driver.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Nas. Okay, so why don't you answer your question, Brandon?
Stuff like food stamps. You
Brandon,
have,
no. You say you're asking me.
Yeah.
Do
Yeah,
black
the
people
problem.
create violence?
Yeah. I have to go off based off my area where I live at. Well, I live in a
Well,
nice
let's go
area.
off the data,
I live in a nice area in Chicago. So I would say majority of these crimes are being committed a lack of black dads in the household because they rather go commit felons than actually take care of their kids.
So
Yeah,
you have an issue. Well, I mean, firstly, Brandon. So you have an issue with felonies. Why are you supporting a guy with 34 felony convictions for president?
Well, 34 made up felonies.
No. Okay. So Brandon. So does that how I could say the same thing for who you're talking about? Oh yeah, those dads would rather go out and commit.
We're not talking about one person. We're talking about a mass problem in the black community.
And I mean, I would say 34 felonies are a mass problem in one man.
Well, not really, but
Not really. Okay,
For
so you have a
president.
problem when the felonies are committed by black men, but not when they're committed by Donald Trump.
yeah, he quote unquote like had these felonies.
He has these felonies. They are real felonies.
Allegedly.
Brandon, mind you, the man supposedly is rich enough to not have to commit felonies. Okay.
I know because really, when you're president, you should be acquitted on all charges. But
Thank you, Kevs. Sorry, what was that, Brandon?
well, it's alleged. This is not fact.
No,
because,
it's not. No, he was
No,
convicted.
that's not what you said, Brandon. What did you say, Brandon?
Huh?
What did you say? She asked you what he said.
Oh, I said that he should be acquitted on all charges because
Why
they were
did
false.
you say he should be?
Because they were false. They were claiming that he was throwing ballots.
That's not
in the
what you
trash.
said.
No,
why
no, you
did
said-
you say he should be acquitted?
Because he's president.
Okay, he is not president right now.
but he was our president.
Okay, so you think president should be able to commit any crimes and never face any consequences?
Depending on the president.
Okay. Depending on the president.
Okay, so
Wow. Okay. So like fully authoritarian, Brandon. Depending on the fucking president, really? That's your fucking measure? That's not how laws work, dude. That's not how laws work.
So,
are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Well, hold on. Let's can we talk about some of the felonies that were alleged against him?
They were not alleged. He's convicted, Brandon. It's no longer alleged. He's
allegedly convicted.
No, he was convicted. That's not how that word works.
Alleged if it happened.
That's not how that word works.
Because they say he was throwing ballots in the trash, which is fake news.
That's not what he was convicted for. That's not what he was fucking convicted for, dude.
I don't think he was doing that personally.
Yeah, also.
Yeah, because
Never even heard that.
I think that was just like some liberals who made a whole bunch of fake ballots and threw them in the trash and blamed Trump.
I've never even
heard
that
claim.
That, Brandon.
Yeah,
He's saying that.
Well,
So, Brandon, did you hear about Tina Peters, who is a Republican county clerk in Colorado that was just sentenced to 9 years in prison yesterday for everything that she did in the 2020 election scheme? White.
it wasn't a scheme. It was trying to get the greatest president back into office.
Oh, Brandon, sweetheart.
Brandon, can I ask you something? Do you think even if Trump lost, he should have been made president?
Well, he didn't lose, but
if let's say he did, just for the sake of argument,
because that's fake news, he didn't lose.
But if he did, let's say he
robbed.
did. All right.
Brandon, you just had
Tell me all I need to know.
a white Republican female who literally committed federal crimes in the state of Utah that was just convicted of 4 federal crimes, who was just sentenced to prison for 9 years for basically spewing her lies with the 2020 election scheme.
What were the lies that were alleged against her?
Hey, Brandon,
Everything that Trump is spewing.
Okay.
Well, because it was a false election, and most juries are liberal, so.
That's actually not true. That's not true, Brandon.
I need to ask you, Brandon, what is a liberal?
A beta?
Damn.
Come on, give me your honest to goodness definition of what a liberal is.
They hate America.
Brandon.
Still not cutting it.
You said my honest opinion. I think.
Yeah, what is a liberal? A liberal to you is anybody who don't like America?
Yeah, who doesn't?
So you are literally just trolling. You've been trolling for the last 45 minutes.
Nah, because I love my great country, but I haven't been trolling.
No,
everything I've been saying has been facts. There's not.
Actually, no, Brandon. We have proven you.
I'm done. I don't even want to listen to him anymore.
What have I said that was a lie? What the Haitian thing? The cats and dogs?
Yeah.
That wasn't a lie.
That was a lie, Brandon.
If you go to their country,
no, Brandon, we already proved that. We already gave you the actual facts. If we're gonna go back 45 minutes, this is pointless. I'd rather have someone come up here that we can actually have a conversation with.
So what topic would you like to dive in next?
I think we're good. I'm good.
Yeah, Brandon.
Right.
Before we let you go, let me just remind you that you said that no matter what, there's no way you would ever not be conservative. And then I asked you if conservatives wanted to bring back slavery and enslave all black people in America, would you still be conservative? And you took a solid minute to consider your answer.
Because I didn't understand the question. I was asking, was I going to have to be a slave? Because if I wasn't going to have to be a slave, then
you would have to be. You and all your family and every black person in America would be a slave.
Well, if I wasn't a part of the equation, then I would still be conservative.
So you would be cool with conservatives enslaving all black people as long as it was all black people except for you.
Absolutely.
Well, because Jesus, you just so you know, you will probably go to hell, just according to your own fucking beliefs. It goes completely against what Jesus teaches. But fine, if you think if you're cool with being conservative, if your mom becomes a slave, if your dad becomes a slave, if your brother becomes a slave, as long as you're not a slave, you're cool with
slavery
it.
not help out our
That's not
economy?
what Jesus taught, but bro, okay.
No, slavery didn't help out the economy. It held it back.
When black people were out there in the field,
don't need to
Definitely
they were
make
bringing in money to
machines
the
and
economy.
I mean,
invent new stuff if you can just throw more
so
people at it for free.
God, I actually disagree with you. Yeah, slavery absolutely helps the economy, but
Yeah.
who gives a shit? Yeah, but Brandon, who gives a fuck? You
It really didn't, though, in the long
good?
run.
You think slavery is good, Brandon?
I think if they brought it back,
As long as
it would
it helps
still
the
better
economy.
our economy.
Okay, so yeah, okay, you're trolling. All right, Brandon, if slavery comes back, you will be enslaved. Like that's the fucking.
Well, not
thing.
really, because
Not really.
that was
Dude, this is why I called you. This is literally a take Mark Robinson had. So,
Okay.
that's why I called you Mark Robinson. Like, he said this exact thing.
And also, it's fine.
Mark Robinson said. Brandon,
I hope your parents know how supportive you are of all black people being enslaved, including them. I hope they know that. I'm done. I'd love to talk to someone who actually wants to have a real conversation. If anyone, this is a waste of time, Brandon. I've entertained this long enough. I'm getting a little bored. Okay.
All right, bye. This is a good debate.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. But.
I would like to go ahead and talk about the slavery helping the economy thing, because it's been bothering me for a minute. See, it didn't, because if you can just throw more free labor at a problem instead of inventing ways to make it better, you will. So in that way, it slows down production and hurts the economy.
Interesting.
It's just a fact.
Yeah.
The studies have been done. The smart people have done this thing. That's how it worked. Slavery didn't help the economy. I'm really tired of hearing that from conservatives and religious people.
I mean, my point is more like, okay, just because something helps the economy doesn't make it okay.
Yeah, it's also not okay still, and anybody who tries to justify slavery really gets me hot under the collar.
It's also helping the economy. It's cool. I think that's a great segue into okay, so what does helping the economy mean, and what does a good economy mean? Because if the economy is good, but everyone in America is going hungry, then that doesn't sound like a great fucking economy
Yeah,
to me.
the economy is good for who exactly?
Yeah, for who? So we can talk about, if you want to say slavery helps the economy, okay, fine, but is that really okay? You would rather the economy be good if it means you can enslave people? That's your argument? Okay.
Yeah, it's not good.
Bad fucking person. Okay, that's not the win you think it is. But if someone is genuinely going to come up here and with their full chest argue on behalf of slavery because the economy benefits from it, that I think that goes far enough that I don't know how to have a conversation with that person.
I feel like we were kind of changing his mind, and then he just shifted back. It was
I agree, Jillian. It's absolutely lazy fix. It's not. I agree, but I think it's important to say I think it's an important illustration of just because it helps the economy, that doesn't mean it is good. Because also, when you say helps the economy, what the fuck do you mean? Because the United States, we see GDP growing. And people love to be see, the economy's fucking great. The GDP's growing. Okay, but if people are going fucking hungry, what the GDP does not fucking measure. We can, you know what I mean? We measure the economy as being good or bad based on these metrics that do not give the full fucking picture. And just because the economy is good, the economy is fucking doing great right now, mind you.
Yes.
It's doing great. And yet a lot of people are talking about how terrible Biden is because of inflation,
So
but
do we
the
take?
economy's fucking great. So if you want the economy to do great, I hope you understand that doesn't always inherently mean that you personally will also be doing great. In fact, that doesn't always mean that the majority of people in America will be doing great. That's not. Yeah.
I also find it interesting because that is true, but Kamala would never use that as a talking point because she knows it's people don't care. It's well, by these metrics, the economy is doing really well. But it's
But people are going to care about farm workers jobs and what farm workers and industrial people are doing for our country. And when Trump talks about black jobs, when he talks about Hispanic jobs, he's demeaning the work that they do that actually build our country. And that's my viewpoint, is that they bring a lot to our country. And it's not just black jobs. It's just not Mexican jobs or Hispanic jobs. I have a hard time with that. I really, 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 truly do.
Yeah.
That's the other thing Brandon had lost me on was female or girl or women jobs versus male job. What even is that?
And here's the thing. It's like, I'm not here to disparage fucking any job, but if you're going to come in here and act like female jobs, male jobs, like women can't be in charge of shit, and then reveal that your mother is a nurse practitioner and your father is a fucking truck driver, and that's all you aspire to be.
Right.
You're gonna fucking look me in the eyes. Look me in the eyes and like genuinely say that.
A nurse practitioner. Holy shit. She went to school. And she was probably raising the kids.
She has people
raising the kids.
Lives in her hands. And her husband was driving halfway across the country constantly, so probably not very present in the fucking house.
Yeah, and she was raising the kids while she was going to school, becoming a nurse, and then a nurse practitioner. So she was basically working for $7.25 an hour while she was in school, while she was raising these children, and then she became a nurse practitioner where I mean, we don't want to demean anybody that contributes to our society. We really don't, because truck drivers are great. But when he was going one or the other and demeaning his own mother.
Jillian, Brendan, who was just up here, I don't know if you were up here. He was demeaning women and saying, women can't be trusted to be in charge of anything, female jobs, appropriately female jobs. And then it turns out his mom is a nurse practitioner. His dad is a truck driver, and he aspires to be a truck driver. And like, again, yeah, truck drivers are more important than cops. I agree with you, D's, like 100%. But if you're going to come at me and start insulting women's capabilities, and then reveal that your biggest aspirations in life are to drive while your mother fucking keeps people alive day in and day out, give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, his mom's an aspiration. I applaud her.
I mean, I don't know how you could see your mom do that day in and day out and believe what he believes. Yeah. Like my mother's a nurse, and I truly cannot imagine having that viewpoint with her as my mother.
Women are too emotional, except Big Mac, when men get emotional, they break shit. They punch walls, they shoot up, they pew schools. They riot. They fucking destroy shit. That's what men do when they get emotional. But women are somehow the fucking problem? Okay. Why? Men commit like the vast majority of violence. Because they're emotional.
Bring Big Mac up.
School pewer, I don't believe.
Big Mac.
Bring Big Mac up.
How many women have led countries into war?
That's not a great metric because we just haven't had a large enough sample size, but I feel you.
Do you see what I'm saying, though? That it just doesn't, it historically doesn't happen.
I'm excited about the new female Mexican president. I really am. Her getting sworn in a couple of days ago, and her being able to have those accomplishments where the Venezuelans, basically the female that could have actually become the president of Venezuela, she couldn't do it because of the government won't allow her. So she's on the road.
Margaret Thatcher was famously super right-wing, Park. We see what you're fucking saying. She was famously fucking right-wing and famously did not like women. She famously tried to be like a fucking man in many ways. But like, good job. You named one woman, a conservative woman, who started some fucking wars because she was a fucking, that's what being conservative was. But like, Moving the goalpost, congrats. No, Park. There's no fucking goalpost, dude.
One versus how many other?
What
Or how many
goalpost?
men?
What goalpost are you talking about, dude? We're talking about like how someone came in here saying that women are too emotional to lead countries, and we were talking about how like 99% of violence is perpetrated by men, and when men get emotional, they go pew pew schools,
Destructive.
and they punch walls, and they hurt people. And then, and they're not going around, they're not starting the majority of wars. And you say Margaret Thatcher, okay? How does that fucking disprove anything? Margaret Thatcher, yeah, she, fuck her, dude. Margaret Thatcher, famously terrible. Also famously super conservative.
Parker, he didn't say
It wasn't
that.
being a woman that
because
made her terrible. Hate to break it to you.
That's not what God said. He just
That's not
asked
what he
the
said.
question.
I didn't say no. I asked how many versus how many.
How many, dude? He said, how many women have led countries into war? The fact that you can't fucking listen is not our fucking problem, dude.
I don't know how anybody at this point could say that women are leading any country into war over
I
men.
have the recordings. I'll happily fucking post it, but I have a feeling you're gonna fucking move your goalposts. Everyone heard it. Everyone heard him ask the question, how many women have led countries into war? Does the fact that you don't understand basic fucking grammar and English and don't have your listening ears on, I don't know how to talk to you. This is why we're
So is this a good point to bring up, Liz?
Parker, if you don't win, you're gonna go pew pew another fucking government building, huh? Where were you on J6? That's another fucking classic example.
I just came on
you guys
the
getting
panel
real
because I
emotional.
felt compelled to correct
I don't understand. Yeah.
one of the other panelists' pronunciation of Venezuelans. It's not Venezuelans,
Yeah.
it's Venezuelans.
I have a hard time saying the word. Sorry. I'm with
But
soccer.
you should be sorry.
I love Sabo with Real Salt Lake. I can't say Venezuelans. I have a hard time saying the word. I can't even say Kamala's name right. It's Kamala, and I say Kamala. And so I have a
thought you
hard
would
time
have said
saying.
Kamalians.
Yeah, Kamalians.
Kamalians?
We're all Kamalians. Cheer, cheer. Yeah, so Venezuelans, I am a big
Venezuelans.
advocate-
Stop that.
Venezuelans.
Venezuelans.
Venezuelans. I'll work on it. I promise. I promise. As it's
Venezuelans.
Venezuelans.
Venezuelans is not a
Park,
word.
do you want to come up? Park, do you want to come up?
Venezuelans.
Close.
I'm trying, Abed.
It's fine. It's fine.
No disrespect, I promise.
Well, I feel offended on behalf of all Venezuelans.
Park,
Well, don't.
Well,
Because
I'm Spanish
Sabo.
and it's fucking fine. They would not give a shit. Come on. No les importan. Les da igual. Les da igual. Porque entiendan lo que está diciendo. It's fine.
Look, don't come up here and speaking all sassy like in Spanish, all right?
Sassy like.
Abed. So my grandmother is from Honduras. My grandmother is from Honduras, and I still cannot pronounce Spanish. My kids' grandmother is from Peru, and
Look,
so a lot of
Let's
my
move on.
kids
Now I've got
can
a
speak.
problem with Miss Perez and her
Yeah,
sassy coming
I
at
can't
me
do it.
with the whole.
You're the guy who's purposefully trying to misconstrue what someone said.
Yeah, that's an ad hominem calling Brenna a bad
I promise it's tomato
You're ad
tomato.
hominem, and I represent that comment.
Come up.
It's tomato tomato. I promise. Sabo, he was an amazing soccer player here in Utah with Real Salt Lake. Sabo, I loved him. Loved him. He was from Venezuela. And I still
Venezuela.
cannot. I know, I can't
love
say
it.
it. I
love
try, but I can't say it. So it's nothing to be disrespectful whatsoever. Okay, so let's get on.
Abed, where are you from?
I'm from Melbourne, Australia.
Can I just say, have you been up here before? We've had some.
I've not been up here before.
Okay, well, you just reminded me that I have something that I need to enjoy. Oh no!
I just had to come up here to correct some of the pronunciation.
It's okay. Australia. We love Australia.
Is it not Australians?
We love Australians.
Actually, wait, it is Australians. Carry on.
We do.
But you see how I
Milo.
can say Australian?
Give me that immediately.
There's one. Anytime an Australian comes into the thing.
What ad hominem?
Oh no!
But I can say Australian, and he doesn't correct me when I say Australian.
That's correct.
Well,
Australian.
That's correct, girl. That's the correct pronunciation.
Right?
yeah.
So it's just some of the shit that I can't say. So I do apologize. None of it. Yeah, the shite.
The shite. I don't have any more. I think my corner store is just closed too. Shit. Oh. I do
Special
have
shout
ice
out to
cream.
God.
I have ice
How you
cream.
doing, big boy?
So Abed, how
I'm
is
not
everything?
unwell. How are you?
How is everything going on your side of the world today?
The weather's miserable in Melbourne, but otherwise it's good.
Oh my
Can't
God, I
complain.
would love to go to Melbourne.
What
Melbourne.
do you think of that
Melbourne.
clip of that like Australian like senator or whatever like using the Gen Z slang? Have you seen that? Sorry, I had to ask.
Yeah, I have seen that. She called someone a boomer. She called one of
The citizens of Australia.
representatives a
Did
boomer.
you just say you're a boomer?
She said,
The senator from Australia called somebody a boomer. Apparently.
Oh, okay.
yeah, she pulled the whole, excuse me, boomer.
What time is it right now in Australia?
It's 6 p.m.
I'm just
Okay,
curious.
so 2 a.m. Holy crap. So 2 a.m. to 6 p.m. You guys are like way farther.
Wait. Park said.
We're
Wait.
from
Supreme
the
Court,
future.
Hold on. Supreme Court ruled mRNA vaccine injuries are permanent. That's not how the Supreme Court fucking works, you weirdo. Injuries, they don't rule on what injuries are or aren't. Are you
That'd be like,
fucking kidding me right now? Oh,
Is that where
It'd be the
tampons go?
FDA,
Hang
I
on.
think.
My mum told me tampons don't go there.
No, the tampons are actually because of a discussion today, and she has actually put the tampons on her ears.
Well, I'm feeling triggered.
several
feeling triggered.
times. No, like this is something that all of you men need to get used to. So it is something women's rights. Like let's normalize it.
comes in here and expresses fear of tampons. Like
I have a
what-
deep fear of tampons.
when they start-
Some might say it's a phobia.
It's a phobia, yeah. I'm here to desensitize the men who are afraid of seeing tampons in places like boys' bathroom.
Yeah, well,
Oh, there's like a
explain that to my
Trump
therapist.
derangement syndrome. There's like tampon.
No, you guys, it exceeds. And host, correct me if I'm wrong. So I had a discussion. I was trying to bring this up earlier when we were talking about something, but my son came in the room when we were online, and you put the tampons on. your boobs.
Haagen-Dazsians,
And
delicious.
we were talking basically about Trump's violations of women. We were talking about what's his heck that's he was killed or unalived in jail. Anyway, so I was talking to my son about SA. Even though he's 21 and we've had these discussions since he was 14, I was talking to my son about my son would go buy his sister tampons at the grocery store. But when it comes to sex and when it comes to SA, we have to really teach our kids. I mean, I was talking to my son today and he was like, oh, we were talking about Giuliani. We were talking about Garth Brooks. And it came to SA where we were just like, it doesn't matter if you're married to a woman or not. It doesn't matter if you're, it doesn't matter. So the men need to know when no means no.
But what if
Whether you're
no
married or
means
not.
Yes. What if it's like that song from Greece?
From Grace, sing the song.
Tell me more. Tell me more. Did she put up a fight?
Yeah, did she put, okay.
That's a fucked up line in that song. And by the way, I'm allowed to say that. You're gonna love me. Because
Listen, I grew up on Greece. You say an unkind word about Greece, us Australians will be
no,
unimpressed.
I won't.
Guess what my dog's name is? Look it
Grease
up.
lightning.
No, look at her and tell me who she looks like.
John Travolta?
No. Rizzo.
I don't know about that.
She's Rizzo.
Oh,
She's a little pink lady. Look at that. She's got a pink little thing on. She's Rizzo. Obviously. She's lightning. Anyway.
yeah. I had a talk with my son tonight, basically about the Garth Brooks basically what they're saying about Garth Brooks, what they're saying about Trump, what they're saying about all of these other people, P. Diddy, everything that's going on with SA, the white parties, everything like that. And where it's just like, son, I know that you are respectful to women, and he gets shy, he gets embarrassed, and he steps away and he's like, Mom, we can't talk about this. And I'm like, no, we still need to talk about this because I'm your mom and I'm the one that has to teach you about when no means no. So my son's dad actually raped me. And my son has a hard time with that, which he didn't find out about that until other discoveries like later down the road. So I think that probably is why my son has such a hard time. But I just told him, what are you going to say to your son in 15 years from now? What are you going to say to your daughter in 15 years from now? When you're talking to them about sex, when you're talking to them about SA. So when you're talking to them about, how do we say it? How do I say it? Like relationships. When you're in a relationship with a woman, when you're, even if you're married to her, or let's say you cheat on the woman that you're married to, like when woman says no, we mean no. So when Trump went into that, basically that department store, and he approached E. Jean Carroll at that department store, she probably, as a woman, was like, oh, haha, back off, like I'm not interested. And then he took advantage of her.
In Trump's defense, he violates everything. And secondly, this is the correct usage of Milo.
Yeah.
Sorry, Venezuelans, you were saying?
Venezuelans. Did I say it right?
No.
Oh my God, I'll get it right.
Just, I'd quit while you're ahead. Just
I'll try.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for listening anyways, so.
You're welcome.
And Parker's back. Well, Parker, I asked where you were at J6. I asked if you would.
We twist stuff. What did we twist?
I asked if you would. We twist. Yeah, what did we twist? We're just
Also, y'all have been in here forever. and have not-
yeah, sitting in here listening to us have like a good fucking conversation.
Parker, your
I
mom's
wish-
an ad hominem.
Big Mac, we've been talking for probably like 2 to 3 hours. Big Mac, please come up. You can't be scared of me. You know that I have my faults. You know that the host will shut me down when I'm being dumb. Like literally, Big Mac, come up. Let's have an actual discussion.
Oh no, we lost our Australian.
He'll come back. Maybe not, because I couldn't save the country. I suck.
What ad hoc, dude? I don't even. Anyways,
I want to hear Luke say Australian.
Australian.
Host, say Australian.
Australian.
God, say Australian.
Australian?
Okay, God probably did it better than all of us.
I think I done it wrong. It didn't sound right to me. Australian?
Australian? I can't do it.
I love that you say you keep saying liberals keep losing voters, except Biden was the fucking presidential candidate to receive most votes in fucking history. Make it make sense. What do you mean the left keeps losing voters?
That is a good sentence.
I mean, like literally, let's talk about losing voters, right? Didn't red states literally lose a ton of fucking voters to COVID? That was fucking funny, by the way.
I mean, it's not funny, but you guys, you know, don't give a shit about people lost to COVID, and it turns out it was mostly voters in red states. Ooh.
Parker, I'm not triggered. Like, you haven't really said anything substantive or like.
Goalpost moving? What do you mean, dude? I'm responding to you saying that the left keeps losing voters, and I proved you're wrong.
And more goalpost
Parker,
moving?
you don't know what an ad hominem is at all. You're using it wrong.
Heard?
And I did address it, Parker, but
I think you heard.
You don't like my response. I addressed it. You don't like how I addressed it. Move
Parker,
on.
I feel like you heard someone say that, and you're like, I'm gonna use that forever.
More goal posting, like moving the goalposts. Like goalposts don't get moved in the standard soccer game in football. You don't move the goalposts.
I addressed it.
Well,
multiple times.
sometimes when
Once
they
again,
storm
you're
the
not listening,
field,
Parker.
they'll in football they'll take the goalposts, but they're not supposed to. But
The goalposts are statuary. Like they do not. The goalposts, the length between the goalposts, never gets moved. It doesn't get moved.
well, there was a rule change in the NFL, I think, like 10 years ago. They moved the extra point back, but the goalpost.
Oh, okay.
You answered it, Park. You said who said that, and I said I asked you if you would and where you were on J6. That's literally there's your answer. I asked you if you would and where you were on J6. I answered your question. You asked who said it. Did you hear it that time?
Parker.
Wait, what's his question?
It's Parker.
I don't know what his question is. He
He's
keeps
trying to get
saying.
me to repeat it, I think, so he can record me saying it or something.
Okay.
Has Parker read all 165 pages of the Jack Smith redacted report that actually was uploaded for all of us to actually see? Those 165 pages that I have read, every single 165 page, that literally Pence came out with a lot of documentation that he actually documented when he was having phone calls with Trump, not just text messages, not emails, not one-on-one conversation. Well, I guess he did write down the one-on-one conversations and actually the phone calls with Trump days before the election, where Trump was saying that he was actually going to say that he won the election before the elections even happened. Folks, if you look at the January 6th documentation that Jack Smith just released that was redacted, which all of us know who all of the names are. If you look at that documentation and you read it, it's damning evidence against Trump.
Pence is not a very smart person. Ooh, then why did Trump make him VP? That's awkward. Does Trump surround himself with not very smart people?
Okay, so let's go to VPs. So if we go to VPs, we basically have Liz Cheney and Cheney with the Bush administration. We have Dick Cheney actually endorsing Harris right now.
Big man, how does that answer that question?
Wait, what? You can be a liar and be a very smart person. I think JD Vance is a very smart person. He lies all the time.
I don't understand that. You said because politicians lie. So you said Pence is not a very smart person, and so I asked, why did Trump appoint him VP? And you're saying because politicians lie. Why? You're saying that Pence lied to Trump? That's why? So Trump was fooled by Pence?
By who is not a smart person.
But Trump
was fooled by someone who's apparently not very smart. That's embarrassing.
Well,
So does that mean Trump is not like?
Yeah.
Well, Trump in the January 6th hearings, Trump actually said, "You are too honest," to Pence. This was before January 6th happened.
Ironically.
And he was trying to convince him to basically follow the elector scheme and to do whatever at the January 6th and not to actually certify the elections. Trump said to Pence, "You are too honest of a person."
Mm-hmm.
What does that tell all of you Republicans right now?
Well, also, Big Mac, I mean, yeah, so you're saying that Pence tricked Trump because politicians lie, but Trump himself told Pence he doesn't lie enough. So apparently he got outsmarted by a liar who doesn't lie nearly enough, according to Trump, who is apparently also not very smart. That's what you're going with here, bud?
So he got the smart liar, JD Vance, who lies extra good now, I guess.
Yeah. The reason you're confused, Jillian, is because it's not actually making sense. They throw out random fucking phrases and like try to pivot as much. If they were to speak in full sentences that were clear and like properly structured with a beginning, middle, and end, and not meandering, not run-on sentences, then it would lay bare how little fucking substance they have. That's why they just only throw out like little phrases. That's why, because it's the easiest way to fucking pivot and slip around if you're not very clear about what it is you're trying to convey. You just throw out a phrase here and there. It's like,
So
It always just makes me think of Trump talking about the weed.
Big Mac, maybe I wouldn't twist stuff if you like used full fucking sentences and used your words to convey an entire fucking thought.
Big Mac, come up.
You're just putting out like random phrases and I'm left to interpret them. And I'm asking you questions. Maybe if you want to be understood, you should fucking put those full thoughts that I'm very sure you're having into words.
Yeah, like if I just said 3 words, like what would you what would Big Mac say?
Thank you, Tucker.
How long you want hopping on, man? They've been in the comments for like
Yeah, come on. Why are you guys so
minute.
afraid? Why are you guys so scared? I'm being a bitch from the comments. Try to get us to fucking say something untoward so that you can report the live and record it and post it and act like, I don't know.
No, Big Mac has been on live for at least 2 hours when my son was down here. Like
what?
Like speak full sentences, come on here and let's talk. We'll be respectful. I think he knows after the last 3 hours. Like we are respectful on here. The host, I have followed her for months. She is completely respectful. She is intelligent. She will let you speak. She will shut me fucking down when I'm overstepping. So Big Mac, come up, please come up. God will talk to you and I will go on mute.
It just makes me laugh when you use his like username.
Why do I hang these on my
God will
ears?
speak to you.
I only put them on when men come up here and talk about how they're afraid of tampons, of seeing tampons. I do it as a gift because, you know, the best way to get over a phobia is through exposure therapy. So I'm just helping you boys out with some exposure therapy just to show you that there's really nothing to be afraid of.
Big Mac, you have work tomorrow. It's 3:13. That's a little irresponsible.
Okay, but Big Mac, Big Mac, you got 10 minutes. Come up here for 10 minutes, Big Mac. Come on.
Tomorrow. So what? So you can't come on the panel, but you can sit in the comments?
Yeah, right.
Okay. Okay.
Jillian, I feel bad. I want to follow you and already am. I guess I just forgot. Yeah, Jillian, follow her. She literally is amazing. She does some photography. She actually goes to protests. She actually is a woman that actually stands up for our beliefs.
And sometimes, usually, I just come on here and hang out.
I know, but you also do good deeds. Like don't
Cyberman. I don't know Cyberman. I don't know you. Please stop trying to find me and meet me in person. It's making me uncomfortable. Because now I'm worried about how you're like. This is now the second or third time you've done this. Do I need to block you? You know what? I'm going to just to be safe.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. That one is getting out of hand.
Yeah.
Has he? So he's done that multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been 5 or 6 times probably.
Is it 5 or 6 times?
Yeah, that's probably just
Tampons, Remy.
saying the
So-
weirdest things.
Did all of you guys watch the Liz Cheney?
Oh, okay, Big Mac. So you're coming in here spouting your opinions on things that you have not done any research on. That makes sense. That tracks.
Oh, what was that, Coffee?
No. So did all of you guys actually see the Liz Cheney? I wouldn't say that her and VP Harris, I'm an independent. So her and VP Harris teamed up to actually do I wouldn't say
a rally.
Yeah, it wasn't really a rally. It was something that was a little bit more controlled than a rally because
That's what a rally is, girl. Rallies, just because Trump is fucking insane. Those are rallies. Those are political rallies.
So it was a rally because I saw it as a little bit more conserved. Just so, do you think the VP
Most rallies are pretty chill.
Oh,
Most rallies are
okay.
just a couple of speeches to a group of people.
Okay, so when Liz Cheney actually prefaced, when she went on stage before VP Harris, my son, who is 21, who didn't know who he was going to vote for in this election, he is actually going to vote for VP Harris. And he actually sat down today with me to watch the Liz Cheney Harris rally that she did with Liz Cheney. And Liz Cheney came out and she was talking about basically standing up for her beliefs, basically Trump, blah, 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 blah. Like, we know all of the crap that she was saying. And then Harris came out and she said, there's going to be a day where we're going to have two parties where we're going to be able to actually have a back and forth with. That I think that actually secured it for my son. Finally, right now with Trump, there's not a two-party.
I'm curious, like, how do you feel? Like, I feel like I know how Coffee feels probably, but like, how do y'all feel about the former like Republican politicians and stuff coming out to support Harris? Because I'm a little torn on it. Because there's one part of me that's like, yeah, like we're a big tent and all this, but there's another part that I'm like, I don't know. You almost don't want to push it too much because I feel like there is you have a base that might turn off a little bit. But I don't know. What do y'all think? That's just my opinion.
Sorry. Go again.
Okay. I'll give you the short version. So like I was basically just like asking like how do you feel about like all these like former Republican politicians coming out to support Harris? Like do you think it's a positive thing or are you kind of like how do you feel
it's
about
a
it?
positive thing. I think also partially, I mean, I don't want to say too little too late, but I also want to be like, I would like to see a lot of fucking work on your behalf to undo part of this mess that you created.
Right.
Personally. I think it's a good start. Yeah, absolutely. But like, I need to see them out here fucking giving speeches to their constituents, explaining a lot more of like why the fuck they're coming out and like supporting Harris instead of Trump. Like, come out here and do some fucking work, you know, put in the actual legwork. Because they put in the legwork in the other direction. They put in several years worth of fucking legwork in the other direction. And now an endorsement, great. Good first step. Let's see what else you got.
Well, I think Kinzinger was like helping Colin Allred, or he was in like a video.
Oh my God. Kinzinger literally at the DNC. And since I followed Kinzinger on Threads, like that man
what Republicans are watching the DNC?
Not that many.
Not that many. But Kinzinger is coming out on X and he's coming out on Threads and he is literally talking on MSNBC. He's talking on Fox. He's talking on CNN. Liz Cheney is talking on all of those channels as well. Even like Elon.
Elon is super pro-Trump, but
yeah, let's switch to Elon today. So Elon basically was going against everything that the Biden administration has done with basically the hurricane. And then who's our Department of Secretary? What's his name? The gay guy. Buttigieg, like literally called him out on the stage yesterday. And then all of a sudden, Elon today actually praised Pete in an X report or in an X post today, saying how well he received Pete in his post for what he said. Did you guys not see that?
No.
Oh my God. It was great. As an independent, when I look at Elon, because I see him as a dumbass, when I look at Elon and him basically shutting down Starlink, and all of a sudden now he's allowing Starlink to be used for hurricane victims and everybody in the area. And Pete Buttigieg basically called him out and said, let's have a discussion. And then he reaches out to Pete Buttigieg and they have a discussion. And then Elon says, hey, props to you.
Sure, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like Elon saying good props to you once in his life to someone who probably held him over the fucking coals. You know?
Yeah, don't get me wrong, because I know personally of how he's treated his daughter, his trans daughter. So I'm
yeah, that stuff's horrible, man.
with what he's talking about his daughter, like it completely breaks my heart. But I felt like maybe Pete reached across the aisle, and that's exactly what Kamala Harris is trying to do across the aisle when she's reaching out to people like Liz and Dick Cheney and all of these other Republicans that she's actually reaching for. And then people in Utah are now, LDS, Mormons for Harris, where they're standing up against our governor, who is actually, our governor was like, after when they were at the thing at the Washington Memorial with, what was it, Section 60? So Section 60, my governor, Governor Cox, was actually with Trump and those families basically at Section 60 where he put on that show, right? And we've even got our lieutenant governor here in Utah standing up against a lot of that stuff, which she's Republican. We've got Arizonans, which are standing up against it. We've got people in Idaho that are standing up against it. Like, let's focus on some of the good. Pete is amazing when it comes to Elon. Do we think that Elon's going to change his point of view? Absolutely not. But I think Elon's more concerned about actually losing his federal contracts because of everything that Elon has done, right?
Big Mac is currently talking about corporate tax. Big Mac, how about this? You illustrate, somehow prove that raising corporate taxes raises inflation. Oh, wait. You know what does actually increase inflation? Tariffs. Tariffs, yeah. And Trump wants to increase further tariffs on Chinese goods, like the cheapest goods that this country gets. He wants to make those even more expensive. That's Trump. He wants to make them more expensive for you. They can, except Big Mac, name one time in history when corporations turned around and hired more people because they got their taxes lowered. I will fucking wait. We have seen time and time again, trickle-down economics has literally been disproven. It's like a fucking joke. You know why you never hear people talk about trickle-down economics anymore? Because It is bullshit. And everyone has like fucking admitted it now. It has been disproven. Corporations do not hire more workers just because their taxes went down. They do not. Literally do not. Such a fucking, it's like the dumbest fucking thing you could bring in here. Come on. Okay, Big Mac. I know more than you do. I obviously do. Like, this, whatever. Oh, God. Yeah, he can't fucking name one. He's just here. Like, he can barely string together a full fucking sentence. We've seen this.
And he's been getting schooled ever since he showed up.
Lower the curve. Okay.
I thought he had to work, bro. I'm even there another
Wait,
30
is this
minutes.
one of those fucking... Isn't this one of those, like, fucking Russian trolls or something? Yeah, whatever, Big Mac. You're gonna go to work on a Saturday, so you're definitely not someone who benefits from lowering the corporate tax. The irony. Thank you, Jay. Is that why you can barely string together a full sentence? Is it because you're fucking Russian?
And probably why they can't come live and talk. Probably don't speak it English.
Don't believe in
Oh, God, Big Mac. Wow, yeah. Show me how little you know. Like, whenever they fucking default to just the randomest fucking, like, sentences that say nothing, what, like, that doesn't even mean anything, dude. It's because you don't believe in capitalism. No, I believe in it. I understand it. It exists. It's not a fucking unicorn.
I remember when my parents told me capitalism wasn't real. It's heartbreaking.
Rough. Christmas that year, that was rough. I was like, what do you mean? Who fucking bought these gifts then? If it wasn't our hard-earned dollars, you know? It's because Big Mac, again, like, you can't even string together a single fucking sentence. You should... I don't believe you have work in the morning. I don't know anyone who would fucking hire you. I work for my money. I don't think you do. Oh, weren't you the one who asked me earlier if I bought that ice cream with taxpayer dollars? Yeah, because I'm a fucking taxpayer. I'm a fucking taxpayer, and I bought it with my dollars. I pay more taxes than you do, and I still think corporations should pay higher taxes.
We kept talking about like these government like things, and Big Mac would just kept saying like, sorry, I'm really tired. He kept saying like, that's paid for by taxpayer money. It's like, yeah, that's how that usually
How that works.
works in the government. Like,
Yeah, that's how that system works. That's how capitalism works, ironically. Capitalism doesn't mean no government and no taxes. That's not what capitalism means. Like
the opposite, actually.
quite the opposite. The reason taxes are collected is because we exist in a capitalistic fucking society, country. Our economy, tax happens because we are in capitalism.
Maybe if you're like a libertarian like freak or something, but it's a whole nother can of worms.
Yeah. Who's they? And what are the things that don't matter? And what money? What are you talking? You see, this is the problem with you, dude.
So maybe we can
I
change.
use many word when few word do trick.
Maybe we can change topics.
Okay.
So back during the VP, when basically he was talking about, okay, how do I say it? So he was talking about basically a nation becoming one under Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think?
What do you mean?
I don't remember that.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry. Who said what?
Do not remember that.
Government. They spent. So I'm asking, what doesn't matter? Big Mac.
Government, period. Government, no matter.
What is? Yeah.
He's saying less and less. We're just gonna be like, we're gonna really be struggling here soon.
This is how I know you don't actually have work, dude. You're still here. And I doubt you're fucking employed. I know you're fucking not. The irony. What, are you living off of my tax dollars? Ironically. Wouldn't be the fucking first person in here doing it while bitching about it. Garden gnomes. Is that what the government's buying with my taxpayer dollars? God. You know, I agree. My taxpayer dollars go to pay for fucking the Secret Service that protects Trump. I agree. They're wasting my money on something that don't matter. He must be a Russian troll because it takes him so long to type like the smallest fucking thing. Food stamps, welfare, immigration, and global warming, electric. The government spends money on global warming. Okay. On the electric cars. Okay. So how about farming subsidies? You know how much fucking money goes towards just paying fucking corn farmers? You know, would be fucking great if capitalism ran its course and those corn farmers were forced to go out of fucking business. That'd be fucking great. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, also
But that's not how that works, is it?
yeah, the government tends to. Well, that's not really the corn farmers, but the government tends to bail out a lot of big corporations, and it's like,
Yeah.
it's not really capitalism doing what it's supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, we gotta.
Especially when we talk the federal, if we talk about my taxpayer dollars, my tax dollars go towards New York City taxes, because New York City has its own tax, New York state taxes, and federal taxes, which means my fucking tax dollars are going to support welfare states, red states, because they're so bad at fucking managing their own fucking money. I am subsidizing you. You want to talk about fucking subsidizing, you know, subsidies and money going to fucking waste. I can't believe my fucking taxpayer dollars are subsidizing you and your fucking state that can't even maintain a basic ass fucking economy and is running at a fucking loss. Get your shit together, dude. Agriculture thrives in capitalism. Yeah, only when you understand that there's a bunch of fucking agricultural subsidies, right, Big Mac? You understand that the government, like, literally uses our taxpayer dollars just to pay farmers to grow shit that isn't used. Yeah, it does thrive because of fucking taxpayer dollars. Also, welfare is federally funded and state regulated. Nice. Yeah. Biggest welfare states are red states. Biggest welfare states are states, like, biggest welfare, like, corporations are giant corporations. They pay people so fucking little that even having a job, they still have to go on welfare. Fucking Walmart, biggest one. But you want to lower their corporate taxes? You understand that we subsidize Walmart, right, as taxpayers, because our taxes go towards welfare, which has to basically go towards Walmart employees because Walmart doesn't pay them enough to survive. And you want to cut Walmart's taxes instead of raising it? Like, how about we make Walmart pay more taxes so that all the fucking employees it doesn't pay enough to survive get welfare paid for by them?
You want to lower their fucking taxes? Be so fucking for real, dude. Like, what? Also, you say, okay, you got to lower corporate taxes so they hire more people. Okay, so if Walmart hires more people, you're just going to end up with more people working but still needing welfare. Welfare that, again, you and I are paying more for. Like, it's a vicious fucking cycle, dude. You want Walmart to make more jobs, but every job Walmart creates is more money out of your pocket and mine. It is. Not out of fucking Walmart's.
Look it up really quick.
Never
Somebody.
thought I never you sorry, Brenda, you like said that very like you did a good job explaining like basically not only are we getting more money from them, but we're not having to subsidize their employees like,
Yes.
simultaneously.
Yeah.
I never thought about it like that.
Yeah. Look it up. How much are the CEOs of Walmart making right now? It's kind of like.
No, but it's not even just that. It's not about how much the CEOs are making. It's literally that the more people that Walmart hires, the more it costs taxpayers.
Yes, it does.
The more we are fucking subsidizing Walmart's profits. So the less you fucking tax them, and even if it's not actually true, taxing corporations less does not result in them hiring more people. That's not fucking true. Even if we were to tax them less so that they would hire more people, the more people they hire is more money taken out of our fucking pocket.
Yes, and that's what I was saying is so the CEOs and whatever of Walmart are taking a larger profit because of right now they're at like 21% instead of what Kamala Harris is proposing as like 27% of basically taxing the companies. So if you're an LLC, you're paying higher taxes than an S Corp or an C Corp like Walmart is. And these people are actually taking in more profits where they could actually put that money back to their workers rather than taking the billions of dollars that they are actually pocketing every single year. It's insane. It's just like the strike that we just had 2 days ago that they went on the 80-day agreement, which Biden put in place, right? So these dock workers, these shipment workers, whatever the name of the company is, basically they were fighting for higher wages because their contract expired on October 1st.
50% raise, by the way.
Yeah, they're going to get a larger wage, but it's put off for 80 days until after the election.
Yes, Ethan. What do you mean? It's killing us.
No, it's not killing us, Ethan. It's not. It's helping the every average day American.
Dude, the strike already ended. Corporations, and they were striking because their employers were reporting record fucking profits, and they were working longer hours for pay that is not kept up with inflation.
And their contract ended on October 1st. It was within this last week that their contract ended. So now they're renegotiating with the unions. They renegotiated. They're in a temporary, they've agreed temporarily to set it off for 80 days until
Big Mac. Stop lying, dude. And if you genuinely believe these things, you need to stop talking.
Is Big Mac a part of like Teamsters or the UAW or anything like that? Like I was back in law enforcement and I actually paid into Teamsters. Big Mac, are you a part of any union whatsoever?
Probably fucking not. Big Mac doesn't work. Big Mac is unemployed fully.
Oh, you guys, if you are not a part of a union, either stay out of it or at least try to understand where union members are trying to actually gain fair wages, fair health care, and build a better life for the middle type families. Our union workers are middle type families.
By the way, Big Mac, current tax laws are tax laws that were implemented under Trump. That's how, you don't know how legislation works, so,
The current tax laws that you're bitching about are the ones that were put in place under fucking Trump. If you don't like him, you should probably not fucking vote for him. Again. You know, history's going to look back on people like you, and it's not going to be very impressed. It's not going to be very impressed.
Okay, so Gates says I didn't get no raise.
That's not how that happened. That's not how that happened. Big Mac, you're literally like proving the point that you don't know what you're talking about.
But Gates says I didn't get no raise.
Yeah, jeez, you didn't get no raise. Big Mac is in here.
But Gates, why didn't you get a raise? Are you in a union? Are you not in a union? Are you a state job, federal job? Give us something. What type of a career are you in that you did not get a raise? Because you can't hold that against Democrats just by saying you didn't get a raise.
Y'all need to write a little more in your comments. Like, this is...
Yeah, we're trying to like pick up what the fuck you mean from context clues.
Like, I know that there's a word limit, but y'all aren't even getting to that. So it's like...
It's almost 5. I forgot that Philippe, that I needed to feed Philippe's cats tonight. Luckily, he auto-fed them because he saw that I was live.
Well, my chickens are crowing, our roosters are crowing. That means it's time for me to go to sleep for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
It was fun hanging out. Go have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
Or rest of the day.
Good night, God.
Good night.
Yeah, it's basically morning at this point.
Yeah, but this shit, yeah, right? It's a little ridiculous. Well, Big Mac, the rest of us actually do have jobs. Not bullshit ones. Yeah, you're right, Big Mac. It fucking is. Big Mac, we know so much more than you, and we have already illustrated it. Like, you have, I mean, we haven't illustrated it. You have. You have come in here and repeatedly said, like, really dumb things. And, I mean, I know you've been in here before. You have literally nothing better to do but to come on here and say things that make you look really silly and lie about going to work. And, yeah, it's like, whatever. I actually have shit to do in my life. So they read their talking points emails. Yeah, the dispatch is from the Kremlin. Dispatch from Kremlin. Here is point to say. Corporate
They do not
tax
believe in
must be
capitalism
7% for the hiring of Americans. Oh, use my tampons.
You tampons.
Does that upset you, Big Mac? I bet you never seen a woman with a tampon in your life. She would never fucking let you see anything of hers. Is that what you feel?
You got a little bow on there. It's very...
I know, right? They're so cute. They're so dainty and cute, little bow.
demure,
100%,
I might
correct.
say.
Correct. Yes. That is what Kremlin says to push, to say, yes, oh yeah, they are, Allie. Actually, that was one thing we said, what, the last time, not tonight, but the last time someone came in here bitching about tampons in boys' bathrooms. I was like, well, I mean, what else do you want people to do when there's a school pew-pewing? It's the best fucking thing to do. You don't want the boys, you want the boys to bleed out? To deal with, oh, trust, I doubt you're dealing with any women. I doubt you're dealing with any women. Big Mac, you don't work. We all know that. We all know that you don't work. You come in here, you lie about having to go to work.
And then you sit in the comments repeating the talking points that the Kremlin dispatch told you to. We know what's going on. We know. It's very funny. I mean, it's very funny that you named yourself Big Mac. Like, yes, he's very American. What is more American than Big Mac? Big Mac burger.
They like the burger, yes.
Big Mac burger. Yes, yes. When I say I am Big Mac, they will say, ha, American. Because no Big Mac in Russia. I'm pretty sure there's no McDonald's in fucking Russia. Empty calories. Yeah, there you go, Jillian. Yes. They will laugh. They will laugh me. There is starvation in Russia. I don't know. Is there? No, but I do think that McDonald's is no longer there, basically. No, I'm pretty sure they left. That was like part of the thing. It's like a bunch of American companies basically withdrew from Russia. Yeah, due to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, McDonald's temporarily suspended all operations in the country on 8 March.
Defunct December 2022 is what I'm getting. Like since that date, there hasn't been any.
It seems like I'm reading. To McDonald, yes. On 18 March, it was reported that McDonald's remained unable to close some locations in airports or transit stations. On 16 May 2022, after temporarily closing its restaurants, the company decided to exit Russia altogether. Yeah, very good, Jillian. Good job modeling, admitting new information and the learnings.
Oh my God, your accent is like on par.
Thank you. Ah, yes, Ali. Should I be a beauty for the Russian Big Mac? Is he changing? He's switching accounts because we called out his fucking username for being so obviously a Russian plant. How much more of a Russian plant can you be than a fucking Big Mac? Nah, I'm Big Mac. It took you a while to fucking...
It's like, well, I gotta say something snarky to seem American. Like,
she's just joking around because...
But he never came online. He never had the balls. He never had the balls to come online. Not to be an ass, not to be a
Big
bitch.
Mac, I know you're fucking Russian because you won't even come on here. You don't want us to hear your fucking accent. It's so fucking obvious. Have I seen Big Mac's videos? No, are they all just like copy pasted fucking memes and shit? Hello, Denmark. We're just dealing with a Russian troll in the comments right now.
Denmark!
Hi, Denmark. Will you please take me? I want out of this country. Actually, I can get there. I have a Spanish passport. 100% American. I doubt that.
But you're not going to leave because Harris is going to win. If we all vote.
Hi, Atlanta. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, also, a bunch of actual, like, American people were caught getting paid. By the way, guys, I got an advanced copy of Christopher Steele's Unredacted book. Fucking good, let me tell ya. I read it in a day. Took copious notes. My first post about it got very, very buried. But I'm planning on posting like a longer fucking review if you guys want to keep an eye out for it and try to help it along with the algo, because the algo did not like me talking about the contents of this, let me tell you. Oh, you don't even know how to spell the word rig, huh? So, did I watch Industry? No. So this Christopher Steele is the guy behind the Steele dossier. Basically, he's the MI6 spy who uncovered a bunch of the connections between Russia and Trump and all the efforts in trying to basically influence the election in favor of Trump by Russia.
Was that in 2016 or 2020?
Oh, really, DCNK? 2016, and it was 2016 the dossier came out.
Okay.
Compiled. But in the book, he talks about the new efforts that were undertaken in 2020. Some of them are fucking wild. And he warns about how they're changing their approach and how they may have changed their approach for 2024 and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Steele is smart. Steele is so smart.
Home Depot and Lowe's. And Office Depot to start out. What are you fucking talking about? They listed open jobs and laid off 30% of the workforce, right? Yeah, great fucking examples. Yeah, this is all about people like you, Big Mac. People who are stupid enough to fall for, or stupid enough to get groomed by Russians online, if not being Russian yourself.
What do you think the October surprise is going to be?
I think this is one of them. Are you talking about the October surprise by Republicans?
The October surprise, the election, October surprise, Democrat, Republican, whatever. So, I mean, we've had a couple of leaks, but there's always this big major October surprise. What do you think it's going to be?
There's not always a big major October surprise. The Jack Smith document was one. I think this is another. This is coming out in a few days. This has some pretty explosive fucking allegations in it.
So the media should be hitting the Steele dossier within this weekend. So tomorrow's Saturday, Sunday. So maybe, do you think that we'll hear about it on Sunday, Meet the Press?
I don't know. Because they don't look great in here in this book. Because of how they chose to report on the dossier in the first place.
Okay.
Second place. And yeah. Hi, Andrew.
I'm gonna guess that it's timed for a Tuesday book release, and one of the reasons is he'll be a guest on like Maddow or something.
Who?
Even though she's Rachel Maddow, even though she's a simp for the New York Times, but I feel like she's gonna do this.
Wait,
Her whole
Steele?
thing. Yeah.
No, yeah.
Steele
I
is
could see
gonna.
Maddow.
I'm
I
gonna
could see
guess
Maddow
that
doing
Steele that she's gonna talk about this on Monday. Book coming out tomorrow, type of thing. But I don't know because she really does love the New York Times. But she had this whole thing with she directed her first movie that premiered a couple Fridays ago that was called like From Russia with Lev or something like that. It was all about the Russia thing. So this is very much something she cares about, and I'm wondering if she'll cover it. I would certainly love to see more people cover this book, but you're right. I just haven't heard. It's been like.
TCNK, I'm not sure that I've heard of the Danish one, but I've definitely seen a documentary about him.
I'm happy that a lot of the stuff I caught in the Jack Smith filing is like seems to be finally getting a little bit of press, even if it's not like some of the stuff that I caught and I was pissed off that I wasn't hearing anybody talk about. For example, like Thursday, Liz Cheney quoted some of the stuff in her speech, in her stump speech for Kamala. You know, so what about Mike Pence when someone told Trump that Mike Pence was like escorted out by Secret Service, and Trump said, "So what?" Like she mentioned that in her speech. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I've seen a lot of the posts on YouTube from MSNBC. So Rachel Maddow, even Lawrence O'Donnell. I could see that Lawrence O'Donnell doing an intro maybe Monday night for her covering this, perhaps.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm really shocked at the numbers. Like when I go to your page, Brenna, like the one video has all these thousands of views.
I know.
And then the book has 500 views last time I looked, and then your next post has like 100,000 views or something, and it's like
300,000.
yeah,
It's
it's
fucking
like
wild.
the book post is like obviously being suppressed, which is crazy to me.
Yeah. That's it's so frustrating.
But once I think Lawrence O'Donnell and some of these different anchors actually hit it, if they do, which I think probably MSNBC is probably the first station that would probably cover it. Maybe the word's going to get out there. I don't know. Where do you guys rank these different channels? Or should we even talk about it? Should I shut up?
I don't think it's as simple as ranking them. I think, but also I don't know for a fact. I hope they cover it, but I don't know that they will, because they, like, the last most of them said was referring to Steele as being discredited, and like now they treat the whole reporting on the Steele dossier thing as like a total failure because they all like reported on it without being able to verify it and stuff, ignoring, like, that's the latest. And I mean, that was years ago. That was the conclusion that they all fucking drew. Of like, oh, you know what? We shouldn't have fucking reported on the contents because we couldn't really verify them. And it's like, but in the years since then, like repeated, like lots of it has been verified. And yes, not every detail can be, because this is a fucking, it was an intelligence report, which by like you cannot fucking go and find intelligence sources and just like interview them and like verify it. No. But since then, everything that has come out around it or related to it has only proven the contents. But the media is so fucking embarrassed because they were called out by like Trump and stuff, who wanted to discredit it completely. And so now they act as though it's like a completely just like nonsensical document. And it's like, no. Like it's more than that, but they're just, I don't know that they'll want to fucking touch it with a 10-foot pole. Because part of it also that's embarrassing for them is that they, several bigger publications than BuzzFeed received a lot of the information that was in the dossier. They didn't see the dossier. They were given the information contained within it by Steele and Burroughs, and they did nothing with it. They didn't report on it. They didn't use it to like investigate. Like they were offering it to them like, hey, listen, we can't like give you our sources and stuff, but look at this and go do your own investigation and like get this out there. And they didn't. They fucking didn't. And then the New York Times repeated when like stuff started like coming out and it started getting handed around fucking Washington and like all these rumors started coming out. The New York Times asked the FBI, and the FBI was like, no. There's absolutely no like connections and stuff. And then the New York Times just reported what the FBI said and did no like investigation themselves. That's all they did. They asked the FBI, hey, what's up with this? FBI was like, nah. The FBI, by the way, one member of which, the member who was like at the fucking office where the dossier was languishing for months, fucking imprisoned for their ties to Russia, whatever. And the FBI that was fucking embarrassed because it got caught with its fucking pants down. This MI6 member was able to be like, hey guys, you got a fucking Russian rat like about to possibly, end up in the White House. And so, and then the New York Times just like, oh, okay, cool, bet. And just a few days before the election reported, yeah, all of that's bullshit. According to the FBI, it's bullshit, so don't worry about it.
Because if I'm not wrong,
they look terrible. They don't want to dig into it.
Because if I'm not wrong, it was shut down by the DOJ, right?
What was shut down by the DOJ?
The investigation was shut down by the FBI, which wasn't this the one where there was a female in the FBI that shut it down so that the DOJ wouldn't actually prosecute this?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
So I thought that in this report, there was a female that tried to expose this before the dossier came out, that basically she was trying to expose that, and the DOJ actually shut it down.
Is he saying like a female FBI agent?
I don't know if she was FBI or if she was DOJ. It was somebody in the middle between the FBI and the DOJ that actually had the information before the dossier came abroad, that they tried to actually give the information to the higher ups, and they said, no, we don't believe it, blah, 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 and they shut it down.
Oh, I mean, well, there was like a few instances of these guys sending it to a few people. It's possible, yes, but because like in multiple instances, they sent it to the FBI, and then I don't know if they sent it directly to the DOJ, but then they sent it to like Republicans, and I think mainly Republicans first in Congress, to be like, hey, no one's doing anything about this. I'm not I don't remember. I mean, I don't know that detail.
So it would have to go, if we talk like legalities, if we talk like hierarchy of the justice system, so it would have to go from city to state to federal to DOJ, or I guess it would be FBI and then the DOJ, right?
I don't know.
Is that the hierarchy? So I guess it's just with the hierarchy.
On what it is. No, it depends on what it is, but they sent it to various different because it's different things too, right? Like they sent it to the FBI, and the FBI did nothing for a while, and so they then eventually sent it to congresspersons, which is a separate avenue. Congress is not part of the judicial fucking system. That's the legislative one.
Which
So like,
Congress can subpoena, or not subpoena, but Congress can actually say, hey, DOJ, you need to get involved. So it can go straight to the DOJ, or it can go to Congress, whether through the House or through the Senate. Yes. Okay.
Hey, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm going to LA Comic Con tomorrow.
yeah.
Good to see you guys.
Oh, nice. Have fun.
Thanks. I'm on a panel of horror composers tomorrow.
That's very cool.
Yeah, I'm honored. All right. Good night, everyone. I'll see you later.
Good night. I'm intrigued with what you're talking about.
I mean, I don't know, because this guy's British, right? So he's not operating within the U.S. system.
Right.
He had certain connections that he was trying to get this intelligence to, and saw no one acting on it, and so he tried different avenues. But that was, it was shut down at various times by people like.
I need to buy the book.
Yeah.
So do you think that, obviously nothing's going to happen before the election, so do you think that if Trump loses, that they're going to pursue the avenue of actually doing some interrogation and actually maybe doing some indictments with him and the others that were involved?
I don't know. I fucking hope so. I'm afraid to see what kind of tantrum they
Oh, I think, I don't know. In my opinion, IMO, I think that with what happened in 2020, I think where the 165-page report came out with Trump and everything that he said to Pence and to Giuliani and to everybody, the P1, P2, P3, P4, everybody that was involved, he was leading up to this months before the election. So we've got like 31 days as of today before the election. I think whatever he's planning on doing, he's already started months before now.
Yeah. Years.
Yeah. You go back to 2020, same old playbook. plus maybe a little bit more advanced, a little bit more behind the scenes, which I don't like to get into conspiracies. You know, I was talking to my son about conspiracies.
That is, yes, that is like, I mean, that's literally what Christopher Steele points out, that he was like 2020, they wanted to be less obvious. Like the hack was very obviously traced to Russia and stuff. And they're like 2020, they wanted to be more subtle about it and keep it more like questionable. The whole fucking thing.
Well, let's hope the CIA and the FBI has a little bit more evidence than what they've been able to collect, you know, from 2016 to 2020. Let's hope that they actually learned a lesson. And I don't know, I guess privacy, I have a hard time with our government intervening into our privacy and whatnot. But when it comes to government officials, I truly, in my opinion, I believe that if you're in government office, every single phone call should be recorded and stored in the archives of the White House. I truly do. That's my opinion. If you're in office, like with whether you're the presidency, the vice presidency, or the House or the Senate, if you're in a federal position like that, your phone calls when you're using a government phone, that stuff should be recorded. Am I crossing the line? Am I extreme?
No, that's very typical. I mean, not recording the phone calls, but all the stuff that is done on the thing, supposedly, like you can't delete emails or anything like that. That's like done with government stuff. But they'll just use non-government phones. That's what they do, you know?
Yeah. Well, in the 165-page report, you know, when they were talking about Trump, and there was like 144 instances of him using Donald J. Trump on X, and then he only used the POTUS account like 70 times, so half the amount of times, because anything that goes through a POTUS account, you actually have to have the White House legal team actually review any of your speeches, any of your posts, and whatnot. So I think that was a lot of damning evidence that a lot of his discussions and posts were actually personal and were not official, because he posted it on his Donald J. Trump X and not his POTUS X.
Well, that's an interesting argument they're trying to make. They're trying to prove that there's like separation between.
Yeah. I think that's where Jack Smith actually came up top, where, you know, he was able to add an additional indictment against Trump, because if you set aside some of those activities that were on his POTUS account, you set aside some of those meetings with Pence that could have been construed as official acts. Like me being from Utah, where Mike Lee was a senator, a Republican senator from Utah, he's actually the one that traveled to help Trump after the election on November 5th. He traveled to Arizona. He traveled to different states and whatnot. And a lot of us in Utah are like, what the hell are you doing on our dime? You're fighting this on our dime, on our state's dime, you know, everything that we pay. Like, what the hell are you doing? And Mike Lee was like, oh no, I'm doing this on my own time, on my own dime. And then you come to find out that Mike Lee is the one that actually proposed the false the electorates. He's the one that suggested it to Trump.
Yeah.
And he did it personally. And they've got it on record with Mike Lee here in Utah saying, no, I did not discuss any of this stuff with Trump as being a senator from Utah. Yeah. I did this as an attorney on my own time, on my own dime.
That's actually pretty fucking good.
But he's not one of the CCs. He's not any of the P1s, P whatever, or any of the CCs as of this point. Who knows? But Mike Lee, it was on record, and his phone call and his text messages. He came up with the false electorates. So I have a hard time with that here in Utah.
It's fucking. It's not just Trump.
Damning evidence with all of them.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I think I'm gonna try to get to sleep because I gotta.
Okay. I hope I didn't cross the line too much. I think really I am in a mood tonight.
It's fine. It's
like
fine.
completely in a mood. So I love you to death, doll.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you for coming on again. I always appreciate you. And thank you to the chat. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for asking questions, answering questions, calling out the fucking Russian trolls in the comments.
Maybe
we're way better people than you are, Big Mac. We're way fucking better people than you are in every sense of the word. Every sense of the metrics. Trust. We're so confident in that fact. That's why we find you fucking funny. That's why. Thank you, TC. Thank you for coming in from fucking Denmark. We love it. Yeah, das vidania. Oh God, this bitch from Kremlin. You report back to the Kremlin. You hear? You tell them. Did what said, what ordered, but Americans might be on to me. Big Mac name was a bit obvious because no American loves Big Macs as much as Donald Trump.
And Trump is going down. Trump will go down.
Trump is Russian plant, and they know. So, love of Big Mac is now symptom of Russian plant. Big Dutch. Then Big Mac no sauce. Dry ingredients. Ay, ay, ay.
I love you. Go to bed. Sayonara, everybody.
Wait, you, that's the thing? Oh, yeah. I loved Anastasia. Good night. Good night, coffee. До свидания. Гуси, га. Есть хотите? Да. I've dated a lot of Russians in my day. I can spot one a fucking mile away. That Russian hoax. Oh, Big Mac. Oh, pathetic. Can I?